Should we start, Sanjay? Priya, are you ready? Should we start?
Yes, yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay. So, first of all, a very good morning to our chief guest for the inaugural ceremony, Professor Ashutosh Trivedi, Dean Industrial Research and Development, Professor Ruchika Malhotra. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Shall I start, ma'am?
Yes, please start. Sanjay,
Yes.
you can switch off
Okay.
your mic. I think.
One second. Okay. A very good morning to our chief guest for the inaugural ceremony, Professor Ashutosh Trivedi, Dean Industrial Research and Development, DTU, Professor Ruchika Malhotra, HOD Software Department and Associate Dean Industrial Research and Development, Mr. Sanjay Patidar, Coordinator for the event and faculty at Department of Software Engineering, DTU, respected HODs and deans, faculty members, industry personnel, bright students, and our research scholars. The Software Engineering Department feels immense pleasure in welcoming everyone present today for the event. The pandemic has stopped us from going outside. Nonetheless, the zeal to gain knowledge has not reduced a little, and here we are, gathered in this workshop on design thinking, critical thinking, and innovation design. With this note, I would like to seek the permission of the dignitaries to start the event.
Yes, please start.
Audience, we need your support to make this event a memorable and fantastic one. So please buckle up. We will be starting with the event shortly. First of all, I would like to call Dr. Ruchika Malhotra for the address of the inaugural ceremony. The Department of Software Engineering has come a long way, and we would be looking forward to moving only upward from here on the from here on under the wise leadership of Professor Ruchika Malhotra, ma'am, the HOD Software Engineering. It has been her cooperation that we can host this event like this today. Professor Ruchika Malhotra, who is HOD and Associate Dean IRD DTU, has been ranked amongst the world's top 2% scientists by the Stanford University Report USA for her research in the field of artificial intelligence and image processing. Commendable, right? She is recipient of the Commendable Research Award in DTU in consecutive years 2018, 2019 and 2020 by Delhi Technological University. Ma'am holds a friendly aura even after having many outstanding achievements under her belt. Her dedication and passion for her work are the key traits that have earned her the HOD position in the software engineering department at a very early age. Together, under her guidance, we aim to take the department to great avenues and achieve all the future goals. She was awarded a prestigious Raman Fellowship to pursue postdoctoral research at Indiana University, Purdue University, Indianapolis, USA, after completing her master's and doctoral degree. She, I would like to call Professor Ruchika Malhotra for the address. Over to you, ma'am. Thank you.
A very good morning to all of you. Thank you, Priya, for introducing me. Good morning, sir. Professor Ashutosh Trivedi, Dean IRD. Sanjay Patidar, who is the coordinator of the event. Priya Singh, who is the co-coordinator of the event. All HODs, respected deans, faculty members, my dear students and participants. So good morning and welcome to this workshop. I welcome to you to Software Engineering Department. we'll be holding a 2-day workshop, basically focusing on critical thinking and design thinking, design fiction, and so on. Now, coming on to just the department has been recently created in 2021. So, first of all, I like to thank Professor Yogesh Singh sir, who was the then Vice Chancellor of Delhi Technological University, for recognizing the importance in the field of software engineering. I like to thank him, and I will also like to thank Professor JP Saini sir in his absence, that he has been always very supportive and motivating the faculty members in the events of the department. So before we begin, let me just give you a brief idea how and what we have done so far. So firstly, as we were created as a separate department, although BTech in software engineering and MTech in software engineering started way back in 2009, we have increased the seat in the field of software engineering, bachelor's in software engineering. Secondly, we have started a new master's program in the field of data science with an intake of 30 seats. We have introduced PhD in our department in the field of computer science and software engineering. Recently we have also revised our curriculum. We have discussed it with industry personals, our alumni, our students, and we have revised our curriculum. This is our first workshop, but we have recently also conducted a tree plantation drive. So I welcome all to the department. Coming on to the workshop, it was the idea of Professor Ashutosh Trivedi to, he always keep us motivating that we should keep on conducting such a workshop on entrepreneurship mindset, on innovative design, on research and development. So I would like to thank him for always supporting us and motivating for conducting these kind of workshops. When the idea of the workshop came, we discussed it, and we thought it should be a 2-day workshop so that we can focus on innovative design, and we can deliver students. We can teach them, apart from their curriculum, we can teach them how to actually apply critical and design thinking in the real world, so that ultimately, when we promote and when we develop mindsets for critical thinking and design thinking, it leads to innovation, which involves designing concept, promoting experimentation, promoting research, and so on. So it will automatically lead to innovative and you can say entrepreneurship mindset. So thank you, sir, for always supporting us. We have received more than 600 participations. So there were around 600 faculty members, research scholars from around all over India. We have received participation that includes University of Delhi, Indira Gandhi Delhi Technological University, Netaji Subhash Institute of Technology, University of Pune, Symbiosis, and the list goes on. So, and we have also received some industry participations, and we have with us today industry participants too. So, I welcome you all, and I hope that you'll have a good learning these 2 days. And the final motive of this workshop is to make make your design and critical and analytical thinking develop, so that it will automatically then lead to innovation. So, happy learning. Thank you both. I would like to thank both the coordinators, Sanjay Patidar and Priya Singh. They have been working very hard to organize this workshop. They have invited very eminent speakers from IIM and Triple IT Delhi and industry. So I thank them, both of them. So wish you luck. Happy learning. Welcome to the department. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, ma'am, for this wonderful speech. I would now like to call our chief guest for the event. So, Professor Ashutosh Trivedi, who is chief guest for today for our inaugural ceremony for the workshop, is the Dean for Industrial Research and Development at DTU, and he was also earlier head of the Department for Civil Engineering at DTU. Sir holds an experience of over 30 years in teaching field by starting around At 1990, after he completed his bachelor's degree in civil engineering from NIT Kurukshetra. Sir is very famous among the students for his engagement to help them at any time, and he has supervised a number of PhD scholars along with very different projects as well. He is also a strong supporter of innovation among the students and also motivates us in pursuing the research activities in the right direction and conduct workshops like this that we are conducting today. The expertise that Sir holds in the civil engineering department of the college is well known fact among everyone, having numerous publications along with patents under his name, with specialties in soil, coal ash, and rock investigation and analysis. With this, I would like to call our chief guest for the event, Professor Ashutosh Trivedi, to address us for the inauguration ceremony. Over to you, sir.
Namaskar, Professor Ruchika Malhotra, Head of the Department of Software Engineering, Sanjay Patidarji, Dr. Priya Singh, many participants, deans, head of the departments, and those people who are interested in innovation, research, critical thinking, design, entrepreneurship. All of you are welcome this fine morning. And this is really very exciting and something that gives me a great pleasure to inaugurate this session. And on this occasion, I place on record my thanks to the Vice Chancellor, Professor J.P. Saini, Delhi Technological University, and our predecessors in the area who have supported us to come to this stage as to promote the research and development in the university. Right now, the research and development has got a premier seat in all the institution, all the academic institution, inclusive of even those institutions which want to progress in the business, technology, even in the finance, in the management, all areas. Research and development has got a very prominent place. Even if you want to do anything in your area, first of all, you have to do a research thinking. Now, this is somewhat, research thinking is related to doing some kind of research project, some kind of problem identification, and there is a rigor associated with the steps to achieve it. However, the design thinking and critical thinking and innovation design is somewhat solution oriented. Like what we see to be the problem oriented, that is, we focus and go for deeper level of refinement and layers as to land at the fundamentals. While elsewhere in the design, in the critical thinking also, we try to find out certain solutions to the pertinent problems. That way, the importance of the critical thinking, design thinking, and innovation design becomes extremely important for the modern times. Research and development deals with the aspect of research as well as the design of the problem such that we can obtain the solutions to it. And it also consists of providing advices and consultancy to the people. And in this respect, if we are having a critical thinking is somewhat what at a departure from the design thinking, because it gives you a critical appraisal of the problem. Of course, without the critical appraisal of the problem, you won't be able to make design, and this will also not lead to a significant innovation unless it becomes successful in the field. With these words, I'm once again extremely delighted to be the part of this inaugural session and to be the part of this particular workshop And for this organization of this workshop, I'm again thankful to the university for supporting it and to promoting research and development in the university along with the academic exercises. Thank you very much for giving me opportunity to speak to the people on this occasion. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for your words of wisdom and always encouraging us to move forward and do good for the university and for the mankind in general. Thanks a lot, sir. With that note, I would like to invite Mr. Sanjay Patidar for presenting vote of thanks. He is also coordinator for the event today and faculty at the Department of Software Engineering, Delhi Technological University. Sir, I would like you to please take on the stage. Thank you.
Thank you, Priya. A very good morning to one and all. Good morning, sir. Professor Ashutosh Trivedi, Dean Industrial Research and Development, Professor Ruchika Malhotra, Head of the Department, Software Engineering, and Associate Dean, Industrial Research and Development, all the respected deans, HODs, eminent speakers of the workshop, faculty members, research scholar, and all my dear students. It is my great privilege to deliver vote of thanks on behalf of Organizing Committee, Department of Software Engineering and Industrial Research and Development, DTU. On this occasion, my first and foremost gratitude and thanks are due to the Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor J.P. Seni. He is also the Vice Chancellor of Netaji Subhash University of Technology, Delhi. It is in absence of our Honorable Vice Chancellor, I would like to extend my gratitude and thanks to him for supporting this event. He always been motivating all the events at the department. He has always been supporting to us to organize such event. My great thanks to our Dean, Industrial Research and Development and Chairman, Institutions Innovation Councils, Professor Ashutosh Trivedi, for continuously guiding us in each and every endeavor of the department and for his humble presence for this inauguration ceremony of the workshop on design thinking, critical thinking and innovation design. He himself is a great researcher and I would like to thank this opportunity to thank him for his motivation and support for his event. Now, I would like to thank Professor Ruchika Malhotra, Head of the Department, Software Engineering and Associate Dean, Industrial Research and Development, for always encouraging and motivating us in planning the workshop and in inspiring us, organizing the event effortlessly. Once again, thanks to ma'am for your valuable and constant guidance and support, without which this event was not surfaced. Looking forward to organize many significant events in the department in future for the betterment of our student and mankind in the general. I also like to thank Dr. Girish Kumar, Chief Executive Officer, DTU IIF, for his humble and valuable support and guidance. I would also like to thank to our all eminent speakers of all the different sessions in upcoming 2-day workshop on design thinking, critical thinking and innovation design. I would like to thank our first Professor Ganesh N. Prabhu, Professor of Strategy in IIM Bangalore. Thanks to Dr. Sumer Singh, Department of Design, IIT Delhi. Thanks to Dr. V.K. Arora, Chief Executive Officer, IGDTUW, Avnish Anand Foundation. Mr. Dhaval S. Gandhi, Senior Product Designer, Walmart and Design Mentor. Mr. Ashish Jain, Chief Executive Officer, the Startup Board, Delhi. And Mr. Rahul Pandey, Founder, Pulpidive, Delhi. I heartily thanks to all of the speakers for sparing their valuable time for sharing their views on this important topic. I would especially thanks to co-coordinator Ms. Priya Singh, Assistant Professor in Department of Software Engineering, for her continuous effort for organizing this event. I also would like to thanks to all the student coordinator who have given their continuous effort to manage all the live activity in the background of the event. My deep sense of the appreciation and thanks to all the participants who have chosen to go live with us with the great enthusiasm. Before I end, I would like to invite all the participants of the workshop for the various enlightening talks and session in the area of design thinking, critical thinking and innovation design. The different areas for the workshop are critical thinking, innovation, entrepreneurship and startup, design thinking for the effective customer result, design thinking as a tool for the innovation, design fiction, industrial design, innovation and entrepreneurship. I hope you have enjoyable 2 day journey with us. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you all. Are we all set to begin the session 1 now?
Yes, ma'am. Give me a moment,
Yes.
please.
Priya, please unmute your mic.
Hello. Yes, thank you all.
Yes.
Thank you
Now,
all. Thank you all for your presence. First of all, I will quickly brief you all about the schedule that we will be following. So, first session will be an hour-long session beginning at 10:30 a.m., followed by the second 2 hour long session at 11:30 a.m. Post that, there is a half an hour break, and then we will be heading forward with our third session of the day that will start at 2 p.m. till 4 p.m. The experts joining us today to share with us their insights and profound knowledge are Dr. V.K. Arora, CEO IGDTU Anveshan Foundation, Mr. Ashish Jain, CEO the Startup Board, and Mr. Rahul Pandey, founder Dipal Pidai. So we are moving ahead with the first session for the day. We would want to begin this event with our first guest, Dr. V.K. Arora, to guide us with his wisdom on critical thinking, innovation, entrepreneurship, and startup. Dr. Arora is a technocrat with a PhD in entrepreneurship from University of Allahabad. After studying international business at Lucknow, Sir has over 20 years of experience. Presently, he is working with a leading incubation center of Delhi government, funded by the Department of Science and Technology at TBI IGDTU Anveshan Foundation since its inception as Chief Executive Officer. He is learner and practicing in the realm of entrepreneurship, startups, and venture development. He has conducted over 1,000 workshops span India and has a decent understanding of India's entrepreneurial and startup ecosystem. He is associated with many organizations, universities, institutes, startups, and other enablers across India as mentor. His core interest is to formulate and implement strategies for startups scaling at different levels, including functional areas. He dedicates himself to the society by being available 24/7, making him sure to be a difficult person to match standards. Sir believes that there is no age limit to learn and is still on that path. But we have a lot to learn from Sir, mentor, advisor, trainer, and whatnot. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Priya. Thanks for a wonderful introduction. I am also thankful to Sanjay ji for introducing all the speakers to this 2 days workshop. As always, I am thankful to Ashutosh Trivedi ji and also to Dr. Ruchika for having invited me for this particular session. So I'm just going to share some of the slides. I hope you all can see my slides. Can you all see my slides?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Okay.
sir. Visible.
Dr. Priya, I'm just going to begin. Dear participants, today we will be talking about critical thinking and the requirement of critical thinking in the parameter of innovations, entrepreneurship, and startups. We all know that if you want to have some startup, first of all, you will have to become entrepreneur. And if you really want to become an entrepreneur in today's time, continuous innovations are to be involved. Either you talk about the product innovation or process innovation or design innovation or even business model innovation, where we talk about the hybrid type of business models. These days, in all the platform, you will find that innovation is required. Perhaps innovation is the only difference which differentiate between an entrepreneur and a business person. And when you actually understand the meaning of innovation, entrepreneurship, and startup, no one can say that without critical thinking, you can reach to the path of becoming a successful entrepreneur. This particular topic we are going to cover under the realm of design thinking, critical thinking, and innovative design. So we will also talk something about design thinking and innovative design. And for that, most important part is to understand human thinking. Generally, we talk about critical thinking or innovative thinking or creative thinking, innovative thinking, entrepreneurial thinking, design fictions. We talk about all these topics, but before that, one very important parameter which is required to be understood by all of us, that is about the human thinking. Human thinking is required because without thinking you cannot plan anything. If you cannot plan anything, you cannot find any success in your decided goal. That is why thinking is very important. When you actually want to control yourself as an entrepreneur, either you talk about the IQ or EQ or SQ or even adversity quotient, every time we find that thinking is very important. When you actually go and interact with the core team of your startups, that is your board or your mentors or your advisors, then too thinking is very important to understand the thinking of other person who are associated with you with the capacity of a co-partner or co-founder or as a mentor. Like that, when you actually want to take work from your employees, where definitely there are a number of strains when we talk about the full-time employees or even with your interns, at that time also thinking is very important to think for others so that you can take more and more work from others. Emotional intelligence, and many times in corporate entrepreneurship also thinking plays very important role. And very important part is this, that within our human body we are having something brain, and this thinking is generated over there. This thinking is leading to the mindset, what kind of mindset we are having. And depending upon the thinking and depending upon the mindset, we are actually going to react to different situations when we are talking about prototyping or when we are talking about the ideation, and even after launching a business, when we talk about go to market strategy. Wherever it is required, a reaction is required from the promoter of any company. Thinking is very much important. And when we talk about the mindset, this mindset you cannot all the time, you cannot borrow from others as we can do in the process of the design thinking. Here, this mindset, that is entrepreneurial mindset, you will have to develop within yourself if you really want to start anything of your own. So what is mindset? Mindset is responsible for the thinking. Likewise, reaction is also responsible for him or her as a career when you are going to choose your career on the track of entrepreneurship. We all know that this part of the human body, that is known as a brain. And this brain, the same brain becomes mind when thinking is going to pass from this particular brain. We used to say that this person is having very good mind, very sharp mind or low mind. Why we are saying it's all depends upon the thinking. Brain is the same. Brain is the instrument. But the way you are going to think, you are going to differentiate yourself among the crowd, among the folk, that how you are different, how you can think something different out of box. That is very important when actually we talk about the entrepreneurship. As Dr. Priya was saying, that really I don't care about the age and the stage of the person who is going to plan something of his own venture, because this thinking is not dependent upon age and stage. It changes. A person who is having a particular thinking at the age of 16 may not be having similar kind of thinking at the age of 20 or 26 or 30 or 35, 45 or 50. And another very important part is this, that this thinking is unique and critical. If we talk about a group of 10 people, then all of them are having different kind of thinking. That is part number one, that is unique kind of thinking. And second part is this, that this thinking is also very critical. Very critical means very difficult to understand. So a person A is having different kind of unique thinking, which is critical, and person B is also having another unique kind of thinking, which is also very critical. And most important part is this, that with this particular fall, when we think about as a mentor to convert them as an entrepreneur, you all can understand there is no set of rules. We can tell them, then follow these set of rules and one day you will become entrepreneur. Why? Because the people are having unique and critical thinking. The way I can make Rahul as an entrepreneur, in the similar ground, I cannot expect that Ashutosh can also become an entrepreneur, because Rahul and Ashutosh, though both are having unique and critical thinking. Now the question comes that why they are having unique and critical thinking. So when we try to understand the part of thinking deeply, we try to feel that there are number of components which are responsible to make or to build the thinking of a person. There are number of components, and out of those components, the most important two components are, number one is attitude and number two is aptitude. Now, before we go ahead and try to understand that what kind of thinking a person possesses, and along with the age and stage, how it is going to be converted, we have to have some idea about the attitude and aptitude. So when we talk about the attitude and aptitude, as I have mentioned, that among many, these are two very important parts which are responsible for your planning, for your thinking component, for your success, and the success which you are going to get after the success. So for everything, you will find one day that attitude and aptitudes are very important parameters. Ultimately, these two are going to build the behavior you are going to have. Behavior which is very obvious to understand, which I can see. I can see the behavior of Ravi, how he is going to behave. I can see that what is the behavior of Sonali if this particular situation will come, how she is going to behave. Why do we say that parents do understand the behavior of all of their children differently? They automatically understand that because they have seen the growing part of their children, that how the attitude and aptitude in the combination has changed with the time when that person was grown up from the age 0 to age 18. And that is why when we say that these are the components which are going to work as an ingredient to the behavior of a person, ultimately it is going to make the personality of a person. Whenever we go for the different kind of psychological test, either you talk about the personality test or you talk about the behavior test, we are actually working for the attitude and aptitude test. As we do understand that behavior and personalities are very important to make a person successful. Now, why I am saying that behavior and personalities are very important for any person to become a successful. Now, here when we talk about the behavior or personality, I am not at all only talking about the entrepreneurship. If you want to become a very good researcher, if you want to become very good poet, very good musician, you want to get success in any of the field, you want to become very good writer, you want to become very good player, you want to become very good politician, whatever, wherever you want to position yourself, the point is this, that behavior and personality are going to play a very important role, or for which two components are working as left hand and right hand, and those two components are attitude and aptitude. Why? Because in our Indian epics and Indian ethos system also, many times we have seen that there are two components which are important for the success. Either you talk about Indian epics like Ramayana, Mahabharata or Gita, or you talk about, our main granthas where we talk about the Vedas and Upanishad. The two parameters which are very, very important for the success, that is number one is the knowledge domain, and number two is the hard work domain. These two components are very important. And these two components, when they are amalgamated with the ethical way, that the person should be ethics with having the proper human values and ethics system, then the person becomes successful. Now, when you talk about the knowledge domain is coming actually from the point of aptitude. And the other one, that is hard work or motivation or devotion, that is coming from the basic component of attitude. right? Attitude is going to generate your motivation, your devotion, whereas aptitude is going to generate your knowledge domain, your skill domain. So if you want to become a very good software engineer, then the knowledge of the software, the knowledge of the coding, the knowledge of the agile working, that is coming actually from the aptitude part. And how to deal with your team, how to deal with your seniors and juniors, that part is going to come from the attitude. So when we mix these two, it is going to show you that what kind of behavior and personality of one person is having. And now when you talk about the perspective of an entrepreneur, this is very important that this should be at 50-50%, because not only the knowledge of your product which you are going to introduce into the market, that should be well known to you, but how to sell, what are the thinking process of your customers or your future customers, or maybe the employees, those who are going to work with you. No matter what kind of business model you are going to follow, it could be vendor centric, or maybe customer centric, or employee centric, or innovation centric. Whatever kind of business model you are going to follow, it is a fact that both attitude and aptitude are going to play a very important role. So throughout in your entrepreneurial journey, you will find that the role of these two components. Now, since this is the first session, I intentionally introduced this particular slide to tell you some briefing about the attitude and aptitude. But please try to understand that whether you talk about high level of design thinking or design fictions, in both that time you will have to understand the clear understanding of the thinking, the mindset. This is something which is actually going to derive, although the terms of design thinking or design fiction or critical thinking are not developed by Indian thinkers as per the record in the written form. But I do understand, and you all must be knowing, that all of these kind of thinkings were generated only in the land of India, where we are actually living. Right? So when we talk about the attitude, what is basically attitude? Just try to understand. When a baby is born, he is 0 years in the age. And when he is going to grow up with the age, say at the age of 2 years or at the age of 3 years, baby and try to understand, who is this lady who is always with me? Who is this lady? And this lady, perhaps this lady is what? This lady is mother. Who is this father who comes sometimes, and most of the time he is also with me. He is trying to play with me. Who is this person? This person is father. So from the age of 2 onward, one baby tries to understand the recognizing the person, who all are the guests, who are all the relatives, who is your your uncle, who is your grandfather, who is your grandmother, and try to understand the names of them. Rajkumar is the name of his or her father. So this is how the point of attitude that actually grows up. Then after the norms, say from 2 years, he is going to land in the age of bracket of 4 years or 5 years. At that time, mother just say that, okay, whenever your father is coming, just go there and touch his feet. Why he is said so? The baby is trying to take it in that way, that it is basically the standard we will have to follow. Then after the values, when you are going to some other house and other people are coming to your house, what kind of values they are showing, right? And with the age, say one is going to become 6 years or 8 years and 10 years, what we see that slowly the development work, which starts from the recognizing of the people, that converts into the norms. Then after it converts to the norms plus value, and then after it converts to the norms plus values plus beliefs. Beliefs are very much related with the religious point of view, that these are the God, how we should behave when we are there in the mosque, or when we are there in the temple, or when we are there in the church. So altogether, when we mix these 3 terms, that's the norms, values, and beliefs, generally it happens at the age of 16. When we add up these things, our attitude that starts developing in the good direction, in the new direction. Before that also, there are some components of attitude, but in that particular component, higher part is from the norm side, some less part is from the value side, and very less part is from the belief side. But at this particular age, we start thinking of or developing of our attitude. When we used to say, what kind of attitude that person is having. Attitude is something which is going to give you some motivation. Whatever work you are doing, why you are doing is there is some motivation. That motivation could be linked with norms or values and or beliefs, and ultimately what it is going to formulate. It is going to formulate what? It is going to formulate the devotion. That is the motivation, right? So motivation part, which is very important, I was talking out of these three, that is coming from the attitude. Now coming to the aptitude. One baby, again at the age of 2 years or 3 years, he sees a fan. This is a fan, and mother, whenever she's going to switch on that particular switch, then this fan is going to run. And later on he comes to know that yes, with this regulator, the speed of the fan that can be controlled. Now this fan is what? In white in color. How many fans are there in the room? What are the types of fans which are there in the room? So slowly and slowly on the other side, one is going to generate the data, the information and the knowledge. Then after one time, at the age of for 15 to 16, he knows something and a very good thing about the fans, the domain of the fan. And like that, slowly and slowly in all the direction, I am repeating, in all the direction, one is going to develop the aptitude. Whenever companies are coming for the recruitment drive in your university, you all know that they are going to conduct the aptitude test. And what kind of questions are there in the aptitude test? That one train is coming from the east direction to the west direction with this particular speed, and another train is coming from the west direction to east direction, and this happened. Then to tell me that this. Now, how you are going to calculate this? The mathematical part, it is or the part of the vertical thinking, it is going to come the way you are going to deal your data handling, the information handling and the knowledge handling. And ultimately it is going to give you a knowledge in any particular segment. If you are a civil engineer, you say that my expertise in the structure and directions of the bridges, then that particular skill set you are having. Even if you say that I am a very good plumber, then plumbing skill that is with you. Whatever the knowledge domain or skill domain you say that is with me, that particular thing is with you. Now here the question is this, that this acumen and motivation, that is devotion, these both are going to form you and going to decide that what kind of entrepreneur you are going to become. Right? So we have talked about the attitude, which is going to lead the motivational part, and the aptitude, which is going to lead the acumen part. For any entrepreneur, these two are very important. We know all about it. We all know by this time that both of these points are very important. Now, just going to talk about the development of the thinking, which is related to the mind. Whenever we are having a good amount of motivation with us and a good amount of skill knowledge or the domain knowledge or the acumen with us, we can think about the critical thinking. This term critical thinking is very old term, very old term in India. If you believe in Indian epics, or if you believes in the stories which happened in India in terms of Ramayana or Mahabharata or even some other Upanishad and Vedas also, if you believe it, you will find that all of these things were written. I will not say written because at that time they were learned, because there was no explicit knowledge, there was only the tacit knowledge. So whenever it were learned, whenever these things were developed, they were developed not only on the part of the aptitude, that was also developed at the part of the motivation they were having, right? So every time we used to talk about the critical thinking. As you know, Trivedi sir was giving very good idea about the critical thinking and the design thinking. And perhaps that is the main demarcation when we talk about the critical thinking and the design thinking. Critical thinking is like this, that something is this and how it should be. But I am repeating, please try to understand. Something is this and how we can improve it. It is like this, that say you are working in some production house, and in that production house they are into the production of say glasses, the glasses or the plates or some crockeries they are in the production of, and they are having X number of units of production in the month of January, the same X number in the month of February, the same X number in the month of March, but suddenly from the month of April onward till June, the production is say 20% less. 20% less means 0.8 multiplied by X. Now if this is happening, so one can think of what kind of problem is there. What could be the problem? initially the production was X, but now the production is on average from last 3 months, we can see the production is decreased by 20%, that it is 0.8 times X, right? So why this is happening? So who is going to solve it? A person who is going to solve it should have critical thinking. It is 0.8%, it should be complete 100%. It is 0.8, it should be 1. It should be 80%, it should be 100%. Right? So how you are going to think about it? How you are going to think about it, that is very important. And that is critical thinking, which is defined as a process for purposefulness. What is the purpose? If you can have your own judgment that yes, this is happening because of this, and you can amend it, you can give your views through your critical thinking, then only I will be saying, or anyone will be saying, that you are having a critical thinking. See, design thinking, if you talk about that, we can solve in a group. You can have a group of 2%, 3%, 10 people, or maybe 20 people, and you all are talking about the design thinking. It is very much accepted. But when you actually talk about the critical thinking in the perspective of an entrepreneur, you will have to understand that at least this critical thinking, a one person as an entrepreneur should have. Otherwise, he will not be able to give continuous innovation kind of thing in his organization or in his startup, right? Now, when you talk about the critical thinking, what are the components? Components are, number one, you should be open. Open to what? Open your mindness. Your mind can have a understanding of X also, of Y also, and Z also. Here I am not saying that you should be master of one, but definitely you should be a jack of all. So if you are having the very good open-mindedness with you, we all can understand you will have a very good observation. Observation, if you wherever you are sitting, just observe here and there. How many tube lights are there? How many LED lights are there? What is the illumination status? What are the color of the wall? What are the almiras? And what kind of problem you are facing if this kind of environment is provided to you? Right? So this is what the observation. You go to a mall, just observe what is happening. You are going to use your geyser in the morning, or you are going to just brush your teeth. Then also have a proper observation. Right? If you have that kind of proper observation, then only better you will be able to understand the problem which is occurring or which may occur. Right? A problem which is occurring, which is there. It is related with what? Critical thinking. Or what may occur, it is related with the design thinking. Right? We will talk more later on. What is there? What the problem you think? That is again the same thing. The production was X, but now it is 0.8X. You think that something which is not happening in the good way, in the desired way, or in the way it is used to happen, say before yesterday or yesterday. So now that what? Now analysis and inference is important. Analyze that why it is happening, inference that what it is going to infer, then after solve the problem and bringing the change back, that it is happening in the back way, as it was good by yesterday or till yesterday or yesterday. So if you can do it and you can analyze it, or even if you are a part of this particular phenomenon, then to what we will be saying that you are having a critical thinking. Now what I am saying that this critical thinking is very important when actually you go and talk in the field of an entrepreneur. So what is critical thinking? Critical thinking is going to help you in understanding the problem, then after problem analysis and inferences. That is at least must. Then after thinking about the solution and providing the solution, best solution, right? So if you can do this what I will be saying, that as an entrepreneur, you are having very good point at the level of the critical thinking. It is just like this, that there are say 15 employees who are working with you in any startup, and you are observing that Ravi Malhotra is not working as it used to be, or he used to be, say till the month of November 2021. Now what are the issues? It is not like this that he is not working from last 2 months, you are just going to sag him. No, it is not like this. From the thinking point of view, you will have to understand that why this is happening. Go and understand the problem, analyze the problem, then try to understand why he is behaving like this, and ultimately you will be able to provide a solution. because beta human thinking is very difficult to understand. If you will put like this in a very stubborn type of startup, that if it is right, I will check it. If it is not right, I will just lose it. If you will do like this, but in the coming generation, it is very difficult to take work from others, right? So on the other way, some vendor who was providing you some some material which were required for your production, there also you find that some problems are there from the vendor side, maybe from the transportation side, maybe from your party logistics side, and they are not fulfilling as it used to be. The solution is this, that you can change the vendor. That is one point. But another point is this, that from the critical mindset, you will have to understand why this problem is happening. Right? So there are, for any kind of problem, I'm telling you, when you are going to start a startup, or startup at very early stage, or even after, when your startup is going to mature and it is going to convert as a big giant, at that time also critical thinking is very important. But although many people, they give example of Dhirubhai Ambani, but it is a fact, better the type of critical thinking he was having, I don't find better in any of the that level of entrepreneur at that time. Whatever problems are there, what could be the critical, what could be the solution of it? It is coming from the critical thinking. Critical thinking is not going to stray jacket you in one domain that everything should be ethical. Whatever you are doing, it is like this, that solution should come out. Solution should come out, right? So if you think that something is not there, something is becoming going to impede your path becoming a good successful entrepreneur, or in your success also something is going to impede you, or there are some chasms which you have to cross when you are going to implement your innovation into the market, ultimately what is the solution? So solution is important to find. Your product is very successful in Delhi, but the moment you introduce in Calcutta, it is not going to click into the market. Definitely it is happening because some other products are there. Some people, they are having honesty or loyalty for some other product. But what is the solution? How you are going to crack it? So that you can think only if you are having a critical thinking. And better, the very important part is this, that understanding about the critical thinking, it itself is the solution. Many type of problems are there which we feel, and the solution is not any medicine or not any psychological reasons. The solution is this, that you understand the problem. Now, when you talk about the design thinking, what is the design thinking? These days, we used to talk about the design thinking. Design thinking become very significant word in the domain of entrepreneurship. But before that, before the design thinking, when we came to the concept in India, initially also we used to teach about or train about the design thinking part. But the criteria was only this, that when I was taking classes or sessions in the year 2002, 2003, 2004 onward, at that time also I used to take session on design thinking, but it was not named as a design thinking. The name was like this, that from cognitive thinking to entrepreneurial thinking. Now, how cognitive thinking is going to convert as a creative thinking, then after innovative thinking, then after entrepreneurial thinking. So these all the steps, when you add it in one group, it becomes what the design thinking. So design thinking is something different from the critical thinking. Here on a big domain you are going to think. Maybe when you are going to develop a new product, or maybe when you are going to develop a completely new process or design, at that time maybe critical thinking may not work. At that time only design thinking will work. Right? So design thinking, it is having 5 very important components, and the components, as you can see from this particular slide, that is empathy is part number 1, then define is point number 2, ideate is point number 3, then prototyping and testing, that is 4th and 5th part. And when we come across with all these 5 parts, you will be understanding that if you are having a business idea, it is good. But if you are not having a business viable idea, how to generate a business viable idea, that can be dealt only after having the proper knowledge of design thinking. Here again, we are going to understand, observation is important. From observation only, you are going to think about something which is related with the empathy. I'm not talking about the sympathy, but here we are talking about the empathy. That if people are facing some problem, you will have to empathize yourself. That if you are in that particular situation, what will you do? What would be the solution? So unless you will not empathize that, it will be difficult for you to understand the complete problem. If you will understand the complete problem, then the second part is this, that just define it. Defining it only in a few words. What is the problem? Because and if you are not able to define your problem, you will not be understand the problem exactly the customers or your future customers will be facing. Right? So if you define it, so this is the problem. So it means that it helps in problem founder fit. That as a founder you are able to understand what is the problem. And when you define it, then after you are going to think about the idea, the ideation stage, which we call about. So for the ideation stage, you should be well aware about the problem, and problem you will be well aware only if you are having proper empathy and you have faced, you have felt that particular problem, that how it is going to change the mindset, the customer behavior, the overall behavior of your future customer. When you talk about the ideation, I do understand that till that particular time, these all things be completed. When the idea is there in your mind, then you are going for the prototyping. Now, when you are going for the prototyping, before prototyping, there are two components which are important to be discussed. Number one is proof of concept, and number two is proof of value. So these two components, just keep in your mind. In the coming down slides, we will be talking something about the proof of concept also and proof of value also. But when we go through with this proof of concept, that is POC, and proof of value, then it is POV, then after we land to the prototyping. We make a raw type of prototyping, maybe with low fidelity, maybe with the high fidelity, depending upon the type of the product. But yes, when you say that this particular prototype is ready and we are going to test it, that whether it is going to show you the similar kind of behavior, the product behavior, or similar kind of characteristics, that is product characteristics, and that is why the similar kind of expectations from the person who are going to buy this, the features the product is carrying. If you think that this particular prototyping is having, then only we are going to go ahead for the market testing, otherwise not. So prototyping is basically the combination of proof of concept and somewhat proof of value. And proof of value will be coming at the time of the testing. So these are the 5 steps when we are talking about about the design thinking. Now, in the similar way, in these 5 steps, if we want to segregate into major 3 parts, number 1 is the inspiration. Inspiration is very much linked with the empathy, your observation, and then after it is going for the ideation. When we are talking about the ideation, we are talking about the viable ideation. It is not like this, that idea is this, that we will do this, they do this, and ultimately it is not feasible. May not be physically, technically it is may not be feasible, or maybe economically it is not feasible. So ideation stage is that particular idea you have worked through, you are having complete motivation. That is your attitude. That is from the inspiration part. The idea is coming. I do agree with this, but a particular idea should be having something which is ready, which is having complete readiness in the point of view of the prototyping, or for which the proof of concept and value, that is very important. When you say, sir, now our prototype is ready as an ideation, we are going to implement it. So where will you implement it? When the prototype you are actually going to put in the practice. And when you are going your prototype to put into the practice, what is basically happening, that you are going to check that whether the first group of customers, your first group of customers, that is your lighthouse customers, what are their reaction about the product, right? So for that control part, compare part, and evaluate part, these 3 parts we talk about in the point of the implementation. Now try to understand the complete design thinking process. In the complete design thinking process, there are total 9 parts. If today you think that you want to become a design thinker, what you will have to do, number 1, you will have to understand. What you will have to understand? You will have to understand the problems you are facing, your future customers are facing, or the society is facing. Then after, have the proper observation. Why they are facing such kind of problem, and what could be the probable solution. Then after you are talking about the proof of value, that if you provide this particular solution, people will buy it or not buy it. They will buy only if, not only if there is the problem, but the problem can be converted into the need. Many type of problems we face in the different segment of the society, for which the problems are not converted into the need, because customers are not ready to buy the solution. They are used to with the problem. But and with the limited budget which we are generally having with the startups, you are not able to actually crack the market. So this is important. When you talk about the inspiration is coming in the way that you are having the complete understanding about the problem, you are having very good observation, and you understand that this particular problem can be converted into the need. If there are such kind of problem or problems, if there are such kind of one problem or maybe more than one problem, then you will have to think about the idea. When you talk about the idea, it could be one idea, maybe more than one idea. So idea is this, that this is the problem and this is the solution, what kind of solution you are going to bring. So if this is the idea, so how you are ready? Do you have any prototype? You talk about the product, then two prototyping is required. If you talk about some service oriented product or services, there too, prototyping is important. And not only prototyping, the testing of the product as the features of the product, and with the basic very, I'm saying the basic business concept also. People are intending to buy it or not. With the basic research work, if you say that has been done, then what I would be saying, that you are having a good business idea, or maybe one good business ideas. If you are having good business ideas, ultimately within the ideation stage, you go for the viability test, feasibility test, and come down to only one, that this is one idea I'm going to begin with. Why one? Because again, I'm repeating, the startups are having very, very limited budget, very limited energy, very limited resources, and very limited time also. Because you are a team of 2, 3, 4, 5 people only, right? So you cannot work in different business ideas simultaneously. First of all, you will have to begin with only one or maybe maximum two, right? And when you say, sir, this is the business idea I'm going to now work upon, then at least are you able to tell the story that why you are going to pick this particular idea? How you are emotionally connected with this particular business idea? The elevation in the pitch deck also, when the presentation also, we are having this particular part, elevation. What is going to motivate you to start with this particular business? Then pilot testing, has it been done or not? And ultimately, what kind of business model you are going to follow? There are more than 10 business models which are accepted internationally. And apart from that, also depending upon the market and situation, you can develop. You should also be innovative in business model point also. You can develop also what kind of business model you are going to follow, or what types of business model you are going to follow, when actually you are going to talk about the hybrid kind of business model. So these are the 9 points. I hope you understand the questions I will be taking after this. But here, yes, definitely some significant difference when you talk about the critical thinking and design thinking. But you see, at this particular age, for you people, both critical thinking and design thinking are the same. You all are engineering students, and you all are most probably going to develop a technical product. Definitely for my side, if you say, sir, critical thinking and design thinking is the same, I don't have any problem. But then too, and when you talk about the technical point of view, what are the differences between these two? I'm going to explain it to you. Critical thinking says that it should be logical thinking. 2 plus 2 is equal to 4, because 2 plus 2 is equal to 4. And when you talk about the design thinking, you may say that 2 plus 2 is equal to 4, but sometimes it is 4.5, because 0.5 is coming from the emotional scale of a person. What is that? Is emotional scale of a person, 0.5? That maybe you are going to add from the point of view of the empathy. So, when you talk about the due diligence also, when investors are coming or someone is going to have a due diligence of you, hard type of due diligence that is coming from the critical thinking. When you actually talk about the soft kind of DD, it is actually coming from the design thinking. Right? Quality matters. If it is fine, then people will buy. Otherwise, people will not buy. Quality matters every time. Critical thinking. Insight matters. Quality matters, but other things also matter. Vertical thinking, if some of you know about the vertical thinking, there are two types of thinking, left brain thinking or right brain thinking, you can say. Vertical thinking, horizontal thinking, you can say. But as Bete, I have explained you the momento of, attitude and aptitude on the age parameter. It is my observation that vertical thinking is very high till the age 25 or maybe 30. And as you grow up, as you become older, your horizontal thinking, that horizon of your thinking, that start increasing. Right? So horizon of your thinking means this, that you can see what is happening, but you can also see what is happening beyond that. Right? Waterfall, you all know about the waterfall. Waterfall is coming from this particular point and coming to this particular point. That is the critical thinking. Agile thinking, when you talk from the form of the agility point of view, you are going to talk about that what are the other motivational factor or changing factor. Generally, in processes and operation, we talk about the critical thinking. Something is not going to happen as per the expectation. Put your critical thinking. And when you talk about the product development, we are talking about the design thinking. Right? In the coming sessions, more and more, people are coming to tell you about the design thinking, and you will get more knowledge that how design thinking is actually helping you to generate a actually required product which is required by the public. Right? And more problem solving, we will talk about that something is not good and you are going to provide a solution, critical thinking. But we talk about the creative problem solving, that is only the point from the view of the design thinking. So it is like this, it should be like this, is a critical thinking. It will, that product is not ready, you are going to make it, you are going to manufacture it, you are going to build it. Then it should be like, it will be like this. And now how should you think of, that is what the point of the design thinking. So in this particular slide bit, I will just try to explain you in 5 minutes time. And I hope that after this slide, you will have more idea about it. But as I have already explained you, we all are having human body. In that particular human body, we are having one part which is known as what, the brain. And brain is having a cognitive kind of thinking that is very basic thinking. And this cognitive kind of thinking is going to generate mind. And here actually human beings are differentiated, that they are having sharp mind or low mind or no mind or buddhu or like that. Okay, when you are having a mind that is a good mind, which is related with the cognitive thinking is very much related with the observation and the open-mindedness. Now the question is this, that this mind should be focused. I'm not saying 100% focused. No one can have 100% focused thinking just like Arjun was having. So I'm not saying that 100% focused thinking, but yes, at least 70%, 80% your thinking should be focused, that what you actually want to achieve. Unless you will not do it, unless your thinking is not coming to one direction, now it will not put your complete energy. So when you put it as a focus thinking, then after, if you want to become IAS officer, focus thinking is required. If you want to become very good medical or medicine practitioner, focus thinking is required. If you want to become very good architect, you want to become very good poet, you want to become very good actor, director, then too, focus thinking is required. And now that particular focus thinking in entrepreneurial point of view, if I say about the critical thinking, is definitely should be there. But here, Betty, you can see that from this particular part, from the focus thinking to the creative thinking, then innovative thinking, then entrepreneurial thinking, what I am showing on the right hand side, if you can see, there are one arrow which is coming from all these different strands, from focus thinking also, from creative thinking, from innovative thinking, and coming to the entrepreneurial thinking. And I have written farm out. Why I am saying farm out? Because that can be outsourced. That can be outsourced. Entrepreneur need not to have all these things. That could be outsourced. But entrepreneur should have critical thinking. And what he is going to outsource, if you combine it, then you will find that this is basically the design thinking. Design thinking you can outsource. I'm not saying that 100% you can outsource. You can have it within your team. You can also outsource it. If you understand the problem and solutions are there into the market, and that solution is searched by someone else, that patent belongs to someone else. But first time you can bring it to the market, then too, from my point of view, you are an entrepreneur. Because you have done it. You have done it. Why? Because you understood the problem and you knew that this particular solution can actually bring into the market, can also click into the market. Right? Then focus thinking to creative thinking, then innovative, then entrepreneurial thinking. Just take it like this, better that I was searching for a special kind of bed for my uncle, a special kind of bed. And that particular special kind of bed should have that kind of, backrest. It should also have some wood handrest. It should also have some kind of its measurement, the height part. Then below the bed, there should be something which one can open as a rack or as a drawer, and one can keep important utensils over there. Such kind of bed you were searching, but you didn't get it in the market, entire market, you didn't get it. One day you have decided that I'm going to make it with the help of some carpenters. I discussed that this kind of bed I am requiring, and the carpenter suggested me some of the ingredients, some of the parts, some of the materials which will be required in the way of, cushion or maybe wood, maybe, nails, and some of the machinery that will be required. I arranged that all, and I gave my time, 3 days, 4 days, 1 week time, and I made actually that kind of bed with the help of the carpenters. Not by myself, but made with the help of my carpenter. Both the options are available. And when I brought that particular bed to my house, my father said that, what a beautiful kind of, all the facilities are there. If I'm there in this particular bed, I don't feel moving out unless for my important part, but I'm getting everything over there. With this particular bed, I can sit over here, I can watch my TV, my back is on rest, my hands are on rest. I am having some drawers, and what the important utensils I am requiring, what are the important parts I am requiring, everything I can keep over there. Now, this is what, if you can do it now, what I will be saying that you are having a creative thinking. If you can do it, and I know that many of you are having creative thinking. If you can make very good painting, creative thinking. Someone is saying that, wow, what a beautiful work you have done. You must be having number of, societies and clubs which are run by the students like you. And if you are doing something new over there, then I will be saying that you are having creative mind. You are having creative thinking. And now, the moment it can be commercialized. The bed was made, but my uncle brought it. One of the friend of my father, one day visited my house, and he purchased that particular bed, say in 10,000 rupees. The moment the same creative product has been commercialized, I'm not taking the point of view of the profit or loss. The moment it has been commercialized, what I will be saying that my creativity has become what? Innovation. The moment it has been converted for the commercialization use, that is, it is useful to others also. It is not only useful to you and your team. It is useful to others also. That is, from the market point of view, the requirement is there. The moment it is sold out, you say that the same creativity becomes what? The innovation. And when you can make one such bed, I am saying better, when you can make one such bed, why not 1,000? Make 1,000. And the moment you think about it, that is the entrepreneurial thinking. That is the seed of your business idea, that you are going to have a company which will be making such kind of bed which are required for the patients or for the old people, and you are selling it maybe online, offline, or you will be selling through some franchisee stores. That is what the seed of your business idea, and that is what the business idea generation. So business idea generation will come in place only if you are having cognitive thinking, focused thinking, creative thinking, followed by innovative and entrepreneurial thinking. And then after we go for the viability testing on the point of the technology, economical, marketing, manpower, social, legal, and one very important parameter which I think of, that is the value chain. That ultimately from the entire means for the ultimate ultimate buyers to the ultimate supplier to the ultimate buyer. Ultimate supplier to the ultimate buyer, you are going to give some value to all the organizations which are associated with you, maybe from tier 2, tier 3, tier supplier side or to the buyer side. And once you say that I'm having now proper vesting means you are going to devote your time. You are not going to change your business idea very soon. When you say like this, when you say that now I'm going to represent my business idea to others, maybe to your mentors, to your incubators, maybe to your investors, maybe to your bankers, and you are going to prepare a format of a pitch deck. Pitch deck is the way you are going to present in the form of PPTs or PDF. You are going to present your business ideas in 10 to 15 slides. If you are going to make such kind of pitch deck, my job is complete. You have become an entrepreneur, right? So I need only this one particular slide only. Then after probably we can have a question answer round. Now. Whenever you are having a particular solution like this, that's which we have already discussed, you having a pitch deck which is ready, you are going to ready to take it to the market. You know about the problem, but a very important part is this: understand your capability also. When I say your capability, I'm not talking about the capability of one person as a promoter. I'm talking about the capability, the core strength, the core competency of the team you are having. So therefore, the role of team that comes into the place, right? And this is known as what the problem founder fit. And when you talk about the capability, don't think only about or don't plan only about how the problem has to be solved through making a prototyping. Not only this, that whether you can produce it or not, you can produce a solution or not, but at the same time, you will have to understand that whether the people will buy it or not. And this is what the concept of POC and POV comes. This POC and POV comes. POC, that is technically it is feasible, you can make it. And POV, value creation. The customers are having some value proposition out of it, and they will be ready to buy it. They will be buying it. So accordingly, the cost sheet should be worked out. The price you are going to finalize, that should work out. If both the things are met at one particular point, then only what we say that it is a feasible prototype. If it is not happening, go and again and reshape your prototype. Iterative time, you will have to refine it. And then after you reach to the minimum viable product, that is minimum viable product, which is going to introduce into the market. Now you are going to talk about the product market fit strategies, go-to-market strategies, right? This is how a person, an entrepreneur, from the basic thinking can be converted into the minimum viable product. But this is all from my side. I will give you 5 minutes time to have question answer round. My contact details, you can contact me through my website vkarora.com. Otherwise, also you can visit our incubation center at Indira Gandhi Delhi Technical University for Women. And now I am putting it. I am just going to stop my sharing. But it was very, awkward sometimes that one is speaking and there is no interaction from other side. But yes, now you can ask your questions if it is allowed by the host. Or some questions if you can write in the chat box.
Yes,
Yes,
all the
yes,
participants.
Hello, sir.
Yes, Peter.
Sir, this is Shakti from Department of Design. So, I have seen many times that we have a solution to many problems, but sometimes the peoples for whom we are making, they are not accepting that solution. Sometimes they don't want to change their how they are tackling the problems, and they don't want to accept that solution. So, what can we do at that point of time?
But if Shakti, if it is happening now, it is happening because they are not finding ROI into it. ROI is return on investment.
Okay.
Okay, and now when we talk about the return of investment, it is not only in the point of view of the commercialization or maybe like this, that they are going to get some profit, going to make some profit out of it, but somewhere they are not going to get ROI or ROA, that is return on assets part. So first of all, you will have to discuss with that person that what exactly he is looking for. That is why, Shakti, I am saying now that defining the problem is very important. And at every stage, I have shown you the total nine stages of design thinking. Every time you will have to think. But as we are doing in the research work also, now we are having some objectives. It should be aligned. It should be aligned that what are your objectives, and in this particular way, how you are going to show me your objectives. It should be aligned with all these steps. So ultimately, testing of the product, that will happen only if you think that it is aligned with the objectives you are having. I hope I have answered your question, Shakti.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, what I mean to say that you can have a proper discussion before you start. You're going for the design thinking with the person for whom you are going to start the process.
Hello,
Thank you,
sir.
sir.
Yes, Sumesh.
Hello, sir. Somesh from again the Department of Design. Sir, my question to you was, you quite interestingly explained what all is essential to have a better, a more well refined design thinking and critical thinking. But my question to you would be, what do you think is something that should always be avoided, things that one should never do, when it comes to design thinking and critical thinking, things to avoid failure? What do you think would those be?
मेरे देखो, that is why Somesh, your question is very much relevant. That is why, bete, I explained you about the motivation factor and the knowledge domain factor. But you see, for any success, now there are four components which are moving parallel, and those components are: number one is what, your intelligence; number two is your emotions; number three is your social; and number three is your adversity. And these, all the four factors are related with your IQ, EQ, SQ, and AQ. What the question you are asking, that is very much relevant. I do understand that many times it happens that we started something and we reach to something else. Maybe it is accepted by the society, maybe sometimes it is not accepted by the society. So for the adversity question, pretty Somesh, I can only answer like this, that knowing the problem, that is the solution. Right? Knowing the problem only, that is the solution. So that is why I tried to explain with the concept of the thinking, how the human thinking that changes. So whenever you are going to provide it, many times it happens that these people, those who are going to see only from the point of view of the return, what they will be getting from the product, they are only thinking about their own gain. How it is going to affect the society? It is not going to harm any particular person when you are going to use their product, or during their product uses of the product, or even after the uses of the product, whether it is good for the environment and society or not. So my answer would be only this, that inclusive development and sustainable development, whatever you are going to development work you are going to make through the design thinking, you should keep these 2 points also with you: inclusive development and sustainable development, that it is not going to harm the society or the environment. And second part is that it is going to serve all of the people at a same time.
Thank you.
Yes, Arjun, you have a query?
Yeah. Hello, good morning, everyone. So, sir, I have one doubt. Like you, as you told, for design thinking and critical thinking, user empathy is very important. So, like, how to approach that and get the user empathy data?
As you have also written here, in the UX study tool,
Hmm.
so go with more and more testing. First, use it by yourself. Get it, let it be used by your family members, friends. Because at the same time, you cannot disclose your business idea or something to the crowd also, na. To have your own group, then after have a proper testing and take their feedback, and automatically you will be feeling like good feedback from the empathy point of view. This is what the maximum we can do.
Thank you, sir.
Any other question?
Yes, but for the financial part, there is one question Jyoti is asking. But देखो, financial part के लिए you can go for the debt part also. You can also go for the equity part also. Incubation centers are there to help you. Your own incubation center is helping you, and otherwise also in the ecosystem there are. But when you talk about the financial part, and when this particular session I'm going to take, I always emphasize on induced investment. You know about the induced investment. Induced investment, as the term, it is very much clear to you. Induced means you are getting some profit, and from that particular profit, some percentage of that particular profit, say 50%, 40%, you are going to bring it back as an investment to your business idea or your business venture. When you talk about the design thinking, from minimum, what the maximum you can get, this is important to understand, and this can happen only if you can showcase yourself, that how from the minimum investment you can again and again get maximum. The integration of a problem, and on the respect of DX, where X is the financial issue. Okay, then maximum how can you do? Now when you integrate it on a single platform, then double, or maybe the inclusive development, that is the 3-dimensional integration. So that is, you will have to. Miss, I hope you are getting my point, right? From minimum, how the maximum you can get it back to your company, and it happens with both the ways, from the vertical thinking also, from the horizontal thinking also. Yeah, business idea, but definitely you can talk with me. I've given you my website, vkaurora.com. Whenever you want, you can put a message, send a message to me, and then after I will be giving you time on email or WhatsApp, whatever is visible. So Priya ma'am, thanks. Thanks for inviting me.
Professor Arora, this is Professor Rangnath heading the Department of Design at DTU.
Yes,
And
sir.
really, it's a wonderful presentation. And in future, we need to connect with you for our design students for some expert lectures also. Okay.
Thank you,
Thank you
Ranganath.
very much.
Thank you
Definitely,
very much.
sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, sir. So thanks a lot, sir. Thanks a lot for an extraordinary session that you have taken for us on critical thinking, innovation, entrepreneurship, and startup. As sir stated, critical thinking can be useful for problem understanding, for its analysis and identifying the inferences, demand generation, and also problem solving. But and by providing the best of the solution that is available, most of you along with myself don't were not aware about the critical thinking idea being there since ages. It is from our Vedas, and it is there in our Vedas and Upanishads as well. So I found that point really interesting, sir. Sir has emphasized the importance of empathy and inspiration whenever we are working with any innovative idea and going for critical thinking. So overall, sir, very useful insights, and this the topic and all the presentations were very articulately proposed. So I would like to thank you on behalf of all the
Thank you, Priya.
organization team and all the
Thank you
students
all.
and participants who are attending today. Thanks a lot,
Thank
sir.
you.
Thanks a
Thank
lot.
you.
Looking
Thank you. Have a
forward
good
for
day.
much various wonderful sessions in the near future. Thank you, sir. A great round of applause.
Thank you, Priya. Thank you, Dr. V.K. Arora, sir, for your wonderful session. Now, joining up the next with us is Mr. Ashish Jain, who precedes in his reputation in the startup journey with a work experience of over 30 years. He holds an MBA degree from one of the most reputed college in India, IIM Calcutta, with expertise in the corporate finance and strategy. He is an accredited certified leader by the PENA UK. He is the information technology professional with a lot of the business acumen with him. After working with large MNCs and various small startups, he holds a great perspective transforming using the technology as his core. He builds the startup board technology platform to support the founder of the SME and startup to help ace their entrepreneurial journey easier than their soloist. Now talking about his past achievement, Sir has been entrepreneur for 10 long years before selling hot cake, India's #1 product in the travel. Helped in setting up US company delivery center in India. Worked with the French MNC for the 11 years as a vice president business development center Europe and their head of the innovation in India. He is here to share his insights on the design thinking for the effective customer results as the business bug in him is still buzzing him form of the latest platform. The startup board looking forward for the session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Sanjay ji. Thank you, Priya ji, for inviting me here. And good morning, friends. After Dr. V.K. Arora's session, I think I wouldn't be able to give you as much gyan as Mr. Arora has given. He's a very dear friend. Arora ji, namaskar. So he's a great orator, very deep thinker, and has a mastery over design thinking. I'll take you a different perspective today. I'll not talk about what design thinking is because that has already been covered. I will see and try to establish the connection between the results and the purpose with which design thinking was conceptualized. So this purpose was that when we are talking of design thinking, it has a customer centricity. Customer centricity means customer at the center of all your thinking, design, product creation, and marketing. So that is going to be my discussion and conversation with you. Please make it as interactive as possibly you can, and I am fine in case you want to ask questions at the logical break. I'll take them, and of course I'll stop in between from time to time to take your questions. Let me just share my presentation screen. Is it visible?
Yeah, sir.
Okay. So topic is design thinking for customer results. What we would do, we would briefly go through how does marketing works, because this perspective is very important to come up with the results. And of course, I'll not repeat what Dr. V.K. Arora has mentioned regarding the nitty-gritty and nuts and bolts of the design thinking. I'll use and apply them. So first thing is starting with marketing fundamental. I think please ask me anything which you are not aware. I'm assuming a lot of things here, so it's not a customer centricity which I have been including into the presentation, because I understand you are all students. That's the only thing which I know. Now let's dive into the marketing. How does marketing works? So when marketing needs to launch a product, what it does, it scans through the market, it puts it into various segments, and these segments, what could these segments are, we will come to that. And based on the segments, it feels that a particular segment has a uniform behavior or standard behavior, and that's why it creates a message, and this message is appropriate for that segment, and it use branding, messaging, packaging, launch, positioning, everything relating to that segment. For example, if you have a premium segment of customers who are very well paid and have huge income, you won't use the same segment launch of a product just the same way as you would do for lower middle income group, because the customer's taste is different, customer needs are different, as well as they would also use the same different terminology for absorption. So you would use a different medium. Maybe if it is a premium segment, you would give it in the glossy magazines, while it is a lower middle segment, you would not give it in the glossy magazines, because that is not read by that segment. So a lot of things changes. So you basically do segmentation so that there is a coherency of the message. Once you have identified your segment, you do the brainstorming for your USP, why you are different from your competitor, what is different, and you highlight that USP. So if you have a product differentiation by lowering the cost, you probably would not highlight it in case you are targeting it to the premium segment. Premium segment is not bothered about the cost, but lower middle class to lower than that, everybody would be interested in the budget segment. Middle class would be interested in value for money segment. So in case price is your advantage, you would highlight it only to the segment where it matters. If quality, like Apple iPhones, if quality is something you want to highlight, are you saying that your product quality is best? Does Apple say ever that way? So even if Apple has the best mobile phone per se, the product per se, it never says that it has the best product. It says, this is the product, good in your hands. It is a status symbol. It does not say my product is best. Quality wise, it never says so. It says that this is the product which elite take into their hands. In case you want to associate yourself with the elitist class, then this is the product. So the USP is different. Product quality versus product positioning, the associativity is different. Then who's your target audience? Based on the segments, who's the target group? You can further do the sub-segmentation. Pick your competitors, because each of these sub-segments would have your competitors, and that's also it's not that you're going to encounter and get into the competitions right now. Even while you're bringing out the USP, you have already analyzed your competitor, because if USP means unique selling point, unique can only come when you have analyzed your competitor. But for the target segment, you would pick your competitors, that these are the competitors I would be pitching against my product. And that's how you would also understand what competitor is doing, what you should do, what is the result competitor launched something, and the subsequent result which you have to avoid or adopt. Next thing is position your product. Positioning is important because this associativity, pricing, branding, everything is relating to the product. When I was young, starting my career, I used to hear advertisement, which was from Jensen and Nicholson. It used to say, whenever you think of color, think of us. And that was the associativity, beautiful associativity, which continued for decades together. Similarly, when you think of Cadbury, does Cadbury brings into your mind a chocolate? But that's not the purpose of the Cadbury company. Purpose of Cadbury company is, whenever you think of joy, think of Cadbury. So they are trying to associate Cadbury as a brand of chocolates and sweet products, toffees and various other things, with the joy as the natural phenomena. Because if you have seen that very popular ad, a young girl dancing on the India win, going into the field and blissfully eating chocolate and dancing, that was the moment whereby Cadbury realized that they are the one who are going to replace the sweets, which Indians are very fond of. They are associating joy with the chocolate, and they were very, very successful in doing so. And that's how your go-to-market strategy comes into play. Here we have not talked about anything relating to your design thinking at all. Here we have talked about the marketing fundamentals. We are yet to come to that. And here basically the core of marketing, it is basically communicating the value of your product and service to your potential customers and stakeholders. So marketing is different from sale. Here you're not selling anything,
Sir.
and you are also differentiating here. Here the whole game plan is communicating the value. We will see how.
Sir, can I
Again,
ask
revisiting.
something?
You want me to stop and take your questions? Anybody? You want?
Yes, sir. Can I ask some question?
Yes, Yadu.
Sir, I want to ask that, sir, basically I want to work on a startup, but sir, I have faced a problem that, sir,
Yeah,
as I
please.
don't, sir, as I don't know how to approach the people, because sir, we know that in a business we have to solve the problem of each and every customer. सर जैसे सर अमेज़ोन ने किया है ऑनलाइन, पहले ऑफलाइन और अब ऑनलाइन लोगों को मिलने लग गया, तो सर वैसा हम एक एक आदमी के पास अप्रोच सर ऐसे कैसे कर सकते हैं, सर ये पूछना था।
यादव, अभी मेरे को आपको समझना पड़ेगा कि आपका प्रोडक्ट क्या है, बट एक चीज मैं बता दूं आपको कि आप हर एक चीज हर एक लोगों के पास नहीं पहुंच सकते हो। अमेजोन भी आप समझते हो कि अमेजन वर्ल्ड की सारी जनता के पास पहुंच गया है, then you're mistaken, because world has 5.8 billion people. In India it is 1.3 billion people, and how many people use Amazon? I think less than 2%. So आप पहली बात तो ये सोच लीजिए कि when we are talking of strategy for your venture, you are not talking of catering to everybody. You are catering to a segment, sub-segment, only some people who could be a large audience. So even 1%, 2% is a big number. In case you want to address them and cater to them, that's also a good market. But if you say whole world is my market, then you're not talking of strategy. Strategy का मतलब यही है कि you are not including everything. You are excluding what needs to be excluded is something which is part of your strategy. So strategy means मेरे को focus करना है.
सर
Focus
सर
means,
बेसिकली
yeah.
सर बेसिकली अगर हमें मतलब मार्केट में अपने प्रोडक्ट को अच्छा दिखाना होता है तो सर उस केस में हमें वो करना होता है ना जो दूसरे नहीं कर रहे, तो सर उस केस में हम उन प्रॉब्लम्स पे फोकस करेंगे ना जो लोगों की अभी तक सॉल्व नहीं हो पाई। सर मैं ये नहीं कह रहा कि मैं मतलब अमेज़ॉन की तरह कुछ ऐसा कुछ ये
आप क्या
करूँगा।
आप किस तरह का प्रोडक्ट बनाना चाह रहे हो?
सर बेसिकली मैंने कुछ आईओटी बेस्ड एक प्रोडक्ट सोचा था सर, जैसे कि आजकल गाड़ीज़ वगैरह में सर चलते चलते ऐसे एक्सीडेंट हो जाता है, तो सर बेसिकली हम उसमें एक ऐसी चिप लगा सकते हैं जो उसमें कांटेक्ट कर दे नियरेस्ट पुलिस स्टेशन और वो हॉस्पिटल में कि यहाँ पे एक्सीडेंट हुआ है, और बेसिकली पेशेंट की जान ना जाए। और सर आजकल लोग अगर पेशेंट कोई एक्सीडेंट हो जाता है तो सर लोग ऐसे सोचते हैं कि मैं इसके पुलिस को कॉल करूँगा तो पुलिस मुझसे 100 सवाल पूछेगी, तो सर उस केस में ये सब नहीं होगा और सर मे भी पेशेंट की जान बच जाए उस केस में।
आप कहाँ तक पहुँच गए हो इस पर्टिकुलर वेंचर में? हैव यू क्रिएटेड द प्रोडक्ट?
सर मैंने ये आइडिया सर बेसिकली अप्रोच किया था सर एक दो कंपनीज में, पर सर वहाँ से कुछ रिस्पांस आया नहीं सर, मतलब ये है।
यादव, मैं 3 कंपनीज को जानता हूँ जो ये प्रोडक्ट बना के बैठी हुई हैं और लॉन्च नहीं कर पाई हैं। और
सर
क्यों
ऐसा
नहीं कर
मतलब
पाई
सर
हैं? क्यों? या प्लीज।
मतलब उस केस में कर सकते हैं ना सर ऐसा कुछ हम, मतलब ये थोड़ा अलग।
देखो, आपको ना अभी मार्केट एनालाइज करनी पड़ेगी कि जो आप सोच रहे हो वो एक्चुअली में चाहिए भी या नहीं चाहिए। आपका थॉट प्रोसेस अच्छा है कि एक्सीडेंट्स अगर हो जाएं तो जान नहीं जानी चाहिए, दैट्स वेरी वेरी नोबल थॉट। लेकिन ये क्या इतनी आसानी से हम कर पाएंगे? क्या लोग इसके लिए प्रीमियम दे पाएंगे? बहुत बारी क्या होता है कि कॉन्सेप्चुअल क्लैरिटी होती है कि हाँ ये हमें करना है, लेकिन पीपल डोंट वांट टू टेक इट। हो सकता है पीपल डोंट वांट टू पे फॉर इट। अगर आप पेमेंट नहीं लेना चाहते हो और इसको सोशल ऐप बनाना चाहते हो तो आपकी सस्टेनेंस कैसे होगी? दैट ऑल्सो यू हैव टू थिंक। तो मुझे लगता है कि प्रोडक्ट बनाने से पहले ये सोच लेना चाहिए कि क्या कस्टमर उसको लेगा, यूज करेगा, पैसे देगा। तो ये बेसिक क्वेश्चंस हैं। ऑफ कोर्स मैं जैसे अपनी प्रेजेंटेशन में कुछ और चीजें ऐसे एग्जांपल्स लूंगा तो शायद आपको थोड़ी सी और क्लैरिटी मिल जाए, एंड वी विल पॉज विद योर क्वेश्चन राइट नाउ एंड टेक इट लेटर। ओके,
ओके सर।
एनी अदर क्वेश्चन? Okay, I'll continue with that.
If anyone want to ask any question, you can put in the chat. So
Okay,
Yes,
so
that would be better.
Yeah, please. Is there any question?
no, sir. We are saying
No,
if
sir.
anyone want to ask any question, then he or she can put in the chat. So at the end, we will also discuss those questions with you, sir.
All right. Okay. So I'm continuing with the segmentation component. As I mentioned right in the beginning, segmentation means there are certain things you are dividing it based on certain factors, and these are the factors. Geographical location. आप बोलो दिल्ली एनसीआर, मेरे को अमेजन बनाना है, लेकिन अमेजन मेरे को इंडिया के लिए बनाना है. इंडिया के लिए मतलब आप शुरुआत इंडिया से करेंगे. Let me give you an example. When Coke came the second time, Coke wanted to, and Pepsi was there already. Coke wanted to try the market, and Delhi, Mumbai are the biggest market. So they did not go in for the test market in Delhi, Mumbai. They went into Agra. The reason was they wanted to test the behavior of a similar market. Agra में जो लोग हैं वो दिल्ली के जैसे हैं, उनका टेस्ट nearly similar है. So they wanted to test the product on people, citizens in Agra, so that वहाँ का जो फीडबैक होगा उसके बेसिस पे अगर कुछ कंपोजिशन चेंज करनी होगी अपने फॉर्मूला में, they would do it and then only launch in Delhi and Mumbai. क्योंकि अगर मुंबई दिल्ली में लॉन्च करने के बाद कस्टमर का फीडबैक पॉजिटिव नहीं रहा तो they would probably be losing the customer forever, and that's why they launched it in Agra. So even if you are saying, and this is Coca-Cola. So Coca-Cola kind of company which has the global reach, a multinational with presence in 180 countries out of 193 countries, can think in those terms that it has to launch its product in a geography first and then only expand it slowly and gradually. Of course, any startup who don't have the resources to launch on a pan-India basis, everybody is not Reliance. So if you also have to launch, you also would launch it based on the geography. So आप एक geography में बोलो कि मैं दिल्ली में रहता हूँ, मैं दिल्ली NCR में launch करूँगा. अगर यहाँ पे सक्सेसफुल हुआ तो उसके एग्जांपल्स, उसके रिजल्ट्स, उसकी एनालिसिस के बेसिस पे आई विल लॉन्च इट इन द नेक्स्ट सिमिलर मार्केट. लेट्स से मुंबई में या बेंगलोर में, हैदराबाद में, कलकत्ता में, चेन्नई में, बिग सिटीज में. अगर ये बिग सिटी का एग्जांपल हुआ तो फिर मैं पेनिट्रेट करूंगा टियर 2, टियर 3 सिटीज में, एंड दैट्स हाउ यू एक्सपेंड. जनरली ऐसा ही होता है. तो सेगमेंटेशन आपको, अगर आप बोल रहे हो कि दिल्ली एनसीआर में लॉन्च करना है तो दिल्ली एनसीआर के लोगों का बिहेवियर क्या है वो आपको मालूम होना चाहिए. इनफैक्ट मार्केटिंग वाला कुछ नहीं करता. सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट फैक्टर मार्केटिंग वाले का ये होता है कि वो साइकोलॉजिस्ट होता है. उसको साइको एनालिसिस पता होता है. उसको ये पता होता है कि कौन से ज्योग्राफी में, वो सेंसस का डेटा बहुत सारा पड़ा होता है उसने, क्योंकि जैसे हमारे यहाँ हर 10 साल बाद सेंसस होता है और वहाँ पे सोशियो इकोनॉमिक फैक्टर्स होते हैं. उसके अलावा बिहेवियर पैटर्न होते हैं, बिलोंगिंग्स की इंफॉर्मेशन होती है, कितने लोगों के पास टीवी है, कितने लोगों के पास इंटरनेट है. ये सब मार्केटिंग के लिए बहुत बड़ा इनपुट है और ये काफी सारा फ्री है. अगर आप सेंसस की साइट पे जाओ, वहां पे आपको ये डेटा सारा का सारा मिल सकता है सिटी वाइज. ऑफ कोर्स इंडिविजुअल का डेटा कभी नहीं मिलेगा, लेकिन आपको चाहिए भी नहीं. सोशियो इकोनॉमिक फैक्टर मतलब कितनी इनकम के कितने लोग हैं किस सिटी में, क्या करते हैं, बिजनेस वाले कितने हैं, सर्विस वाले कितने हैं, गवर्नमेंट नौकरी वाले कितने हैं, अपने बिजनेस वाले कितने हैं. देन जेंडर डेटा, एज डेटा, बाय एक्टिविटी. सो चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट कितने हैं, लीगल वाले कितने हैं, ट्रेडर कितने हैं. ये कुछ डेटा आपको एक जगह से मिल जाएगा. बाकी सारा डेटा सेंसस से भी नहीं मिलेगा. कुछ और एक्टिविटीज, कुछ और वेबसाइट्स, कुछ और सब्सक्रिप्शन प्लान जो कि पेड होंगे वहां से मिलेगा. अब इनकम वाला मिल जाएगा सेंसस से. तो इसके बेसिस पे आपने अपनी स्ट्रेटेजी बनाई कि आई विल लॉन्च माय प्रोडक्ट फर्स्ट इन दिल्ली एनसीआर एंड विल टारगेट द कस्टमर्स who have an income of 10 lakhs or more, and those who are in the age group of 30 to 50. Let's say this is something which the strategy of initial launch you decided. Once you decide this is your strategy, this is definitely a strategy, because here you are leaving many things and you are focusing on small segment. Small segment also is a big segment. It is smaller than the whole segment, but still a sizable segment, and that's what you are catering to. Once you understand this segmentation thing, I think half the work done. Now I'll come to the digital thinking, design thinking, and what is the general thinking, traditional thinking, which we have been so used to. So in the traditional thinking, we generally try to find out the right answer. Right answer means, for example, अगर मैं ये बोलूं कि एक सरोजनी नगर मार्केट में या रोहिणी मार्केट में क्या कौन सा वाला पेन सबसे ज्यादा बिकेगा। अब कौन से वाला पेन सबसे ज्यादा बिकेगा उसके लिए आपको फैक्चुअल इंफॉर्मेशन मिल सकती है, बट इज दिस द राइट, वंस यू गेट दिस क्वेश्चन आंसर, इज दिस द राइट factual information which you would be satisfied with? In the traditional thing, salespeople generally do more talking because they need to communicate more, and that's the basic genesis, that in case you are able to communicate more, you are able to give more information in the hands of your customer, and you're empowering them with high intellectual decision making. You're giving data, you're organizing everything into the events on the promotion part, and talk about the facts, and based on the factual information you would be able to sail through. While in case of design thinking, what is different? So when it was the right, what was the right answer? Here we are thinking and are in search of a right question. अगर आप पेन बनाने वाली कंपनी हो तो आप ये नहीं पूछोगे कि मार्केट में क्या बिक रहा है, आप ये पूछोगे कि लोग क्यों लेते हैं ये वाला पेन, जो भी बिक रहा है ज्यादा, वो क्यों लेते हैं? क्या उसका टिप अच्छा है, वो लाइट चलता है, वो फ्लुएंट चलता है, वो सूखती नहीं है इंक? तो दिस इज द राइट क्वेश्चन which generally based on the design thinking you come up with. Instead of talking more, you listen more. When you listen more, you get a lot of insights. And in fact, अगर आप यूपीएससी के एग्जाम में जाएं, I'm not sure whether any of you probably are a candidate there, but UPSC के एग्जाम में there is a panel who takes the interview, and one such person never asks you question, but he's always in the listening mode, and he's a psychologist. He tried to find out the brain's working, why you are saying something, is there a perspective. He has already read your profile and biodata, also understand which particular subjects you choose. He understands which particular subjects you choose and why. And that's why when he listens with a perspective, and that perspective, if it is in line with the thinking of a normal person, then he gives his marks which corroborate that yes, this is in sync. बहुत बारी हम ये भी कहते हैं कि body language speaks much louder than the spoken language. वो ये वही वाली बात है. डिजाइन थिंकिंग में स्टोरीज होती हैं, डेटा के बेसिस पे स्टोरी कन्वर्ट होती है, बिकॉज दैट्स हाउ यू आर एबल टू कम्युनिकेट बेटर. इवेंट्स की बजाय एक्सपीरियंसेस होते हैं, एंड फैक्ट्स की बजाय रिजल्ट्स होते हैं. नाउ दिस इज व्हाट some points I have given to you, and I would like to stop here so that I can absorb this particular part from you. Do you have any questions? Because this is a view which is different from the most common view. Do you have any questions on this? Do you agree with design thinking way of working from the traditional way of working? No questions? Is there any question?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, I have a question. Actually, yes, we are convinced that design thinking will give us good results because we will be identifying the right questions instead of focusing on the solution. To get good solution, firstly, as you told us that we need to be looking for the correct questions first, not running towards the correct answers. And definitely, there is a hype about design thinking, and there is so much terminologies involved. We have prototyping, we have stories involved. But, sir, for a novice who is new to this field, what is the bare minimum that we can start with to start adopting the idea of design thinking? How can we start? So, as a person that is new to the design thinking.
Yeah, I'll come to
It's
that. Let me just wait for this question to be answered because that's the basis of what we are going to discuss the whole. In fact, I have a case study also, and I'll take all the 5 stages of design thinking through that case study so that it is much more understood.
Okay, thank you, sir. That would be really thought-provoking for us. Any
Yes,
other
Arjun.
questions from the audience?
Arjun has raised a hand.
Yes, Arjun.
Hi, good afternoon, sir.
Yes, Arjun.
So, like as you told, like we have to identify the customer segment, like to whom we are selling our products. So like if it's an online e-commerce platform, so can you tell, like, give me some tips, like what should be done?
See, online is just a replication of what the offline is. इम्पॉर्टेंट थिंग इज अगर आपने ऑनलाइन प्लेटफॉर्म बनाया है तो आपका सेगमेंट अपने आप से आप ऐसा नहीं कि सारे लोग आएंगे आपके सेगमेंट पे। क्या सारे लोग मिंत्रा पे जाते हैं? क्या सारे लोग फैब इंडिया पे जाते हैं? क्या सारे लोग अमेजन पे जाते हैं? हर एक की अपनी प्रेफरेंस है। कुछ कॉस्मेटिक्स के लिए अमेजन पे जाते हैं, कुछ नायका पे जाते हैं। तो ये कैसे होता है? ये ऐसे होता है कि अगर आपने प्रोडक्ट्स अपनी ई कॉमर्स साइट पे उस रेंज में रखे हुए हैं जो सेगमेंट आप इनवाइट करना चाहते हैं, तो पहला तो फिल्टर वही हो गया। दूसरा, क्या आपने स्टडी किया है कि जो आपका टारगेट सेगमेंट है उसके बेसिस पे आप उनकी लाइकिंग्स क्या हैं? क्या वो एज रेंज 20 से 35 है, 20 से 45 है? शुरुआत आप हमेशा किसी ना किसी फिल्टर से करेंगे। आपका अमेजन एक दिन में नहीं बनेगा, और जब अमेजन बनाना है तो शुरुआत आप किसी ना किसी सेगमेंट से करेंगे, उसके बाद ओमनी सेगमेंट हो जाएगा। ओमनी सेगमेंट हो जाएगा इवेंचुअली, लेकिन शुरुआत जब करनी है तो आपको एक सेगमेंट के लिए कुछ प्रोडक्ट्स चूज करने हैं, फिर दूसरे सेगमेंट के लिए कुछ चूज करने हैं। अगर आप देखें इन कंपनीज में कैसे होता है, जैसे अमेजन है, वहां पे कैटेगरी मैनेजर होता है। कैटेगरी मैनेजर क्या काम करता है कि उसको ये इनसाइट्स होती हैं, उसके पास फैक्चुअल डेटा भी जाता है कि कौन से टाइप के कस्टमर्स आ रहे हैं। जिस समय वो कस्टमर परचेज कर रहा है, उसको ये भी पता होता है कि कस्टमर कितना सामान परचेज कर रहा है अमेजोन से। उसका ये भी पता हो सकता है, अगर उसने ऐप डाउनलोड करा लिया तो they also have access to your emails, pictures, and they are also overhearing on these particular products like your email and pictures, based on which also they also try to create a persona। क्या आप किस टाइप के पर्सन हो, पर्सोना के बेसिस पे भी वो आपको मार्केट करता है, तभी वो कुकीज भी सेव करने के लिए बोलता है। इट्स ए एलोबरेट टेक्नोलॉजी। जब आप किसी ऑफलाइन शॉप पे जाते हो और ऑफलाइन शॉप पे जाने पर वो सेल्समैन जो आपको देखता है वो आपको पूरी दुकान एकदम नहीं दिखाता। उसकी दुकान पे अगर 30,000 टाइप के प्रोडक्ट्स होते हैं तो वो पहले पूछता है कि आपको कौन सा चीज चाहिए। आप बोलते हो मेरे को साड़ी चाहिए, वो साड़ी उसके पास 2000 तरह की साड़ी होंगी, वो साड़ी दिखा देगा नहीं। वो फिर आपके कपड़ों पे जाता है, वो देखता है कि आपने क्या पहना हुआ है। आपके साथ में जो लोग आए हुए हैं उनका बिहेवियर के बेसिस पे वो एक मेंटल मैप बनाता है। वो बताता है कि आपका पर्सोना क्या है। उसके बेसिस पे वो सोचता है कि आप मिडिल क्लास हो, हाई मिडिल क्लास हो, आप HNIs हो, उसके बेसिस पे वो अपने 2000 प्रोडक्ट की साड़ीज में 2000 टाइप की साड़ीज में से वो सेलेक्ट करके 2-3 साड़ीज दिखाता है, क्योंकि वो अभी वैलिडेट करना चाह रहा है। वैलिडेट करना क्यों चाह रहा है कि वो ये चाहता है कि जो प्रोडक्ट वो दिखाए वो आउट ऑफ सिंक ना चला जाए। तो 2-3 साड़ी दिखाई और 2-3 साड़ी के बाद उसने फील किया कि आप उस कस्टमर का रिएक्शन क्या था। रिएक्शन के बेसिस पे उसने आपको फर्दर सेम प्रोडक्ट्स दिखा रहा है, सेम टाइप के प्रोडक्ट्स, या फिर अपसेल कर रहा है या डाउन सेल कर रहा है, यानी कि उससे कॉस्टली प्रोडक्ट दिखाएगा या लो कॉस्ट प्रोडक्ट दिखाएगा। This is all happening because there is a human psyche and human understanding taking place. Now, you can't replace humans. आप जितनी भी artificial intelligence लगा लो, I am of the belief, I am an IT professional. I have lived 30 years into IT. Even then, I can say human mind cannot be replicated, because it is the human mind who is replicating this artificial intelligence. हम कहीं ना कहीं much more superior हैं than all these artificial intelligence tools ever made or being made. Now, जो वो salesman बेच सकता है उतना accurate अगर intelligence हमारे पास online नहीं भी है, लेकिन nearly similar 70-80% effective intelligence हम build कर लें, so you would be able to sell much more, and that's what the aim of these e-commerce sites is. तो आप अगर बेचना चाहते हैं तो शुरुआत कीजिए एक कस्टमर सेगमेंट से। अब मैं आपको एक एग्जांपल बताता हूँ। आई वाज एड्रेसिंग फ्यू पीपल हु वर एक्स सर्विसमैन। एक्स सर्विसमैन नहीं थे जिस समय उनको एड्रेस किया था, बट उनका रिटायरमेंट होने वाला था 1 महीने 2 महीने में। दे वांटेड टू स्टार्ट सम बिजनेस एंड दे वर ट्राइंग टू understand which business they want to go in. Now, based on this session, which was on offline session, in-person discussion हो रहा था, और I just tried to find out few everybody what they are trying to think of. तो एक बंदे ने बोला कि मैं एक क्लोथ शॉप शुरू करना चाहूंगा अपने होम टाउन में। मैं लगा दैट्स गुड। आप क्लोथ शॉप शुरू करना चाहोगे फॉर विमेन, मेन, चिल्ड्रन? वो बोलता है कि नहीं, मैं सबके लिए करूंगा। मैं सबके लिए करोगे तो सारे एज ग्रुप के लिए तीनों सेगमेंट्स, यानी कि मैन, विमेन एंड चिल्ड्रन, आपको बहुत सारा प्रोडक्ट का इन्वेंट्री रखना पड़ेगा और साइज की भी बहुत सारी वैरायटी रखनी पड़ेगी। तो ऐसा भी हो सकता है कि सारे के सारे टाइप के लोग आपके पास ना आए और आपकी इन्वेंट्री होल्ड पे चली जाए। तो वो बोलता है कि दैट मेक सेंस। ही वुड पुट ओनली those people, inventory for those people who are plus size. That's brilliant. That is a brilliant strategy कि आप जितने भी plus size के लोग हैं उन्हीं के लिए कपड़े रखेंगे, क्योंकि that also is a differentiating factor, USP हो गई। क्योंकि किसी को अगर plus size के कपड़े किसी नॉर्मल दुकान पे नहीं मिलेंगे, इस पे मिल जाएंगे। It's a brilliant strategy. मैं बोला कि plus size के कपड़ों के जो दुकान आप चलाएंगे उसमें फिर जो कस्टमर्स आएंगे उनको और क्या वाउ फैक्टर दे सकते हो? तो बोलता कि मैं एक डाइटिशियन भी रखूंगा। एंड आई वाज नम्ड। इट वाज सच ए मास्टर स्ट्रोक दैट ही इज केयरिंग फॉर हिज कस्टमर, एंड दैट इज द प्रिसाइज डिजाइन थिंकिंग इज फॉर। कस्टमर सेंट्रिसिटी is all about design thinking. अगर आपने ये सोच लिया कि प्लस साइज का अगर कोई आपके पास आ रहा है और आपने वहां पे एक डाइटिशियन भी बिठा दिया, तो डाइटिशियन कुछ कमा के दे या नहीं दे, लेकिन आपके पास जो लाइन लगेगी लोगों की, they would be ever grateful for you. And this is precisely the genesis of your design thinking and customer centricity.
Thank you, sir. It was really insightful.
Any other question which we can take right now, or I'll just move. Here's a question from Yadu. Can we start our business with ourselves at the starting of our business, or we require a team to start any business? Because for a middle class person, it is not easy to pay for the teammates. यादू, पहली बात तो जो टीममेट्स होते हैं ना, वो हमेशा सैलरी पे नहीं आते हैं। अगर आपके पास कुछ को फाउंडर्स हैं तो वो इसलिए आते हैं क्योंकि वो दे शेयर द पैशन, दे शेयर द मिशन विच यू इंटेंड टू डू। जो मिशन आप करना चाह रहे हो, अगर किसी और को समझाओ और वो बोलता है या वाओ व्हाट आइडिया, I also would like to contribute here and let's build it together so that we also reap the benefits together. If that is the storyline you have been able to convince somebody, you don't need money to pay. अगर ऐसा नहीं है तो you can also start yourself, all by yourself. आप कम से कम एक फंक्शन कर सकते हो which is product development. प्रोडक्ट डेवलपमेंट जब तक कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि प्रोडक्ट डेवलपमेंट एक फंक्शन हो गया, मार्केटिंग एक फंक्शन हो गया, हैंडलिंग फाइनेंस इज अनदर फंक्शन और ऑपरेशंस इज अनदर फंक्शन। तो अगर आप प्रोडक्ट डेवलपमेंट कर रहे हो तो कम से कम ये वो काम आप अपने आप से कर सकते हो विदाउट एनी को फाउंडर्स।
सर आई हैव अ क्वेश्चन, आई डोंट नो इट इज रिलेवेंट और नॉट, बट कभी कभी ऐसा होता है कि आप एक प्रोजेक्ट स्टार्ट करते हो, आप एक एंटरप्रेन्योर अपना खुद का कंपनी स्टार्ट करते हो, बट बीच में इतना बुरा ब्रेकडाउन होता है कि उस इंसान के पास कुछ पैसा नहीं रहता, कुछ भी मॉनेटरी हेल्प नहीं रहता। एट दैट पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम व्हाट अ पर्सन मस्ट डू?
सी, पैसा तो आना जाना चीज है। आपने बुजुर्गों से भी सुना होगा कि मनी कम्स एंड गोज, दैट्स नेचर ऑफ द मनी। But important thing is you should not lose two things. One, your value system, and second, your mind stability. अगर आपका बिजनेस एक नहीं चला, I have started my third venture just 2 months back. और ऐसा नहीं है कि फर्स्ट वेंचर फेल हो गया था, बट सेकंड वेंचर फेल हो गया था। तो फर्स्ट वेंचर I sold it to a Croatian company in 2004, and it was a travel product for itinerary creation, which Make My Trip even doesn't have today. इतना एडवांस था। तो फर्स्ट वेंचर सक्सेसफुल हुआ, सेकंड वेंचर फेल हो गया, और जितना पैसा मैंने उस पहले वेंचर में कमाया था सारा निकल भी गया। अब मैं थर्ड वेंचर शुरू किया 2 महीने पहले, विच इज द स्टार्टअप बोर्ड, और मुझे लगता है कि इट इज द वे ऑफ लाइफ। आप कुछ जगह पे फेल हो गए, कुछ जगह पे सक्सेसफुल हो गए। दिस इज समथिंग विच एंटरप्रेन्योर टेक्स इन हिज स्ट्राइड। अगर आप ये सोचो कि फेल तो होना ही नहीं है, तो फिर तो सक्सेस का भी मजा नहीं आएगा। सिर्फ आप 2 चीजें दिमाग में रखो कि पैसा तो आता जाता रहेगा, सिर्फ आपको मेंटल स्टेबिलिटी खोनी नहीं है और आपका वैल्यू सिस्टम करप्ट नहीं होना चाहिए।
Thank you, sir. Thanks, sir.
Okay, let me just go again back to the presentation. So these are the 5 stages which you have also been made to know by Vijay Arora. Stage 1 is empathy, stage 2 is define, stage 3 is ideate, prototype and test. And what each of these means also in the rephrasing them. In the emphasize stage, you need to understand what is the business landscape. तो आपको डीप डाइव जाना चाहिए। जब भी कोई गलती करता है ना, वो गलती यहाँ पे होती है कि आप बहुत सारी चीजें सुपरफिशियल लेवल पे काम करते हैं। अगर आप डीप डाइव करेंगे तो आपको बहुत सारी चीजें ऐसी निकल के आएंगी। I mean, let me tell you something. आज के दिन Zomato doesn't make money. I mean, it's not in profit, but its IPO was super successful. Paytm did not come into the profit, but it was subscribed multiple times. Similar is the story of many other. Now, जो पहले हम सुना करते थे बिजनेस का मतलब प्रॉफिट का मतलब शेयर होल्डर्स में डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन ऑफ प्रॉफिट, वेयर हैव दैट गॉन? आज के दिन अगर कोई प्रॉफिट ही नहीं बना रहा है तो जो शेयर खरीदेगा उसको क्या मिलेगा? सो देयर इज अ डीपर इंसाइट इनटू each of these businesses. First of all, Zomato आज पैसे नहीं बना रहा है, वो पैसे अगर आप बैलेंस शीट देखो, प्रॉफिट एंड लॉस देखो, तो एक टर्म है नेट प्रॉफिट, एक टर्म है ऑपरेटिंग प्रॉफिट. दीज पीपल आर मेकिंग ऑपरेटिंग प्रॉफिट बना रहे हैं, लेकिन दे आर मेकिंग सो मच ऑफ इन्वेस्टमेंट्स इनटू बिजनेस, चाहे वो टेक्नोलॉजी डेवलपमेंट में हो, चाहे वो चैनल एंड मार्केट क्रिएशन में हो, चाहे वो ग्राउंड फोर्स क्रिएशन में हो. इतना सारा पैसा वो इनपुट कर रहे हैं और वो मार्केटिंग भी कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि वो बिहेवियर, कस्टमर बिहेवियर को चेंज कर रहे हैं. तो ऑल दिस इज अ मार्केटिंग expenditure which they are investing for changed behavior and reaping the benefit in the future. तो ऑपरेटिंग प्रॉफिट अगर हो रहा है तो many people are comfortable in investing कि आज के दिन नहीं हो रहा है, लेकिन इनके पास करोड़ों लोग हैं, 4 करोड़ लोग इनके साथ में जुड़े हुए हैं. 4 करोड़ रुपए लोग अगर 10 रुपए भी देंगे तो 40 करोड़ रुपए का प्रॉफिट हो सकता है एक महीने में. और विच इज वेरी इजी, बिकॉज यहाँ पर तो 10 रुपए तो बहुत ही छोटी सी अमाउंट हो गई अगर उनको प्रॉफिट निकालना है एक कस्टमर से. तो ये अंडरस्टैंड करना जरूरी है कि आप किस बिजनेस में हैं, कंपटीशन क्या कर रहा है. गो डीप डाइव, रिसर्च, एंड देन ओनली यू विल फाइंड एक्चुअल नीड्स. बहुत सारे लोग सुपरफिशियल लेवल पे काम करके बोलते हैं कि देयर इज नॉट मच ऑफ ए पोटेंशियल, और दे कम अप विद superfluous potential ideas. Let me give you an example. एक salesman, एक शू कंपनी थी, सेल्समैन को बोला कि यू गो टू दैट विलेज और पता लगा के आओ कि वहां पर हमारे जूते चप्पल बिकेंगे या नहीं बिकेंगे. He went there and saw everybody barefooted. सब लोग बिना चप्पल जूते के घूम रहे हैं. वापस आके बोलता है कि देयर इज नो पोटेंशियल बिकॉज पीपल डोंट वांट इट. चप्पल जूते पहनते ही नहीं वहां पे कल्चर ही नहीं है. बट दिस मैनेजर वाज नॉट कन्विंस्ड कि इतने सारे लोग और वहां पे जूते की जरूरत ही नहीं है. He sent another salesman, and वहां पे वो सेल्समैन ने भी ये देखा लोग पहनते ही नहीं है, जूते चप्पल के बगैर ही घूम रहे हैं. He came back and said it's immense potential कि वहां पे जूते चप्पल इतने सारे बिक सकते हैं क्योंकि nobody has those जूते चप्पल. So it is the flavor of thinking based on the perspective you have, and the more deeper you go into it, the more actual factual position you will get to know about your customer needs. Second is desirability. How do you come up with the desirability of your customer? Will come with talking to them. And that's where in the fourth point I have written, सबसे बेस्ट सॉल्यूशन जो आप क्रिएट कर सकते हो कभी भी, co-create your solution. In fact, that I am a live example. When I started in 1994, my first venture, I created this travel wala software, itinerary creation. When I tried creating it, I got the first customer who wanted me to develop something. It was a paid project. When I created it, it came out to be good क्योंकि कस्टमर ने मुझे अपनी रिक्वायरमेंट बताई थी. आई वेंट टू द सेकंड कस्टमर, उसने मुझे थोड़ा सा चेंज बोला कि ये और कर दो, एंड इट became the improvement in the product. I went to the 6-7 customers and they kept on giving me some incremental point of changes, and it became a product because it was co-created by the customers based on their needs. It was such a product that it was flying without any marketing support. I had more than 200 customers who were taking my product based on the word of mouth publicity, because once a customer got it, he was satisfied. He gave the reference to another whoever wanted and talked to that customer. So I didn't have to do much of a marketing. So important thing is co-creation of the solution with your customer. That's the best strategy for creating solution. Use persona or empathic map tools. There are many brainstorming tools available. Many tools available. Like Mural is one such tool. Brainwave is another such tool. Even simple sticky note based tool. So sticky note, जैसे ही आपको idea है, sticky note चिपका दो, डिफरेंट कलर के आइडियाज के स्टिकी नोट चिपका दो, एक रूम है और उसमें 4 लोग ब्रेनस्टॉर्मिंग कर रहे हैं या 12 लोग ब्रेनस्टॉर्मिंग कर रहे हैं, लेट एवरीबडी जस्ट पुट इन द स्लिप्स with one single idea or sub idea or a clarification of an idea on a sticky note and paste, and based on that also you can do it. Online tools मैंने बताया कि brainwave and mural could be some tools. And important thing is when you are doing the testing, record your user journey. So let me just jump into a case study. This is I'm going to park it for the time being. Let me go into the case study, and this is for Uber. I have taken Uber because everybody understands what Uber is, but I want to go deeper and tell you how Uber became Uber. So we'll put in all the 5 stages of design thinking here so that you would be able to connect better whatever is the theoretical stages with how it was done. Research your user needs. So we're talking of Uber, which is into chauffeur-driven car rental. It is not only car rental. It is into chauffeur-driven car rental, where driver is given by the company. What the problems they sensed was aging cabs. आपने देखा होगा आज के दिन भी हमारी कंट्री में काली पीली टैक्सीज जो हैं उनकी इतनी शैबी सी हालत होती है. सारी उबर और ओला और मेगा कैब्स और इस सारी की सारी कैब होने के बाद भी काली पीली टैक्सी की हालत चेंज नहीं हुई है. एंड दिस आल्सो हैज बीन द प्रॉब्लम इन द यूएस वेयर उबर ओरिजिनेटेड. मोरओवर आपको अनसर्टेनिटी होती है क्योंकि स्ट्रीट से कॉल करना पड़ता है कि वो कार मिलेगी या नहीं मिलेगी, या फिर आपको नुक्कड़ वाले ड्राइवर से बात करनी पड़ेगी कि वो कार मिल जाएगी या नहीं मिल जाएगी. There was uncertainty of its being available. न्यूयॉर्क सिटी में एक बहुत बड़ी प्रॉब्लम है. अगर आपके पास टैक्सी का लाइसेंस है, इनफैक्ट ये प्रॉब्लम सिंगापुर में भी है. There are only limited number of taxis can ply in these cities, न्यूयॉर्क सिटी और सिंगापुर सिटी. न्यूयॉर्क सिटी में जो प्रीमियम है फॉर ईच मेडलन मतलब एक ड्राइवर का लाइसेंस बिल्ला मिलता है, जो जैसे कुली में अमिताभ बच्चन को दिया गया था. तो ये जो ड्राइवर का मेडलियन होता है वो सिटी गवर्नमेंट देती है, मेयर और म्यूनिसिपल कॉर्पोरेशन देती है कि इतनी ही कारें चल सकती हैं. तो उन्होंने डिसाइड किया कि 10,000 कारें चल सकती हैं. इन 2004-5 दैट प्रीमियम on the medallion was $100,000. $100,000, $1,00,000. और वो एक ड्राइवर से जनरेशन से दूसरे जनरेशन में ट्रांसफर होती थी बिकॉज दैट वाज एन एसेट. किसी को अगर वो मेडलियन मिल गया है तो कार चेंज होती थी, जनरेशन चेंज होती थी, मेडलियन रहता था उसकी फैमिली में. दैट वाज आल्सो ए प्रॉब्लम कि नए ड्राइवर्स नहीं आ सकते थे. ड्राइवर की अकाउंटेबिलिटी नहीं थी. ड्राइवर ने कहीं छोड़ा, किसी फीमेल पैसेंजर को अगर लेके गए तो किसी को जाना पड़ता था, बिकॉज आई मीन बाहर की कंट्रीज में तो इट्स स्टिल सेफर, बट इंडिया में यू नेवर नो कि किस ड्राइवर के साथ जा रहे हो. तो आपको नुक्कड़ वाले से बात करनी पड़ती थी, भैया तुम दे देना क्योंकि हम तो तुम जानते हैं, आप पकड़ लेंगे तुम्हें बाद में. आप ड्राइवर की अकाउंटेबिलिटी वाज आल्सो ए इशू. ऑफ कोर्स ड्राइवर को कोई इंसेंटिव नहीं था. ड्राइवर को कोई इंसेंटिव इसलिए नहीं था क्योंकि वो नुक्कड़ वाला जो कार ओनर या टैक्सी स्टैंड वाला ओनर था, वो ड्राइवर को सैलरी देता था, उसको लगा के काम करता था कि आपको ये लो 18 घंटे काम करना है, आप सो रहे हो तो भी काम करना है. तो these were issues with the chauffeur driven car. Now this is what Uber understood. These people did the research, they came up with an idea, and this is how they started with the definition of the customer needs. They said all these 4-5 problems they would like to go away with, and what additionally they can provide based on the customer need is, अगर ड्राइवर की अकाउंटेबिलिटी नहीं है तो जियो लोकेशन दे देते हैं, एक नोटिफिकेशन दे देते हैं जिससे कि नियर एंड डियर वालों को भी नोटिफिकेशन चला जाएगा अगर स्ट्रीट हेल भी नहीं है। पेमेंट्स ऑनलाइन, बुकिंग इंटरफेस दे देते हैं जिससे कि स्ट्रीट हेल नहीं करना पड़ेगा। प्राइस कैलकुलेटर, सबको पहले से ही पता होगा कि कितना, दैट मीन्स देयर इज अ फिक्स चार्ज, बट उसी फिक्स चार्ज में सर्च प्राइसिंग भी होगी जिससे कि ड्राइवर इंसेंटिवाइज हो जाएगा। रिव्यू एंड रेटिंग बेस्ड ऑन द ड्राइवर, आप चूज जो कर रहे हो वो ड्राइवर की रेटिंग कितनी है उससे आपको कॉन्फिडेंस मिल जाएगा। नाउ बेस्ड ऑन दिस पीपल got to understand in the first stage the need, then they came up with the customer needs की ये चीजें और होंगी तो the solution would be much more appropriate. Thereafter they did the ideation कि इन सबको लाने के लिए क्या क्या चीजें डालनी पड़ेंगी. So it was by design, the business model was created by design. Of course the technology भी they created by design. First is asset light model. Now asset light, अभी तक ये this was a challenge of the assumption that asset light means जो कार कंपनी है वो कार कंपनी के पास 10 कारें होंगी तो 10 उसने खरीद रखी होंगी जिसकी इंस्टॉलमेंट वगैरह दे रहा होगा वो। यहाँ पर मॉडल ही चेंज कर दिया। Uber doesn't want to purchase any car, क्योंकि जैसे ही आपने कार परचेज कर ली तो उसकी मेंटेनेंस आपको करनी है, उसकी ड्राइवर की सैलरी आपको देनी है, और जैसे ही आपने ड्राइवर की सैलरी और मेंटेनेंस को अपना जिम्मे ले लिया तो यू वुड नॉट बी एबल टू स्केल। तो उन्होंने ये अज्यूम किया कि हम एसेट लाइट रखेंगे, हम कारें परचेज नहीं करेंगे, लोगों को कार परचेज कराएंगे। सो फर्स्ट अजम्पशन ट्रैश्ड, नो मेंटेनेंस प्रिफरेंस। बहुत सारे ये जो टैक्सी वाला काम होता है उसमें बहुत सारा मेंटेनेंस में प्रिफरेंस होता है। ड्राइवर बोलता है कि ये आज गाड़ी यहाँ पर ब्रेकडाउन हो गया, इसमें 4,000 रुपए लग गए, जबकि 400 रुपए भी नहीं लगे होंगे, हो सकता है ब्रेकडाउन भी ना हुआ हो। तो बहुत सारे लीकेजेस होते हैं। अगर एसेट लाइट रखेंगे तो ड्राइवर ही मालिक है उसका, तब उसको मेंटेनेंस भी खुद ही करनी है, तो पिलफरेज का कोई मतलब नहीं है। सो इट इज अगेन बाय डिजाइन, बट दिस डिजाइन बाय challenging the assumption that driver cannot be the owner. Here the driver is the owner. More work, more pay. 18 घंटे काम करोगे तो आपकी मर्जी है, आप 4 घंटे काम करो, 2 घंटे काम करो, 18 घंटे काम करो, आपको ज्यादा पैसे मिलेंगे। Fast and efficient, of course that's the technology model. Members only, so you would get to know the people earlier than when they order for the cars. जैसे कि नुक्कड़ वाले में भी होता था। नुक्कड़ वाला के पास काली पीली एम्बेसडर कार होती थी या फिएट होती थी, और उसके बाद मारुति आ गई थी। उसके पास लग्जरी कार रखने का कोई इंसेंटिव नहीं था, अनलेस कस्टमर ऑल्सो इज विलिंग टू पे। कोई मर्सिडीज मांगना चाहे तो, या मतलब आप अगर मलेशिया जाओ तो वहां पर टैक्सीज में मर्सिडीज ही हैं। अगर आप यूएस जाओ तो लेक्सस और मर्सिडीज बहुत कॉमन है। तो लग्जरी कार्स अगर अवेलेबल करानी है तो प्राइसिंग भी उसी तरह से चेंज हो जानी चाहिए, विच वॉज नॉट द मॉडल अर्लियर। हियर यूजिंग टेक्नोलॉजी दिस मॉडल एग्जिस्ट। फ्यूल एफिशिएंट फ्लीट, बिकॉज ड्राइवर इज इंसेंटिवाइज कि उसको अपनी कार किस तरह से चलानी है, उसको एफिशिएंट बना के रखे, मेंटेनेंस प्रॉपर रखे। कैशलेस, प्रॉफिटेबल बाय डिजाइन। प्रॉफिटेबल बाय डिजाइन क्योंकि आपके पास पर किलोमीटर का रेट है, 12 रुपए पर किलोमीटर, 15 रुपए पर किलोमीटर। आपने ड्राइवर को देना है कुछ लेट्स से लेस 30%, तो आपके पास 30% बच रहा है। आपने कस्टमर को कनेक्ट किया ड्राइवर के साथ में, आपका तो प्रॉफिट है। यू आर ऑल्सो नॉट स्पेंडिंग एनीथिंग ऑन द इन्वेस्टमेंट कैपिटल एक्सपेंस। तो इट्स प्रॉफिटेबल बाय डिजाइन बिजनेस। क्योंकि अगर आप कन्वेंशनल बिजनेस ऑफ टैक्सी वाले का देखें तो उसको पहले कार खरीदनी पड़ती थी, उसके बाद उसको ये अज्यूम करना पड़ता था कि कितना बिजनेस आ जाएगा जिससे कि उसकी इंस्टॉलमेंट पे कर देगा। अगर 25,000 रुपए पर मंथ की इंस्टॉलमेंट है तो उसको इतना बिजनेस जनरेट करना पड़ता था। अगर उसके पास कॉर्पोरेट कस्टमर्स नहीं थे तो उसको कोई एश्योरेंस नहीं थी कि नुक्कड़ में रह के वो जितने भी रेजिडेंट्स हैं वो 25,000 रुपए महीने का बिजनेस दे देंगे। सो इट वॉज with an assumption कि business आ जाएगा, but no assurance. यहाँ पे profitable by design for Uber as well as for drivers. Prepaid, of course, transparent system, trackable and secure, cheaper, less pollution because वहाँ पे they can change the vehicle much more frequently. Now, all this was done to challenge the assumption. Ideation was done at its best. The product was created with the best of the mind, best of the brainstorming, because many times these assumptions are the basic nemesis of your business. बहुत सारी assumptions आप लिखते हैं और सोचते हैं, लिखते नहीं, सोचते हैं कि हमारे पास कस्टमर, ये वाले कस्टमर आएंगे, मिडिल क्लास कस्टमर आएंगे या प्रीमियम कस्टमर्स आएंगे, और मार्केट साइज है लेट्स से 5 करोड़ लोगों का, 5 करोड़ में से हम अभी दिल्ली एनसीआर लॉन्च कर रहे हैं तो 50,000 लोगों का, 50,000 का 10% हमारे कस्टमर होंगे। ये सारी अजम्पशंस हैं। 10% क्यों आपने सोचा, 15 क्यों नहीं सोचा, 5 क्यों नहीं सोचा? आपने ये कैसे अज्यूम कर लिया कि आपके पास 10% कस्टमर्स आ जाएंगे? आप क्या करोगे जिससे कि 2% वाले 10% में कन्वर्ट हो या 10% वाले 25 में कन्वर्ट हो? ये सारी के सारी जो assumptions हैं, अगर आप लिख लें और अच्छी brainstorming करें with good mentors, I think you would have enhanced your success ratio for your business. Then in the case of Uber, I'll take your questions, specific questions also at after the 2 slides, stage 4, stage 5. So in stage 4 prototyping, of course, they created solution, and each of these are products for them. Demand forecasting is a product. जिसके basis पे they are reducing the time to reach to the customer. आपने देखा होगा कि कई बार most of the time कार 5 मिनट के नीचे हमें आ जाती है। ऐसा कैसे हो सकता है? वो जो नुक्कड़ वाला ड्राइवर था वो भी 5 मिनट में नहीं आता है, ये कैसे आ जाता है? Because these people have a much more proactive algorithm which feels that at this particular point in time there is likelihood of more demand. कैसे कि एयरपोर्ट का टाइम है, मान लो 6 बजे से 8 बजे तक सुबह टाइम है एयरपोर्ट जाने का, तो which areas are generally prone to having customers who go to the airport? They would station their car there. It is not only based on the past history. Of course, that also plays an element. But there is also a forecasting engine. Forecasting engine कैसे काम करता है कि अगर आपने ये देखा कि today is a particular day which is before the festival, or I mean there are certain events based on which also they can demand, they can forecast the demand. So past history plus future events के basis पे forecasting कर लेते हैं, hourly forecasting हो जाती है। ये same technology even Zomato and Swiggy भी use कर रहे हैं, and they station their pickup boys near the restaurants so that उनका जो दो component होते हैं उनके time के, one is the delivery boy going to the restaurant and restaurant taking time to prepare the food, and then this delivery boy taking the food products and delivering it at the consumer place. So वो जो first component है वो उन्होंने, क्योंकि first component and third component ही इनके हाथ में है, जितना रेस्टोरेंट ने टाइम लेना वो तो लेना ही है। फर्स्ट कंपोनेंट को रिड्यूस कर दिया, फर्स्ट कंपोनेंट को रिड्यूस करने से दे वुड बी एबल टू डू मोर टर्न अराउंड ऑफ दैट डिलीवरी बॉय, कि वो एक दिन में अगर 25 डिलीवरीज करता है तो 25 की जगह 35 डिलीवरी करेगा। सो जो फिक्स कॉस्ट ऑफ डिलीवरी बॉय की डिलीवरी की कॉस्ट है वो दैट वुड बी सेग्रीगेटेड एंड डिवाइडेड ओवर 35 सच डिलीवरीज। Surge pricing is a feature. It's a solution. I mean, each of these is a separate solution on top of their basic layer of online booking based car rental. सर्च प्राइसिंग नहीं होता तो भी चलता, डिमांड फोरकास्टिंग नहीं होता तो भी ये चलता, लेकिन ये सॉल्यूशंस हैं. सॉल्यूशंस क्यों क्रिएट किए गए? सो दैट दे आर केटरिंग टू स्पेसिफिक नीड ऑफ द कस्टमर. Of course, I'll not go deeper into it because I want to also take some time for to interact with you. Dynamic driver incentive, route periphery breach. Of course, जब आप एक particular route point A से point B पे जाते हो तो it creates a periphery, and in case driver goes beyond it, there is an alert mechanism which you have pre-configured कि इसको alert कर देना. Simultaneously call center of Uber में भी ये alert चला जाता है, जिससे कि they can take proactive and appropriate measures to talk to the customer and talk to the driver. Loyalty program and quality rating. Okay, so this is a fifth stage, which is testing and trying the solution, and I've taken only 2 examples here, but there are multiple such examples of the products which they want to test. So demand forecasting कैसे करते हैं? Cars hover in statistically optimized position. Actually, आपने किसी ने SPSS करके नाम सुना होगा, एक सॉफ्टवेयर होता था पहले जो कि डेटा एनालिसिस के लिए काम किया जाता था. दिस सॉफ्टवेयर डिमांड फॉर एंड SPSS 1 करोड़ रुपए का सॉफ्टवेयर होता था पहले. एकेडमिक इंस्टीट्यूशंस को शायद सस्ते में मिलता होगा, लेकिन वैसे अगर किसी कंपनी को, जैसे मैंने कॉग्निजेंट में देखा था, वहां पर वो अपनी फ्लीट मैनेजमेंट के लिए डिमांड फोरकास्टिंग का सॉफ्टवेयर यूज करते थे यूजिंग SPSS. इट यूज्ड टू कॉस्ट मोर देन 1 crore rupees. I mean 15 years back. Now यहाँ पर ये these people have such beautiful technology that based on the day, time, location, special events के basis पे they are able to do the demand forecasting. अगर मैं बोलूँ कि मैं हॉस्कास में रहता हूँ और हॉस्कास विलेज में कौन से दिन स्पर्ट होगा, वहां पे ड्राइवर्स कहाँ पे आएंगे, ये डिमांड फोरकास्टिंग फ्राइडे नाइट को शुरू हो जाएगी 9 o'clock से, उसके बाद सैटरडे को पूरा दिन चलेगी, संडे को नहीं रहेगी. ये ऑटोमेटिकली दीज पीपल हैव ट्यून्ड देयर इंजन की ये फ्राइडे नाइट से लेकर सैटरडे इवनिंग तक मेरे को यहाँ पर ज्यादा कार्स अरेंज करनी है. That means they have also understood the events, they also have understood the time of the event, magnitude of the event, kitni cars chahiye, kitni bookings milengi. This has already been tried and tested, and based on which they are continuously improving. Here artificial intelligence can come, which can deliver up to 60, 70, 80% of the accuracy, and this is the basis of how you also can do it for your business. You also can do so. These design thinking parameters, 5-stage parameters, are not just in silo. You can apply each of these parameters into your own specific business, and that's how these would be meaningful to you. I think I'm left with 15-20 minutes, and let me just spend that time with you in taking specific questions from you on your business. Yeah, please.
Sure, sir. If anyone want to ask any question, you can ask now.
Showing the last slide. Okay.
Yes, students, we are open for the Q&A. If someone wants to ask any question, you can ask. Please raise your hand.
And I think Yadu, you, yeah, Naman wants to ask something, but Yadu, we can also come back to your question now, because there are certain things which you wanted to ask has already been answered in the presentation, but we can come back to your question after Naman. Yes, Naman, go ahead.
सर जो जैसे इमर्जिंग इंडस्ट्रीज है जैसे कि वीआर एआर, तो इनसे रिलेटेड हम कैसे असम्पशंस ले सकते हैं कि क्या इनका, क्योंकि इनके लिए हम अभी प्रिडिक्ट नहीं कर सकते ना इनका फ्यूचर कैसे क्या हो सकता है अभी।
देखो, ये क्वेश्चन बहुत बारी पूछा जाता है कि हम इनोवेटिव इंडस्ट्री में हैं और इनोवेटिव इंडस्ट्री के कोई पैरेलल्स नहीं है। ऐसा होता नहीं है। आप अगर एआर वीआर कर रहे हो, एआर वीआर में किस चीज, व्हाट इज ऑल्टरनेटिव प्रोडक्ट, दैट इज योर कंपटीशन। आज के दिन एआर वीआर नहीं हो रहा। मान लो, लेट्स अज्यूम कि आप एक रियल एस्टेट कंपनी के लिए एआर वीआर कर रहे हो। आप उसके घर का इंटीरियर्स को एआर वीआर के थ्रू दिखाना चाह रहे हो, राइट? लेट्स टेक फॉर एग्जांपल, आई एम नॉट श्योर विच पर्टिकुलर एआर वीआर यू आर यूजिंग टू, बट अगर उस कंपनी, रियल एस्टेट कंपनी के इंटीरियर्स को दिखाने के लिए आप वर्चुअल रियलिटी यूज कर रहे हो और ऑनलाइन ही वो दिखा पा रहे हो, तो दैट इज द टेक्नोलॉजी विच हैज प्रॉब्ली नो पैरेलल्स बिकॉज देयर नॉट टू मेनी कंपनीज। बट आज के दिन भी रियल एस्टेट कंपनी अपने कस्टमर्स को फ्लैट तो दिखाती है, ऑनलाइन नहीं दिखाती। ऑनलाइन अगर दिखाती है तो वीडियो के थ्रू दिखा देती है। तो दैट इज योर कंपैरिजन।
यस सर, थैंक यू सर।
ये मैं ही सवाल करूँ नहीं?
यादू, यू वांट टू आस्क?
जैन साहब, मैं प्रोफेसर रंगनाथ, डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ डिजाइन का हेड हूँ यहाँ पे।
जी सर,
बहुत
नमस्कार।
मतलब बहुत ही इंटरेस्टिंग एंड बहुत बढ़िया तरीके से आपने एक्सप्लेन किया, बड़ा अच्छा लग रहा था। मैं तो पूरा सेशन को जो है सारे काम छोड़ के बैठा हूँ सुनने के लिए, बड़ा अच्छा लग रहा है मुझे। और मैं चाहूंगा कभी जो है हमारे डिपार्टमेंट में आप विजिट करें और हमारे बच्चों के साथ भी डिस्कशन करें।
जी सर,
हाँ जी, आपका डिटेल्स मैं प्रिया से या संजय से ले लूंगा, या मैडम रुचिका, जिनके पास भी होगा।
जी सर,
आई विल कनेक्ट टू यू।
इट विल बी माय प्लेजर।
थैंक यू वेरी मच। नमस्कार।
Anybody want to ask any other thing? Any question? Yeah, Vansh.
Sir, how do you manage starting up and college at the same time?
Okay. See, कॉलेज जनरली आप जो भी पढ़ाई कर रहे हैं, अगर आपको लगता है कि कॉलेज भी आप टाइम जितना कॉलेज को देना चाहिए उतना ही टाइम थोड़ा पड़ रहा है, तो आप स्टार्टअप नहीं कर सकते। अगर आपको लगता है कि जो आपको कॉलेज के लिए करना है वो आप ऑलरेडी 60% टाइम में कर लेंगे, यानी कि पढ़ाई करना है, पेपर क्लियर करने हैं, और आप ये सोचिए कि आपको 95 परसेंटाइल स्टूडेंट नहीं बनना है, आपको 70, 80, 90% भी काम कर जाएगा, तो आपके पास कुछ टाइम बचेगा। क्योंकि मैं आपको एक चीज बताता हूं, दिस हैज हेल्प्ड मी इन माय प्रोफेशनल लाइफ ऑल्सो। Many of you would be doing your business and many of you also would be doing the service, your job. When you go into the job, अगर आपके पास entrepreneurial mindset है, you succeed in your job also much faster. क्योंकि organizations में वो जो entrepreneurial mindset वाले लोग हैं वो कम होते हैं, क्योंकि वो they want to do their only small thing which they have been given to do. And people will continue to do that because they've gone into the service job because they want to take salary and just live life which is happy life. There's nothing wrong about happy life on a job, but important thing is, can you accelerate your job profile or your job growth faster? That's possible through entrepreneurial mindset. अगर आपके पास प्रॉब्लम सॉल्यूशन माइंडसेट है, यानी कि आपने प्रॉब्लम देखी और उसके सॉल्यूशंस को लाने की, प्रॉब्लम को जड़ से पता करने की और उसके बाद उसके सॉल्यूशंस को निकालने की काबिलियत जनरेट हो गई, तब आप you will never fail in life. Failure would be momentarily but never permanent. और आपको soon you would be spotted in a big organization also जहां पे कल्चर मेरिटोरियस बेसिस पे चलता है. सो अगर आप कुछ समय निकाल पाए, आप 95% प्लस मार्क्स की कोशिश ना करें, आप 80% मार्क्स की कोशिश करें, जो कि जनरली जॉब के लिए भी चाहिए होती है 60 प्लस. तो 80% काम, I mean, I hope there is no professor in this audience. I mean, संजय जी तो हैं, but Priya ji bhi hain, but don't mind, even if people are scoring 80% marks, it's not a bad thing. In case you are building that mindset of creating solutions for yourself, around yourself, and for others. ये आपको प्रायोरिटाइज करना पड़ेगा. ऐसा कोई मेरे पास फॉर्मूला नहीं है कि आप कैसे कर पाओगे. सिर्फ प्रायोरिटाइज आपको ही करना पड़ेगा. अगर आप अपनी एकेडमिक पढ़ाई के लिए भी ये मत देखिए कि मेरे को कितना रटना है. अगर आपको ये समझ में आ गया कि जो भी ये लिखा है ये क्यों लिखा है, ये प्रिंसिपल लिखा है किसी ने, तो ये प्रिंसिपल क्यों होता है, उसके पीछे अगर आप समझ गए तो यू वुड नॉट रिक्वायर टू मग अप. एक बार आपने पढ़ लिया, एक साल पहले भी पढ़ लिया, वो भी आपको याद रहेगा.
Ashish sir, this is Dr. Ritu Agarwal from IT department DTU only. So I just wanted to ask, there are many students and they are doing startups over in DTU. But the thing is, when they look up at the data of the startups which are successful, that percentage is quite less. So, how to just not believe that, and how to keep working towards our goal, and also like how can we balance if we are not able to should we look into that if we are not able to be successful in this, then what will happen to us? So should we look at that aspect, or should we not and simply keep on working towards just our goal?
Yeah, so see, when we're talking of anything in life, we just think of the risks involved. अगर आप पढ़ाई छोड़ते हैं और बिजनेस करते हैं या स्टार्टअप चलाते हैं, तो what is the risk involved? In case you have spotted that it has the risk of even you failing in the exam, then don't take it. Don't take that bigger risk. अगर आपको if you want to take that bigger risk, then probably you also need to be mentally attuned that probably एक साल ड्रॉप करना पड़ेगा. लेकिन उतना बड़ा रिस्क सब लोग नहीं लें. इतना बड़ा रिस्क लें कि you start with a small thing. Don't put all your money, don't put all your time,
okay,
and don't put the whole mental energy into doing something. आप छोटे छोटे tiny steps के basis पे validate कीजिए पहले whether you are being accepted, your thought process is being accepted. So suppose आपको, जैसे मैं बहुत सारे student entrepreneur से मिला, एक student entrepreneur, I also have run an incubator for 3.5 years. So that way I have been in touch with many students. एक student entrepreneur आया, उसने बोला कि जो रजिस्टर होते हैं जिसके ऊपर आप लिखते हैं क्लासरूम में बैठ के, ऑफ कोर्स इट वाज प्री कोविड एरा, उसने वो वाले रजिस्टर को जो रजिस्टर मैन्युफैक्चरर है उससे बात किया कि फर्स्ट पेज जो है और लास्ट पेज जो है उसका कवर चेंज करके वो एडवर्टीजमेंट लेके आएगा. जो एडवर्टीजमेंट वो डालना चाहेगा वो डाल देगा, और वो रजिस्टर जो है, जो बेचने वाली शॉप है उसको 10 रुपए कम में देगा. जो भी डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर कॉस्ट उसको मिलती है, सपोज 80 रुपए का रजिस्टर मिलता है, वो 70 रुपए में देगा. सिर्फ उसको ये वाला रजिस्टर बेचना होगा. साथ में वो दो एडवर्टीजर जो हैं, जिसका कवर फर्स्ट पेज पे फर्स्ट फ्रंट एंड बैक एंड लास्ट फ्रंट एंड बैक वो उसने अरेंज कर लिया। वहां से उसको जितना पैसा मिलता था उसके बेसिस पे उसने रजिस्टर प्रिंट करे और बिजनेस बनाया। नाउ दिस इज अ बिजनेस which is not going to scale up like a startup and becoming a unicorn, but it was a good business from the perspective कि वो उसमें business mindedness show कर रहा है. He's
Right.
trying to make money out of it first, trying to test water. उसके बेसिस पे उसने 1000 रजिस्टर भेज दिए। 1000 रजिस्टर में अगर उसने एडवर्टीजमेंट्स लिए 40-50 हजार रुपए बना दिए एक साल में, it's not a big achievement, but I would say it is creating that mindset.
Right.
तो मेरे को लगता है रिस्क कितना ले सकते हैं आप, अगर आपके पास बैकिंग है, फैमिली बैकिंग है, फ्रेंड्स बैकिंग है, तो आप बड़ा रिस्क भी ले सकते हैं। जैसे कि I'll give you another example. There is a company which is providing diabetic care. Diabetic care, I mean, diabetic is very common, and they assumed that in case they provide a website-based solution for or app-based solution for diabetic patients, where they would give some clues every day, they would be better off. In fact, PwC का एक partner means very very senior person also supported them and 2 करोड़ रुपए उसने लगा दिए। यहाँ पर 2 करोड़ रुपए उससे ले लिए, कुछ और इन्वेस्टर्स मिल गए, 2.5-3 करोड़ रुपए उन्होंने सिंक कर दिया। और उसके बाद दे हैड टू वुंड अप दिस पर्टिकुलर बिजनेस। क्यों? क्योंकि वो बेसिक अजम्पशन जो थी कि डायबिटिक पेशेंट को बार बार एडवाइस चाहिए। डायबिटिक इज सो कॉमन, पीपल वंस दे आर फेमिलियर व्हाट टू डू, दे वुड नॉट नीड एनी कांस्टेंट एडवाइस from time to time. They would not purchase e-commerce products from their website from time to time because they know the sources locally available. It's such a widespread disease. So those assumptions are important to be validated. और risk कितना लें? जितना आपके पास समर्थ हो। अपने कभी भी बिजनेस अगर शुरू करना है, कभी भी लोन लेके बिजनेस मत करना। एटलीस्ट अप टू द स्टेज जब तक आपके पास रेवेन्यू जनरेटिंग बिजनेस नहीं आता है, लोन मत लेना। लोन लेने के बाद आपकी मेंटल टेंशन इंक्रीज हो जाती है। मतलब 10-20 हजार 50 हजार रुपए लोन लेना, वो लोन लेना नहीं होता। लोन लेना मतलब आपने बहुत बड़ा लोन ले लिया 20-25 लाख रुपए का किसी से और उसको चुका नहीं पाए क्योंकि वो सारा पैसा डूब गया। वो लोन लेना नहीं लेना इज इंपॉर्टेंट till the time you have gone beyond the ideation stage. अगर आप revenue generating stage में हैं, तब आपके पास कुछ there is a semblance of forecasting available कि इतना revenue अभी आ रहा है, आप ये पैरामीटर्स इंक्रीज कर देंगे या यहाँ पे मार्केटिंग कर देंगे तो आपके पास इतना पैसे और आ जाएंगे। That time you can have the parameters which are which are variable parameters which can give you ample forecasting tools कि इतना इनपुट डालने से इतना पैसा आ जाएगा, but before that don't take loan and उसके mental tension भी increase हो जाती है। So risk and rewards.
Thank you, sir.
You also mentioned about a backup plan. I think अगर आप serious हैं, जैसे किसी को पढ़ाई और बिजनेस में बैलेंस नहीं करना और somebody is all fully into the business, then there should not be a backup plan. जैसे आपके माइंड में बैकअप प्लान आता है ना, तो बैकअप प्लान आते ही आप ये सोचोगे कि इसमें मैं फेल हो गया तो कोई बात नहीं। अगर कोई बात नहीं, गिविंग यू 100%, तो आप जब फुल टाइम एक पर्टिकुलर काम कर रहे हो तो आपके पास बैकअप प्लान नहीं होना चाहिए। यू शुड गिव 100% टू मेक द फर्स्ट प्लान इटसेल्फ इज द 100% वर्केबल प्लान।
Thank you Ashish ji for clarifying. Thank you.
Yes, Arnav.
Yes, good afternoon, sir. I had put my question in the chat box. I think it got missed. So I'd rephrase my question in a way that when you have an idea for a business or a startup, how do you identify that it is unique? And once you've identified that it is unique, then how do you safeguard that idea as your intellectual property?
Okay, I'll take the second question first. In case your idea is beautiful and it needed to be safeguarded, I think you safeguard it first. In case it is not patentable, you think that it is not patentable, it is not copyrightable, it is not trademarkable, then it is not worth shying away in sharing. So if your idea on which you are working is not intellectual property worth, then share freely, because many people don't share it for the fear कि कोई चुरा लेगा. अगर आइडिया चुराने लायक है ही नहीं तो चुराने के बाद भी वो कुछ नहीं कर पाएगा. It is the execution which will make it different. And जो फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन है उसमें हाउ डू यू फाइंड आउट द निश, सिर्फ एक ही तरीका है, सिर्फ एक. यू हैव टू गो डीपर इनटू इट. आपके बिजनेस के बारे में आपको बहुत ज्यादा जानना पड़ेगा. जितना जानेंगे उतना आपको निश मिल जाएगा. जैसे कि मैं आपको बताता हूँ एक एग्जांपल. आई हैड ए फ्रेंड who was in US. He used to work with Microsoft. He was living in Sacramento area. At Microsoft के ऑफिस में काम करता था. वहाँ पे एक BizTalk प्रोडक्ट था. BizTalk में काम करके उसको ये पता था कि इसमें क्या क्या चीजें अभी रोड मैप में हैं, लेकिन उसको ये भी पता था कि इसमें क्या चीजें नहीं हैं. तो he left Microsoft, created those plugins which Microsoft didn't even have in the pipeline, created it, made it visible to Microsoft, and sold his company to Microsoft in 3 years time. Made a huge amount of money. Now, if you want to find out USP के लिए आपको सिर्फ डीप डाइव करना है. आपको डीप डाइव कैसे करना है? आपको उस इंडस्ट्री के बारे में जानना होगा. उससे रिलेटेड जितना भी ट्रेड सेक्टर स्पेसिफिक रिपोर्ट्स हैं वो पढ़नी होंगी. आपको उस एसोसिएशन के इवेंट्स में पार्टिसिपेट करना होगा. लोगों को सुनना होगा. 2-4 मेंटर बनाने होंगे जो उस पर्टिकुलर इंडस्ट्री के माहिर लोग हैं, जो आपको पता चल जाएगा कौन कौन माहिर हैं जब आप उनके जो इवेंट्स हैं उनको अटेंड करोगे. और उन मेंटर से डिस्कशन करने के बाद मेंटर से अपना बिजनेस डिस्कशन भी कर सकते हो, बट उसके अलावा भी जेनरिक डिस्कशन भी कर सकते हो. और जितना डीप डाइव कर लोगे तो आपको ये पता चल जाएगा कि आपकी यूएसपी क्या है, क्योंकि मार्केट के गैप्स पता चल जाएंगे.
Sir, I am Professor Ruchika Malhotra. I am head of Department of Software Engineering. So I would like to thank you on the behalf of department for delivering such an enlightening talk, and all the it was such a wonderful and informative session, and all the answers you to the questions you have gave very well. So thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Sanjay ji. Thank you, Priya ji. And bye, everybody. And in case you want to get in touch with me, I've shared my last slide. You can reach out to me on my email, or you can also connect me on LinkedIn. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Very wonderful session.
I would also like to thank HOD Design. Sir, thank you so much for your support and motivation.
Thank you, sir.
You were there listening to all the talks, and thank you, sir, since morning. Thank you for sparing so much of time. Thank you, sir.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, Pratham.
Sir, I had a doubt. क्या ज्यादा बेनिफिशियल क्या है आपके स्टार्टअप के लिए? अगर कोई स्किल रिक्वायर्ड है उसे खुद में डेवलप करना, या फिर लोगों को एम्प्लॉय करना जो कि उसमें ऑलरेडी स्किल्ड है? क्योंकि अगर आप लोगों को एम्प्लॉय कर रहे हो तो आप एक पॉसिबिलिटी दे रहे हो कि वो ब्रांच आउट करके, फॉर एग्जांपल जैसे आपने अभी बताया कि माइक्रोसॉफ्ट में जो मिसिंग पार्ट था वो उन्होंने अपने आप डेवलप कर लिया, तो आप क्या बेटर है उसमें, खुद डेवलप करना स्किल या फिर लोगों को हायर करना?
देखो, मैं एक चीज में बिलीव करता हूँ. अगर आपके पास कोई आइडिया है उसको को क्रिएट करो कस्टमर के साथ में, पोटेंशियल कस्टमर्स के साथ में, और उसको बहुत दिनों तक अमिताभ बच्चन ऑफ प्रोडक्ट मत बनाओ कि मेरे को प्रोडक्ट बनाते ही रहना है, इतना अच्छा बनाना है, जब बेस्ट बन जाएगा तभी लॉन्च करना है. क्योंकि बहुत सारे लोग ये वाली मिस्टेक करते हैं, और जब वो अमिताभ बच्चन बन के रेडी होता है तो पता चलता है कि कस्टमर को तो चाहिए ही नहीं था जो आपने बना दिया. तो अगर आपके पास ये आपको बनाना है या बनवाना है का डिसीजन लेना है, तो प्रॉब्ली जब पूरा प्रोडक्ट नहीं बना हो तो आप बनवा लो. लेकिन कुछ ट्रेड सीक्रेट्स अपने पास रखना, और एक बार एक स्टेज पे आ जाए उसका आईपी और उसका कॉपीराइट, उसका सोर्स कोड अपने पास रख लो। उसके बाद अगर आपको लगता है कि हाँ ये जो बनवाने के बाद जो बना, इसमें अब मैं वो डीपर इनसाइट्स डाल पाऊंगा जो कि मैं ट्रेड सीक्रेट्स थे, वो फिर आप अपने आप से बना देना जब वैलिडेट हो गया मार्केट में।
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
थैंक यू एवरीबॉडी।
Thanks a lot, sir, for this interesting and very interactive session from your end. We are very pleased to listen to the talk delivered by you. Thanks a lot from the entire organizing committee and our department. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think everyone has asked their question in the mind. So, sir has rightly talked about the strategy, market analysis, how to convert our thoughts into the product, what are the different ways to develop the product, and what are the issues in developing and delivering the product. Sir has nicely discussed about the segmentation on the different factor to place the product that address the customer desire, and how to manage the startup without losing the mental stability. Sir has also discussed the various story, nicely talk about the marketing strategy, deep dive research, and discussed market trend using the famous case study like Uber. Sir has nicely explained about the demand forecasting. Sir, you rightly said about the thought process, steps in the building startup. Sir explained about how much risk you can take in your startup with case study and real life example. So sir has discussed about the backup plan, market gap, and so many answer from the audience and discussion. So your speech was so thought provoking. It really made us for think. Thank you so much, sir, for such a wonderful speech. Your speech is truly inspiring. We express our gratitude for such inspiring speech. Thank you so much, sir, for your precious time.
Thank you, Sanjay and Priya. Please announce when will be the next session and the details of it so that the students can log in onto the on
Yes,
time.
with this, we will be having a short break to absorb the platform and knowledge share with us. So we will back and continue with the today's last speaker, Mr. Rahul Pandey sir, and their session will start at 2 p.m.
संजय पाटीदार जी।
जी सर, नमस्कार सर।
नमस्ते सर, नमस्ते सर, थैंक यू सर फॉर ज्वाइनिंग। सुबह से आप सर बने हुए हैं, थैंक यू सर।
Thank you, sir.
His lecture was very good, and इनको तो we can ask in our, we can invite in our incubation center to guide our students, those who are doing their startup.
Sir, we are also doing that, sir. So last week we have already delivered their session.
And his way of presentation, he will present something, then question answer, then another. So that was excellent.
Sure,
Interactive,
sir,
sir,
we'll
very
invite
interactive.
we invite him more often. And thank you, sir, for being there with us
You're
since
welcome,
morning.
madam.
Thank you, sir, for sparing your valuable time and being there with us.
Thank you, sir.
I request all the participants to join after the break. So as we say, picture अभी बाकी है, अभी बहुत कुछ बचा है. So last session will be more, interactive, and we have a speaker from industry who will be briefing you on various design aspects. So yes, you will be able to see the recording. We'll post the recordings on YouTube.
Yes, we are already recorded. We started recorded. Yes.
Thank you all.
Okay, so we'll be back at 2. I request all to join us again at 2 p.m. for the third session. Thank you. startups to write business plans, develop go-to-market strategy, and connect them to potential investors while mentoring and consulting the funding related information to the people. Now, Rahul sir has also been invited by prestigious institutions like IIM, DU, and others to speak on entrepreneurship and innovation, social entrepreneurship, sales, and leadership. In his early avatars, Rahul has been an entrepreneur, a salesperson, and a consultant. With some leading brands, his inclination towards problem solving motivated him to leap into entrepreneurship, thus creating a brand, a Bebo Fresh, serving healthy and fresh made beverages through the retail outlet. In 2016, he exited the venture by selling his stakes. Rahul has been mentoring startups from agri-tech, mental health, education, food, beverages, and technology. He is currently building Pulpy Dive, India's first cold press cloud juice bar, and is on our mission to democratize cold press juice consumption. Until July 2021, he worked as Chief Operations Officer at a startup incubation center in Delhi. As a part of that, he keeps engaging with students, innovators, and aspiring entrepreneurs, and helps them identify and solve the real indigenous problems of India. Before this, Sir was the CEO of ACIIE, which stands for AUD Center for Incubation, Innovation and Entrepreneurship. Having spent a lot of years in this field, he would guide us on design thinking as a tool for innovation. I would like to invite Sir for the expert session. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Priya, for this wonderful introduction, and good afternoon, everybody. As Priya mentioned, I'm Rahul, and I'll be helping you understand the nuances of design thinking and its application, more from the application point of view. We had previous speakers. I was part of the sessions, so wherein speakers talked about creative thinking and then introduction about design thinking as well. This session, I would like to take this forward, as in make you understand the application of design thinking and how you guys or anybody can apply design thinking to solve particular challenges. And that's where the name of the session which I have given is like innovation through design thinking. Usually I conduct these sessions in person in the form of a workshop. So, which is more of a 2-3 days kind of a workshop, full day, wherein a lot of engagement happen, a lot of team activities are done. However, considering current COVID situation and obviously with the limitation of the time, I would take you through the steps which I think Arora sir has also talked to you about design thinking. I will again kind of repeat those steps and try to make you understand through particular application. And you also guys, keep pondering around. If you have some form of ideas or some form of problem which you guys want to solve, you can start applying these steps of design thinking into coming up with innovative ideas. So my journey, as Priya had mentioned, has been more of like a doer, wherein I have been worked on both the sides, wherein I have been part of corporate world, worked for MNCs, worked for Indian conglomerates as well, Reliance, Tata's, worked with the MNCs like EMC Square, Dell and all. And on the other chapter of my life is about entrepreneurship, because I'm very much passionate about entrepreneurship, innovation, and I would like to see and connect with students like you and a lot of others, young minds who are deeply passionate about solving real problems. So that's where I never say no for such kind of a session. So it's my pleasure to be taking this session and taking you through the different stages of design thinking and helping you understand it, where you can really apply it. So I'll share my screen, but I would expect, Priya, if it is okay, that I would like to have an interactive session rather than a monologue kind of a thing. So if okay, then maybe you can let speakers or let the participants unmute their mic, because I do it more of a workshop kind of a thing, as I mentioned, rather than a monologue. It's good to have a dialogue, right? Is it okay, Priya?
We'll encourage that, sir. We like to have that. Definitely,
Great.
sir. I'm just removing the restrictions. Thank
Great.
you.
So I'm expecting all of you to participate in this, and as and when you need some kind of a clarification, just stop me. I'll be happy to clarify those doubts and take the discussion forward. So let me just share this screen, and even before that, just hold on. Can you give me the right? I'm not allowed to share the screen, Priya.
1 second, sir. 1 second.
So how many of you guys want to be entrepreneurs? Tell me that first. At least I would expect a couple of responses. If I expect some 3 to 4, then very good. So Harshit, Priyanshu, very good. You guys have already raised your hands. Interesting. So I think most of the people, not most, at least 10 to 15% of the Janta present over here would like to be entrepreneur, and that's a good start for me. At least, it's very encouraging for me. That at least I'm talking to relevant people. So let me just start. What do you understand by entrepreneurship? We had a lot of talk, a lot of discussions going on, whether it's the government which is talking about entrepreneurship innovation. What is that you understand about entrepreneurship? At least one or couple of thoughts, just one-liners.
So entrepreneurship is about solving the problem and making revenue from it.
Making revenue from it. Who is that? Priyanshu, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Thank you, Priyanshu. That's a very good point. You have already, you have already talked about. Any other thoughts?
Sir, I think making the inefficient things very efficient through technological modes.
Making the
inefficient things more efficient.
Okay, so that's about.
So what I believe that an entrepreneur is basically an individual who try to create a new business bearing most of the risk and enjoying the most of the rewards.
So do you think, are you talking about a bookish definition as a Google definition?
No, sir, actually, sir, I personally believe, because I am a little bit into the customization of automobile and I'm trying to figure out how to put him into the profitable market, because there is not a lot of options when it comes to the customization of cars or transportation mode. So for that particular purpose, I joined the product design course, and I'm trying to figure it out to make it profitable.
Makes sense. So now if we talk about entrepreneurship, I think the synonymous word which comes along with entrepreneurship is about innovation. Am I right?
Yes, sir. Risk and innovation.
Risk and innovation. Yes. So what do you understand by innovation? Let's talk about innovation first. Anybody else?
Innovation is about.
Wait, Priyanshu Mohammed. Anybody else would like to comment? Otherwise, I'll start taking names.
Sir, in my opinion, entrepreneurship is not only about innovation. It can be about leadership. How a single person makes his own company and single-handedly take the leadership qualities and helps in the team management. I think that it is in my opinion.
Yeah, but I'm talking about innovation right now, Shakti.
Okay, so actually my journey is completely different than innovation. So I was like.
No worries. Okay, Rahul Dubal. Priyanshu.
The innovation is about creating the solution for the problem. Like what is your attitude towards that problem? The different perspective towards the problem. How many कितने तरीके से आप उस problem को solve कर सकते हैं, कितने innovative idea से, कितने profitable idea से उसको solve कर दे सकते हैं, वो है innovation.
Okay. So let's do this. If I may ask you, where does this entrepreneurial journey starts for anybody?
Sir, basically an idea to bring something to the world, or basically to change the world into a better place.
Okay, let's stop it. Priyanshu, you also said idea, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so entrepreneurial journey starts with idea. Am I right?
Yes,
right, sir.
Okay, so that's the wrong thing. You guys, when you started on talking about entrepreneurship, there you talked about problem solving. But right now, when I asked, where does this entrepreneurship start? It starts with idea. No, it starts with the problem first. When individual critical thinking, वो सारा हम discussion कर चुके हैं, right? In the morning session. So that's always there. Entrepreneurial mindset is within. अपने आप को मोटिवेट रखना पड़ता है. So all those things are part of it. But where does it start? It starts with the problem solving first. And that's where most of the entrepreneurs, even me, even you, and a lot of others fail to understand, and they start first with ideas. No, that's not the place you should start. You should start with the problem. You should start with the problem, identifying the problem, and then trying to come up with innovative ideas to solve that problem. Okay? So always look into the problem first. So now let me share my screen and take you through few slides which I have tried to put up. So as I mentioned, you can see my screen, right?
Yes, sir.
Great. So as I mentioned, problem versus idea. You, as an entrepreneur, you start with the problem first rather than talking about the ideas. But in general, what people do, sir, mera ye idea hai. A lot of people, lot of students come to me, a lot of entrepreneurial head mindset people come to me and say, sir, mere paas ye idea hai. It's good that you have an idea, fine. But how much understanding have you developed about problem? How much understanding do you have the real problem which exists? Or how much understanding have you developed about the need of somebody's need, somebody's requirements? Until you develop that mindset, until you are in that frame of mind, it will be very tough for you to create or solve that problem, and then through some ideas and obviously make a business out of it. So every time I tell these people, don't fall in love with your ideas. Fall in love with what?
Problem.
Fall in love with your problems, then falling in love with your ideas. Because problem exists. Ideas can be many. Am I right? You guys, somebody mentioned that there could be multiple ways to solve a problem. Am I right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So now,
yes, sir.
आपके पास 10 ideas है एक problem को solve करने के लिए. You have to implement only one. You cannot implement 10 of them. You can, but it doesn't make sense. But the problem will remain. Now, the next question comes in. A lot of people gets, how do you identify problems? What is the way you can identify problems? Is there a way you can identify problems? See, I'm touching upon on these points in a quick few minutes because they are relevant to entrepreneurship and entrepreneurial mindset innovation, right? So how do you identify problems?
So with the personal experience we got through that.
Absolutely. Observation with personal experience, with looking at somebody else's issues, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. So now let's look into have you heard of Muhammad Yunus?
No, sir.
Okay, so this will be more of a video presentation interaction. उस तरीके का सेशन रहेगा अगले 2 घंटे. ठीक है, चलेगा ना?
Yes, sir.
जी, sir.
Yes, sir.
हाँ, तो मैं इसको बोरिंग नहीं करना चाह रहा हूँ.
Yes, sir. We will love to have such session, sir.
Okay, so let's look into a small clip, few seconds, few minutes from a 16-minute, half-an-hour video from Muhammad Yunus. Muhammad Yunus is a Nobel laureate from Bangladesh. He was the pioneer in social entrepreneurship. He is a pioneer in social entrepreneurship. Let's not talk about social entrepreneurship right now because vast topic. But yes, he's a pioneer in social entrepreneurship. Created something called Grameen Bank. Just microfinancing उसको related Grameen Bank उन्होंने create किया था just by having $27 in his pocket from his savings. And right now he is a recognized philanthropist and a big social entrepreneur. So let's look into a small clip with respect to problem. Okay, so just listen to this carefully. What he's trying to say.
What about that little?
Can you hear this?
Yes, sir. Audible.
Okay, you can hear the sound of the video, right? Okay. So I'm playing this and just listen to this carefully, okay?
Idea that you have its own power to change everything. You don't have to go to books about it. The life is right there. Life is more powerful than a book. You see a problem, I'm sure you have all the understanding or at least familiarization of the problems that the world faces. List them. Make a list of the problems. Number one problem, number two problem, number three problem, whatever it is. And they say, and then you decide, maybe I should try to do something about this problem. Take a small piece of that problem, so small that you will laugh at it. It's nothing. I can do it anytime. You know, when we talk about problems, they come in big, mega shape, mega size. And when you see it in mega size, you feel small. Giant of a problem.
Dr. Rahul, I request you to please switch off your video. Actually, the voice is echoing.
Okay, it's mine. Okay, just hold on. Huh?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, thank you.
And I'm not a doctor.
Okay.
Thanks, Dr. Ruchika.
Yeah, you just switch off the audio.
Stop presenting your screen.
What can I do? So one way to transform it, take a tiny, tiny piece of one of those problems. So that you see so tiny, you can put it in your palm and look at it and feel sorry for that. They say, I'm going to fix you. Because you have more power than this tiny little problem. When you say unemployment, one of the 3 zeros is unemployment. Unemployment is big issue. Every country has unemployment. And some countries, a major issue. Particularly poor countries, have almost every young kid has no prospect of finding a real job. You go to Europe, many young people are out of jobs. Youth unemployment, big. 30% youth unemployment. 30% of the young people can't find a job. 40% unemployment. Yes, many countries with 40%, 50%, 60% youth unemployment. That's big. But if we say, all right, can I come up with an idea to take 5 unemployed young people out of unemployment? 5, or 2, or 3, doesn't matter. Does it sound like a big problem? No. It's not a rocket science. If you spend 15 minutes of your time, you can come up with an idea how to take 5 unemployed young people out of unemployment.
So, what are your thoughts about this 2-minute audio clip from Professor Yunus, Dr. Yunus? So when I talked about problem solving, it is about the mindset, When you're trying to solve a problem, looking at the problem as a whole, you might get scared, you might get bogged down and say, okay, fine, what do I do? So as an entrepreneur, or having that entrepreneurial mindset, it's very important to look or take a small piece of problem which you would love to solve and start working onto it. He beautifully explains and talks about the problem of employment. If you as an individual, you think employment is a huge issue worldwide, yes. So can you devote your time, money, efforts to solve that problem? It's a worldwide issue. No, but if you can identify, yes, let me look into the problem in a very small way, so that you start acting onto it rather than waiting for long, and waiting for something to happen, some miracle to happen. So start working on identifying those small issues around you, small problems around you, and start working on ideas. Come up with multiple ideas to solve that particular problem. So design thinking as a tool can help you look into the problem from a different perspective altogether. And then finally coming up with ideas to solve that problem in a quick way. And when I say quick way, how does it help? Because tool gives you or design thinking as a process gives you certain tools to implement those ideas and create prototypes and implement those ideas and take feedback from the customer. And I think other speakers have already talked about it. So that you can improve.
So sorry to interrupt you. Sorry to interrupt you, sir. Sir, can you please open your camera?
Oh, okay.
If it is by mistake off. Okay. We are live streaming this event as well, sir.
I'm sorry.
Yes, that is why. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So what you got to do, you got to understand the problem, work on the ideas, create prototype, test those prototypes with the real users, improvise on your prototypes, and finally come up with a minimum viable product or or a POC, and then launch it in the market. So design thinking as a tool or as a process will help you do that in a very quick form. Right? So let's look into another piece. And then I will have a few questions. I would like you guys to discuss about it. Okay. Again, this is related to problem to solution mindset. Okay. So just hear this, what's happening over here. Just listen to this video. Listen to this video. Yeah. So anybody would like to comment? Where does the problem started with? And what was the issue these engineers are trying to solve? First, talk about the big problem. What is that problem?
So they have to travel
Water
such
crisis.
a long distance for collecting water.
Shakti, 1 second. Priyanshu.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, what
It's
was
about
that?
the water crisis and how to take the water to the home from the river. That's the main problem for that. That's
Right.
not the immediate solution.
So big issue, which is a worldwide issue, right? Problem. It is about the water crisis in maybe developing worlds or underdeveloped countries, right? So that's a big issue. So when Mohammad Yunus talks about big issues, big problem, it's similar kind of, the magnitude is huge. But these guys, did they really waited for somebody to solve their issues? What did they do? They were in certain part of Africa where they noticed, yes, water crisis is a challenge. And what is it leading to? It's leading to a lot of health issues in people, a lot of wastage of time, right? And what did they do? They created a very effective and very economical solution. And what was that? Shakti would like to comment.
That was a type of a roller. Means there was a handle means attached to the two ends of a tank. So the tank automatically became like a wheel. So which could be rolled by the help of, and the handle was that rod.
Yeah, so they created a water roller. Yes, Mohammad Ahmad.
Sir, actually, I found that solution very effective. Why? Because one is it is basically reducing the time consuming and the power, the hard work which is taken to carry out that all the rollers to one place to another. The second thing which I believe it's like a fun time. You know, char those your four friends are going together and talking while rolling down. They are talking, and it's very interactive way to solve that problem.
Right. So there is something called, there is a keyword, there is a word which is used in innovative or in entrepreneurial ecosystem, which is known as frugal innovation. Frugal innovation is about cheap innovation. You don't have to really spend a lot of time, money, and efforts, in creating something which is unique, out of the box, and say, okay, fine, this is an amazing innovation, a disruptive innovation which we have come up with, and then and people start using them. No, try to use the resources which are available next to you. Try to use the resources which are cheaper, available at a cheap cost, and try to come up with ideas, come up with solutions, right? Whether it's product, whether it's processes, whether it's services which you would like to design. So having discussed about problem, this mindset of identifying the problem and then working on the problems, right? And then coming up with ideas. Now let's jump into design thinking. Any questions till now? Okay. So we looked into a hippo water roller. And I think in previous sessions, I think both the speakers talked about emotional intelligence, empathy, right? And as leaders, as entrepreneurs, that's very important. And applying design thinking to innovate, to solve problems, emotional intelligence plays a very important role, or empathizing with people, developing that empathetical mindset plays a very important role, right? So what is emotional intelligence? I mean, it's written over here as a capacity to be aware of, control, and express one's emotion, and to handle interpersonal relationships judiciously and empathetically, right? So whether you're an entrepreneur or once you graduate from your courses, you go out and work somewhere, and as you move in your career, ladder, you might become a vice president of a company or a CEO of a company in near future. As you climb up the ladders, emotional intelligence becomes one of the most critical skills for the leaders. So it's very important that you start developing it right now. You start nurturing it right now. When I say emotional intelligence, obviously it's written controlling your emotions, connecting with people, managing relationships empathetically. That becomes very crucial, whether it's in your personal life, whether it's in your professional life, right? So develop this emotional intelligence quotient, I would say, as you progress in your life. So that will be very important as a skill to develop. Design thinking. How many of you have, I mean, you would have obviously heard about design thinking, but kitno ko pata hai ki it is not about thinking much. It is about doing stuff. Because when I approach or when I let people use design thinking, I tell them that don't think about designing something. It is more of about doing it. So the approach which usually used in design thinking is about human-centered approach to problem solving, rather than an individual-centric approach. When somebody comes and tell me that, sir, I have this idea, he might have validated the idea. I mean, I kind of appreciate that. But मैं उनसे यही पूछता हूँ कि how much of human interface have you developed while working on the problem which you are trying to solve, while working on the ideas which you have generated to solve the particular problem. So it is not about individual, what you as an individual think about the problem. It is about the way other people think about the issue. What are the requirements from their point of view? Understanding their perspective, understanding their requirements and needs. And that becomes the crux of design thinking application and solving problems using design thinking. And this is one part. Second part, as written over here, design thinking is more about doing rather than sitting in one corner, of a room and then just thinking about कि हाँ ऐसा भी कुछ होगा, इसको इस प्रॉब्लम को ऐसे सॉल्व कर सकता हूँ, इस प्रॉब्लम को इस आइडिया से एड्रेस कर सकता हूँ. No, it is about getting on the ground, talking to real people, understanding their perspective and executing things on the ground. So design thinking will help you developing that empathetic mindset, number one, and obviously using human-centered approach, you will be able to solve problems. Now, where does the application lies? The application of solving problem lies whether it's your personal problem or it's a professional problem. So whenever you are stuck in your personal issues, personal problem, if you are empathetically dealing with the same, trying to understand the people's perspective around you and trying to solve that issue, you will be able to manage your relationships, whether in your personal capacity well. So there also design thinking approach को आप use कर सकते हो. On the other side, if you talk about professional world, using the human-centered approach, the design thinking approach, you can solve many issues and apply it over there, right? So it has application in both personal and professional world. So I think this was kind of covered in the morning session, but let's look into or revise it once again and see what's really there. So there are basically 5 steps in the design thinking process. First one is empathize, then define, ideate, prototype, and test. So whatever you learned from the morning sessions, anybody would like to comment on these steps individually? Empathize से क्या समझते हो?
एम्पथाइज मीन जैसे किसी और की प्रॉब्लम है तो उसके फुट में मतलब अपना उसके जूते में अपना पैर डाल के देखना, उसके प्रॉब्लम को समझना है इन रियल ग्राउंड, मतलब असलियत में क्या होता है, उस प्रॉब्लम को क्या उसकी प्रॉब्लम फेस कर रहा है, फिर उसको कैसे सॉल्व करा जा सकता है.
Okay, anything else, any other version of empathy? What do we understand by, or what's the difference between empathy and sympathy? कोई example देके बता पाएगा? Because this is very crucial to understand. When as an entrepreneur you're trying to innovate something, it's very important to understand this factor.
Sir, in empathy, we understand what the other person is going through and feel their problem and try to solve it. So empathy is action-based sympathy, I think.
Okay. So and what is sympathy?
Sympathy is like I understand what the other person is going through, but I can't help him or her in any way.
Okay. Anybody else?
Sympathy is like if a beggar is asking for money and you can कह दिया कि बेचारे को मदद कर देते हैं, ये उसके लिए एक इमीडिएट सॉल्यूशन है, मतलब उसके लिए कोई परमानेंट सॉल्यूशन नहीं है, लेकिन हम किसी के उसके लिए एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेट करते हैं, वो है एम्पैथी उसके लिए.
Okay. और कुछ thoughts?
So in the previous session, we were told that empathize is basically researching your user's needs. And he took the example of Uber, where he mentioned various issues like chauffeur-driven cars are rented and the cars are, and the aging cabs and other problems, and then how they basically made solutions like geolocations, push notifications, online payment, and
Right.
the sort.
Right. Okay. Great. So yeah. So when I say you got to be empathetic, it means, I think a couple of you rightly mentioned that you got to put yourself in the other person's shoes and try to understand what he or she is feeling about the situation he or she is in. It is more about understanding of the emotional need of that person, right? Functional need will exist. Functional is for example, okay, let's talk about Uber as an example, right? People used to book cars or taxis even before Ola and the Ubers of the world were there. Am I right?
Yes, sir.
When I was a kid, I used to be in school, from traveling from point A to point B, it used to be fun because वो टैक्सी से को हायर करने में ही बहुत कुछ प्रॉब्लम हो जाती थी. आपको मिलता नहीं था बंदा, फिर उससे नेगोशिएट करो प्राइस के बारे में, एंड लॉट ऑफ अदर थिंग्स, राइट? So tell me, when you're booking a cab in a traditional way, what are the challenges one faces?
Sir, at
तो
times what
कॉन्टैक्ट
happens
ही नहीं
कि
मिलते. अगर किसी को पता नहीं, कोई न्यू हो सिटी में, उसको कॉन्टैक्ट ही नहीं मिलेगा टैक्सी ड्राइवर का, तो कैसे करेगा वो?
नहीं, आप ये बताओ, आपकी अच्छा आप टैक्सी बुक क्यों कर रहे हो? आपको पॉइंट ए से पॉइंट बी जाना है, राइट? यू गाइस आर बेस्ड आउट ऑफ दिल्ली राइट नाउ. यू वांट टू गो फ्रॉम दिल्ली टू नोएडा फॉर एग्जांपल. एक इंटरव्यू के लिए आपको दिल्ली से आपके घर से नोएडा जाना है एक इंटरव्यू देने के लिए. जस्ट इमेजिन दैट you are still in that old format. आप ओला उबर एग्जिस्ट नहीं कर रहे हैं. What is that you will do? Your means are what? How will you communicate? What are the options you have right now? Ola Uber नहीं है. What are the options you have?
So one can be hitchhiking and another taking lift, or second is booking an auto, you know, या फिर yeah, buses.
DTC है, मेट्रो भी चलो मान लिया मेट्रो है.
सर दोस्त को बोलेंगे छोड़ देने के लिए, अगर हेल्प हो सकता है.
एक मिनट म्यूट करना. हाँ, so point is, what is your functional requirement right now? Your functional requirement is what? Functional need is what?
So to reach from point A to point B.
Yes, your functional need is to reach from point A to point B. So as humans, you have multiple needs. You have functional needs, emotional needs as well, social needs as well. So you want to reach from point A to point B, that's your functional need. What are the modes which are available right now? You book a cab, you book a cab in a traditional format. You have a taxi, you have a metro, you might have a a DTC bus, or you can take lift from somebody, या अपनी खुद की कार चला के जाओ. आप इंटरव्यू के लिए जा रहे हो, which one will you prefer? Tell me.
Last one, sir.
Which one?
Taking a help of a friend, or with your own car, you can go. That's better.
ठीक है, और कोई?
So booking a taxi, I mean, if the interview is at 4 p.m., I will come out from my house at 1 p.m. You know, because booking a taxi in a traditional way will be.
ठीक है. Now Priyanshu, why did you choose the last option?
So by going with their own car, जो ऑप्शन मिल जाता है कि हम कहीं रुकना हो, क्या कहते हैं, चेंज करना हो क्लोथ्स को, ये फायदा हो सकता, बहुत चीजें फायदा हो सकती है. और मैं कहीं उसके बाद कहीं और भी ट्रैवल करना हो.
ठीक है. सो जस्ट सी मोहम्मद, मैं आपके एग्जांपल पे बाद में आऊंगा, पहले मैं प्रियांशु का चीज को एक्सप्लेन करने की कोशिश कर रहा हूं. सो व्हाट इज प्रियांशु लुकिंग फॉर? प्रियांशु, व्हाट आर यू लुकिंग फॉर राइट नाउ? यू आर लुकिंग फॉर सम काइंड ऑफ कन्वीनियंस.
यस,
एम आई राइट प्रियांशु?
यस सर.
क्या क्या कन्वीनियंस है? कन्वीनियंस में क्या आ रहा है? कुछ एंटरटेनमेंट चाहिए. यू आर लुकिंग फॉर, यू हैव सम सोशल नीड्स अटैच्ड टू when you're going through your using your friend's car. What are their social needs? Maybe once I finish my interview, I can go somewhere else, right? You can socialize with your friends. This is one. Second, what are emotional needs? I mean, how do you want to reach to an interviewing destination? You want to reach as fresh as possible, as with a cool head, as much as with a cool head. Am I right?
Yes, sir.
So what are those? Those are the emotional need of an individual. Why? अगर आप इंटरव्यू पहुंचते पहुंचते तक परेशान हो जाओगे, so there could be a chance that you might bluff the interview. You might not do well in the interview. So you would take all those precautionary measures, I would say, to reach interview destination as safe as possible with a cool head. Just imagine Mohammed taking the taxi or an auto. Amar, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. आपके केस में क्या? There could be a possibility कि आप 10 टैक्सी ड्राइवर्स के पास जा रहे हो और परेशान हो रहे हो, right?
Right.
10 और के 10 मना करते हो सकते हैं आपको?
Right, sir. Might be possible.
आधा घंटा आपका इसमें निकल गया?
Right, sir.
You might wait lots of time.
Yes, sir. Might be I'm not getting fresh.
करेक्ट. 11वें बंदे ने आपको हाँ भी बोल दिया. Then you have already taken half an hour, you might run late while reaching your destination.
Right, sir.
You will be again tensed.
Yes, sir. Right.
लास्ट मोमेंट पे उतरते उतरते आपने 200 रुपए में तय किया था, वो बंदा बोल रहा है सर आपने बहुत टाइम लगा दिया, ट्रैफिक था, पेट्रोल ज्यादा खर्च हो गई है, डीजल ज्यादा खर्च हो गया है, मेरे को 300 रुपए चाहिए.
Right, sir.
क्या होगा?
Negotiation में time जाएगा.
Again frustration, negotiation.
Right, sir.
So what's happening? What is Ola and the Uber of the world doing?
They are basically reducing all these things.
Yes. So तुमको लगता है ओला उबर तुमको एक जगह से दूसरी जगह लेके जा रहे हैं इसलिए एग्जिस्ट कर रहे हैं क्या?
No, no, sir. They are basically fulfilling
I'm
functional
just-
and emotional things.
Yes. So I'm just making you understand. I mean, for
Right.
you and for others as well, right?
Right,
Why
sir.
do they exist? They exist because they are helping people with their emotional needs. Functional need है, लेकिन what is more important? More important is emotional. Because when you book an Ola and Uber, you know which driver की rating पता चल जाएगी आपको, maybe. You also know, okay, fine, it would cost me 200-250 rupees. वो surge pricing वो सब छोड़ो. It might cost me 200-250 rupees, so you are confident. Number 3, rating पता है तो you know driver का behavior वगैरह भी अच्छा रहेगा, right? If anything happens, then you might raise complaint also. So there is a mechanism to sort those out. Am I right?
Right, sir.
So most of these ventures or most of these ideas, they flourish if you understand the emotional need of the people. And that's very important. तो वहीं से emotional empathy, emotional intelligence, ये सारी चीजें निकल के आती हैं. Okay, any questions?
So, sir, can we frame it like that? If one need to be an entrepreneur, apart from a problem-solving thing and idea, one need to touch the emotional need in a very effective manner.
Absolutely. Effective manner in the sense when you got to empathize with people for whom you are trying to solve the problem, whose problem you are trying to solve.
Right.
एक इंटरेस्टिंग एग्जांपल है. और कुछ क्वेश्चन किसी का? somebody was interrupting. कुछ क्वेश्चन किसी का?
क्या किसी पे किसी वेंचर या स्टार्टअप पे इमोशनल इंटेलिजेंस नहीं तो क्या वो सक्सेसफुल नहीं होगा? मतलब
मैं ये नहीं कह रहा हूं. It is not about successful. It is about understanding the pulse of your customer. And until it is not about कि इंडिविजुअल के पास इमोशनल इंटेलिजेंस है. आपने कितने अपने कस्टमर के इमोशनल नीड्स को समझा है. If you are not able to improvise or build a solution which can fulfill that person's emotional needs, it will be very tough for you to succeed. That's for sure. आप किसी भी वेंचर, किसी भी आप ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के बारे में बात कर लो. See, at the end of the day, customer आपके पास क्यों आ रहा है? What are they paying you for? Tell me. You are selling something and they are buying, right, Priyanshu?
Yes, sir.
Whether it's a service, whether it's a product. Am I right?
Yes, sir.
एक चीज हमेशा याद रख लो कि जब भी कोई बंदा बाई कर रहा है, बाइंग इज ऑलवेज एन इमोशनल डिसीजन.
Okay.
Buying is always an emotional decision. It is not a logical decision. ये स्टडीज बताती हैं, रिसर्च बताती है. So whenever somebody is buying, he is making an emotional decision. It means there are emotions attached to it. So until your product or a service addresses those emotions, those emotional needs, you will not be able to make money for sure. ठीक है, एक इंटरेस्टिंग एग्जांपल देता हूं. अपने यहाँ दिवाली होती है. दिवाली में सबसे ज्यादा मिठाई कौन सी बंटती है? गिफ्ट क्या आता है?
सोन पापड़ी सर. इनफेमस सोन पापड़ी. इनफेमस सोन पापड़ी.
सोन पापड़ी आती है ना, वही घूमती रहती है इधर से उधर, उधर से इधर, सबसे ज्यादा. और हम किसकी बात करते हैं? गिफ्टिंग की बात करते हैं. सो जस्ट इमेजिन, आप अपने पड़ोसी को जाके, किसी दूर के किसी को जाके सोन पापड़ी दे दोगे, लेकिन जो आपके नियर एंड डियर वंस है, क्या उनको सोन पापड़ी देने में आपको अच्छा लगेगा?
No, sir.
What do you give them? You try to give them something better. Maybe utility related कुछ दे दोगे, या फिर आप अगर उनके इमोशंस को समझते हो तो कुछ बेटर क्यूरेट करने की कोशिश करोगे. राइट प्रियांशु?
जी सर.
Simple. तो मैं वही बोल रहा हूँ. So if it applies to everywhere, whether it's your relationships, whether it's your gifting, whether it's your your professional life or personal life, anywhere. So emotions are very important, and you got to curate them. You have to understand them so that you can provide a better solution, better way of dealing with things. Okay. Okay. So I will get into those steps one by one. Okay. So now let's look into let's understand this entire thing with an example. So I'm giving you examples so that you understand this better. एक दिन में या 2 दिन में आप लेक्चर्स सुन लोगे, वर्कशॉप्स कर लोगे, समझ में नहीं आएगा. आई थिंक मेरे को ऐसा लगता है कि आप अप्लाई तो तभी कर पाओगे जब आपको एप्लीकेशन रिलेटेड कुछ समझ में आएगा, कुछ बताया जाएगा. ठीक है. So I will explain this using examples. So anybody has heard of this bicycle company called Shimano?
Yes, sir.
क्या करते हैं लोग? क्या है? कहाँ
Yes,
के
sir.
बाइक?
So they make gears for your cycles. Yes, sir. The gear shifts.
Shimano, right? So it's a bicycle manufacturing or assembling company based out of Japan. Okay. So what was happening in 2004? It's a real example. In 2004, they were experiencing very flattening growth. Flattening matlab not many bicycles were getting sold, or एक $1 billion का सेल हो रहा था तो $1 billion पे अटके हुए थे, something similar. ठीक है. And उनकी USP always, what was their USP? Shimano's USP always was they used to rely on new technology, and that they used to use as their competitive advantage. So new technology into bicycle manufacturing and selling in the market. That was their competitive advantage. ठीक है. This is how their entire website used to look like. Just see, shop by category, mountain terrain, cross country, road, hybrid, fitness, adventure, touring. So these are the different categories they had created for bikes. Again, another page, another picture over there. It is all about adventure. See, bike riding on cliff, on mountains. It's about adventure, right? Then again, maybe hanging through a helicopter. It's again an adventure. Now, since they were experiencing flattening growth, they hired a company which used design thinking methodology, design thinking approach to understand what was really going wrong. And using this approach, they understood the real challenges. उनको क्या समझ में आया कि 90% of the adults don't ride bicycle, but while they used to ride bicycle as kids. आप में से अभी कितने लोग साइकिल चलाते हो? और as you grow old, you will stop riding bicycles.
Very, very few.
Very few, right? But as a kid, you were very used to think साइकिल होनी चाहिए मेरे पास. Parents लाके भी दे देते थे and used to ride.
So it was a status symbol.
Simple, हाँ, वो भी था. तो देखो, status symbol भी is about emotions. Who's that?
So Somesh.
Societal need है वो एक status symbol.
Yes.
Correct ना? हाँ, तो वहां पर भी एक need को fulfill कर रही है एक साइकिल बचपन में. So just link all these things. So why 90? So what they realized that what they found out, like 90% of the adults are not riding bicycles while they used to ride as kids. और उन्होंने जब और deep down investigations किया, research किया, what they found out, like all these adults were deterred by Shimano's retail experience, product complexity, या फिर accessories and clothing. Can you just imagine what are they showing over here? What is this? आज की डेट में मेरे को भी देख के शायद ये लगता है, जब मैं लोगों को गियर पहन के देखता हूँ या बाइसिकल वाले स्टोर में देखता हूँ कि यू नीड लॉट ऑफ दिस गियर्स, हेलमेट्स, सेफ्टी के लिए है, ठीक है. You need to have a specific kind of a clothing. So a lot of these adults used to think that no, they might not fit into such kind of persona.
Yeah, this basically means that you have to be sporty and fit, and
Absolutely, right? So
not for a normal person.
Not for a normal person. That's right. So they were deterred by the entire experience which Shimano was projecting on advertisement or on their stores or on their online stores, wherever it is. So people used to get bogged down कि भाई नहीं ये मेरे लिए नहीं है. After all this research, and they used the design thinking approach, wherein empathy was the key thing, what they found out that they implemented what was suggested by the design firm, and what Shimano did, they created a whole new category of bicycles which could reconnect the adult consumers to their childhood experiences. So they started giving them some kind of experience wherein adults could connect to the experience which they used to have in the childhood. And obviously, उन्होंने कैसे pitching करी? They started pitching the bicycles, which they created a new category of bicycles. They created and they started positioning them as bicycles for pleasure rather than for sports or adventure. Okay? So they created this kind of bicycle, a basic bicycle. However, they did not compromise on the technology. They were using latest technology, whether it's about gearing and everything. They were using that. But they created a basic bicycle wherein people can connect or remember their childhood days and they can start using this bicycle. And after this, obviously, there was new category, new kind of segment. People were associated with that. They started buying and they saw a surge in the revenues.
So basically, like casual cycles came in.
Yeah, you can see that. It's more of a casual cycle, right? So what does this example tell us about?
Have the right have the right target audience for growth.
This is one, but target audience होना है, ठीक है? Target audience के according you got to create something, create a product which can fulfill their needs. That's very important.
Accessibility is important.
It can connect their emotional needs basically.
Yes, emotional and societal need, you know,
Yes,
as somebody mentioned, right? So those are very important things. Okay?
Right.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Now let's look into step 1, which is about empathize. So I will give you a small, small ways, you know, how do you empathize with people? I will give you some technique, okay? This will help you. You can try to implement it, और इसको ना जाके मैं तुमको एक exercise भी दूंगा इसके बाद, and you can do it quickly. So how do you empathize with people? What are the right kind of questions that you are to ask people when you're trying to empathize with them? So that's very critical. So asking the right questions and listening to what people are saying. Write down what they are saying and observe them while you are questioning them, while they are answering them. Observation के क्या format है? What are the tasks being done? What are the people doing? मतलब जिससे आप सवाल पूछ रहे हो वो कर क्या रहे हैं, क्या करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं? How are the tasks being done? Are people enjoying or are they indifferent about what they're doing right now? Why are they doing it this way? Take a guess. Anyways, so let's look into empathize. So how do you do it? Any guesses? कोई guess करना चाहेगा? किस तरह के questions पूछना चाहोगे? Okay, let's do this. Let's do an exercise. छोटा सा, quickly, 1 minute का. Who would like to volunteer for this exercise?
Sir, me.
So may I?
On Tanuj?
Yes.
I would like to also volunteer.
Okay, let's Tanuj take part in this because I haven't heard him speak as of now. Others, please keep yourself on mute. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Let's do it this way. Tanuj and Priyanshu, अपने माइक्स को स्विच ऑन कर लो. Others, please keep on mute. Priyanshu and Tanuj.
आप अपनी वीडियो भी ऑन कर सकते हैं बेटा. You can open your video.
That will be great.
Webcam.
Ma'am, actually, like I'm not having a webcam on my laptop at the moment, so.
No problem. If feasible.
हाँ, Tanuj and Priyanshu, let's do this exercise immediately, you know.
Yes, sir.
So Tanuj,
yes sir,
आपको प्रियांशु के लिए दिवाली पे गिफ्ट देना है.
yes sir.
क्या
So
गिफ्ट?
sir, first of all, I need to know of his needs, and I need to know
Wait,
the thing.
Tanuj, रुक जाओ. Hold on. Tanuj, hold on. Do you know Priyanshu?
I don't, sir, as of now.
ऐसे कोई दो लोग जो एक दूसरे को जानते हैं, please.
Sir, I'm there. I know Tanuj.
Yes, sir. I know Somesh.
Tanuj and Somesh, you know each other?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. So let's do this exercise between Priyanshu. अपने आप को mute कर दो. Tanuj.
Yes, sir.
You have to gift. कौन है?
Somesh.
Somesh, sir.
You have to gift Somesh on his birthday. आज उसका बर्थडे है, आपको कुछ देना है. आप क्या लेके आओगे? Don't just tell me right now.
So probably a set of photographic lenses. मतलब a particular lens that he might need.
Okay. That he might need. ठीक है.
Yes, sir.
Somesh,
Yes, sir.
would you be happy, elated after seeing that Tanuj आपके लिए गिफ्ट लेके आया और set of lenses लेके आया?
Sir, I'll be at the top of my world because photography is my passion.
Great. So can you just what really happened? You know, I know ये थोड़ा example fall flat हो गया मेरे लिए, but ठीक है, let's try to understand what really happened. Now Tanuj, right?
Yes, sir.
Now Tanuj and Somesh know each other well, and he understands what is he emotional about, what he really likes doing, and that's where he chose that gift for Somesh.
Yes, sir.
And Somesh said, like, sir, I will be at the top of the world if I get such gift.
Definitely, sir.
Right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, cool. Chalo, theek hai. So let's stop the discussion between you two. Now it gets into Tanuj and Priyanshu.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Tanuj जानता नहीं है प्रियांशु को, प्रियांशु नहीं जानता तनुज को. ठीक है? Now Tanuj, you have to give something to Priyanshu on his birthday.
Yes, sir.
Try to build a conversation so that you understand what he might look like. What are his liking? What is passionate about? एक build, मतलब you know, एक उस conversation से निकाल के लाओ rather than directly asking.
Yes, sir.
So give 2 minutes time. आपस में 2 मिनट बात करो and then let's see how it goes. Start, please. Others, please listen carefully. Huh? Go ahead, Tanuj and Priyanshu.
So yes, Priyanshu, like, what are your interests?
My interest is basically interest on meet what किस चीज में interest मतलब
Like as in मतलब what are your hobbies?
my hobbies mainly like going out, explore, traveling, these.
Okay, yeah. So like you like to travel, right?
Yes.
And like what are the places that you have been to by now? Like where have you traveled to?
I've gone to Golden.
Sorry?
Mostly with my family, like Golden Temple. Mostly with my family, like Golden Temple, Jammu Kashmir.
Okay, yeah, I
and
see.
Jallianwala Bagh and many Gujarat beaches.
Yeah. So like what type of clothing do you prefer to wear? Like are you really into casuals or like do you prefer a formal attire?
Yes,
Most people don't.
Well,
Yeah.
I like casuals, like comfortable for me, and I can relax that way.
Yeah. And like if I was to like ask you a question, like what's your favorite color? What color do you like on what? Okay, yeah. So sir, I have my answer here. Like I wish to give him a blue hoodie on his birthday, like something that would be classy and like something that would suit his needs.
What would you like to give? Blue hood.
A blue hoodie, yeah.
Okay. So Priyanshu, give me an honest answer. Do you need a blue hoodie right now?
No, sir.
Would you be happy to get a blue hoodie on your birthday gift?
Sir, no, not actually. But I will not so happy for getting a blue OD.
So Tanuj, well
Although I
tried.
already have one.
Yes, sir.
Yes. So see, he mentioned that he already has a 1. Right, Tanuj?
Yes, sir.
So it's a good try, you know. So my point of provoking both of you is like when you're empathizing with a person, there's a technique which you can use to understand the emotional part of that person. Understand the functional need, understand the emotional need, and the societal need of that person. And then from that, make an inference and then see क्या हो सकता है, what are the different things which you captured from the conversation. What is it that person is really looking for? What is he really motivated about? So capture all those things. तो ये एक मिनट के conversation में नहीं निकल के आएगा, but it was a good try. However, on the other side, Tanuj and Somesh. Tanuj knew Somesh. Now Somesh, exactly Tanuj knew Somesh ko ye pasand hai. If I give it, he will be elated, he will be happy, and that's what happened, right? Because they know each other, they might know each other emotionally well as well. So that's where the difference is. So now what happens is, how do you empathize? You have to ask relevant questions. You know, अब जैसे मैं एक छोटी एक्सरसाइज देता हूँ लोगों को करने के लिए यहाँ पर. I don't know if you guys have done it. Designing a wallet. किसने किया designing a wallet exercise?
No, sir.
No, sir.
So usually what I do, for example, मैं सोमेश को बोलूंगा, सोमेश, you design a wallet for your father.
Yes, sir.
Or any of your parents. तो सोमेश अभी क्या करेगा? He will draw a wallet for his father as per his own assumptions, as per Somesh's own assumptions. Right, Somesh?
Yes, sir, absolutely.
Mostly. तुमको मैंने बोला अभी तुमको एक डिजाइन करना है अपने फादर के लिए वॉलेट. What you will do, you will take a pen and paper, you will start drawing a wallet on your own assumptions, on your own experiences with your father as well, and then finally drawing it on a piece of paper. This is one. Second, I give them this exercise after they connect emotionally with that person. Now I give or tell Somesh, you go and look into your father's current wallet and try to understand from him what is it that is most important for him in a wallet. Why is it that is most important for him? What is his preferences? What is he looking for from a wallet? So understanding his all this perspective. जब वो 1 घंटा 2 घंटा Somesh can have a good conversation with his father, Somesh will have a different perspective altogether. Then most of the times what happens, you know, Somesh ने जो पहले wallet draw किया था ना, Somesh will realize father को वैसा wallet चाहिए नहीं, father को कुछ और चाहिए.
Yes, sir. बिल्कुल, absolutely correct, sir.
कैसे होता है? अभी recently मैंने I think last week I was taking a design thinking session with तुम्हारे जो तुम लोग DTU ना NSUT में ले रहा था. तो NSUT का one of the student नहीं, NSUT नहीं, हमारे अम्बेडकर यूनिवर्सिटी में ही वोकेशनल स्टूडेंट्स के साथ ले रहा था मैं. तो दिस गाय he draw a wallet for his father. उसने क्या किया? उसने एक नॉर्मल जो अपना जो पर्स होता है ना बेसिक लेदर का, उसमें स्पेसेस होता है, वो सब उसने बना के मेरे को दिखाया. एंड देन व्हेन ही went and talked to his father, you know what his father said? His most important need is कि उसके अंदर कार्ड्स रखे रहे अच्छे से. तो his father right now has a normal regular wallet जो लेदर का होता है, but after empathizing with his father he realized a clutch, छोटा सा स्टील के क्लचेस आते हैं ना जिसमें कार्ड्स रख सकते हैं. He realized
Yes, sir, yes,
that is what is most effective for his father as a wallet. So the perception again completely changed. And that's where this happens. So when you empathize, when you're trying to solve problems for people, it's good to understand, good to talk to them, understand their perspective, rather than you going with your own assumptions, because your own assumptions will fall apart. They will fail most of the times. Okay? Now, one of the ways to do or empathize is, इसको नोट कर सकते हो आप लोग, is using a technique called 5 whys. Why? WHY. क्या? WHY. Yeah. 5 whys. तो ask the person whom you are empathizing with, ask them 5 times you ask them whys. Kaise? Building a conversation. Now, if I ask you, who would like to have this discussion with me?
I would like to.
Amar.
Amar, sir.
Amar. Okay, fine. So, Amar, let me ask you this question.
Right.
How are you feeling today, Amar?
Not good. I'm suffering with fever. Not very good.
Oh, not very good. Is it because you're suffering from fever, or is it something else which is bothering you?
Sir, yeah, something else also. Work and all.
Okay. Why is it that? Why? So just note down how many times I'm asking him why.
Okay, sir.
Why is it that work is bothering you right now?
So because I have several issues technically, my Wacom is not working right now. I need to buy
What?
one, and I'm trying. My Wacom is not working right now. Wacom is a graphic tablet, so that's why I'm a little bit perishan in this, because I need to arrange some fund to buy a new one.
What is not? I didn't understand. I'm sorry.
Sir, there is a graphic tablet which is used while designing in software like Photoshop or several other things.
Okay.
Company name. He's mentioning a company name, sir. That's it. Name of a
Yeah,
company.
actually, sir,
Tablet company.
Okay.
Yeah.
So primarily your tablet is not working.
Yeah, one of
Or
the
your
reasons.
software, hardware or the software is not working.
Hardware, sir.
Okay, so your hardware is not working and you're worried about the work, right? And
Yes, sir.
why is it bothering you that your software or hardware is not working right now?
Sir, maybe because there are a lot of work to be finished and a lot of work to be done, and since the delay, uh, since that tablet is not working, I think time will be get extended and the work will not be finished with the given time. So that's why.
So why are you worried about it if it is not done in
Sir,
stipulated
because
time?
I'm into a lot of things. Just one minute. Yeah. So I'm into a lot of things. I'm trying to build something, but that is also not getting into good track. And since COVID is also going not there's not a lot of option to go around and find things. So yeah.
So what is bothering you in terms of if this is not happening in time, what will really happen to you?
Actually, sir, there is a perspective in my mind which I used to keep everything in a box. Try to be in a very systematic manner, not to mess up. And I'm thinking, right now I'm feeling that everything is getting messed up, and I'm stuck in and be really lost how to fix it. So I think that's the main reason.
And Amar, why is it important for you to be to not be messy?
So that I can sleep in peace, because when it gets busy, very much into I get into very much into frustration, and whole night I used to think that कि कैसे करूँ sir.
ठीक है. So now just see, मैंने अमर से 4 बार why पूछा, मैं 5th time 5 बार पूछा. Okay, fine. So 5 बार पूछा and I try to capture few things over here, right? So what is important? Can anybody tell? जो अमर को जानते नहीं है वो कोई बता सकता है कि what is important for Amar in his life? At least right now.
Being on schedule is very important for Amar.
Being what?
On schedule.
Oh yes. He doesn't want to be messy, and being on schedule is very important for him.
Absolutely.
Right?
Right, sir.
Yeah.
Right. Anything else?
So proper health.
Health तो सबके लिए है, but
is
yes,
very
for him
important
also
for him.
important. हाँ प्रियांशु?
The mental peace for him for his work to get some
Mental
creative
peace
ideas.
for his work to be done in time is important. So he wants to sleep in time, for example. Right? That's what he mentioned, right? Anything else?
So personal satisfaction of completing work at the end of the day.
Yes.
At the end of the day, right? So that things are on track, so that he can do new set of he can start working from next day, maybe with new set of objective, new set of agendas, rather than or completing the same day work on that day. Right?
Eating some short goals, sir. Developing short goals.
Right, Priya. This is also, so this is like you are kind of now picking up from what he didn't say directly.
Yep.
Did he say all these things directly to me?
No, sir.
नहीं. No, क्यों? हमने उस कन्वर्सेशन को समझ के कुछ बिल्ड करने की कोशिश किया. So when you are empathizing with somebody, ask them 5 times why. ये tried and tested technique है. एक बार में नहीं आएगी. क्योंकि बहुत से लोग फिर अटक जाते हैं, सर अब मैं क्या पूछूं। कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, आप इसको प्रैक्टिस करो बस। और ये नहीं बोल रहा हूं कि 5 बार पूछ के छोड़ दो। यू कंटिन्यू, ठीक है। बट इफ यू आस्क एनीबडी 5 times वाई, you will get to that emotional part of that person. That's for sure. That's true.
So can I add something?
Yes, Amar.
Sir, actually, while I noticed one thing, I observed one thing, that while you were asking why, it was not the same question. You know, first you asked why, how's your health, and why it is bothering you. Then
Yes.
again, that I was like, it was like more of a conversation between a friend. कि और भाई बता कैसा है? अरे अच्छा ऐसा हो गया. Like that kind of a thing. It was not like कि क्यों like a proper pinch.
तो उसमें होता क्या है कि यू हैव टू बिल्ड ऑन द रेस्पॉन्सेस विच यू आर गिविंग मी।
ओके।
मैंने एक जगह 5 वाई का टेक्निक यूज करके जब वॉलेट की एक्सरसाइज कर रहा था ना, तो समझ में आया। एक जगह मैंने पूछा किसी से, उसके मैंने देखा he had kept a small souvenir, no not a souvenir, this guy was Amar, this guy was following Islam, ठीक है। एंड उनके पॉकेट में एक हिंदू में हमारे सनातन में एक सतिया करके होता है कुछ, तो राइट?
यस सर।
वैसा सतिया बनता है ना, उनकी जेब में वो रखा हुआ था
सर।
सो दैट वाज वेरी स्ट्राइकिंग फॉर मी, राइट? अगर आप, और मैंने उनका वॉलेट उन्होंने मेरे को दिखाया कि ये मेरा वॉलेट है, तो मैंने उनका वॉलेट देखा एंड आई फाउंड आउट कि व्हाई हैज ही केप्ट दिस। सो इट वाज वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग फॉर मी एंड आई फर्दर स्टार्टेड क्वेश्चनिंग अराउंड दैट एंड व्हाट आई रियलाइज, यू नो व्हाट,
यस सर,
ये उन्होंने एक्स गर्लफ्रेंड ने उनको दिया था। तो एज अ souvenir, एज अ मेमोरी, एज समथिंग which he would like to keep as a precious thing, he was kind of keeping still that in his pocket. So what was the inference made from that discussion? That this person is very emotional person and he would like to keep memories with him. समझ रहे हो? समझ रहे हो?
Adding to this, does facial expression plays an important part while asking? Yes. Because while you were asking question, I was looking straight to your face, and it was like you're genuinely asking why. It was like
yes.
that.
So just see what I have written over here. Asking the questions, empathize में asking the questions. So asking whys, asking the questions is very important, very important. ठीक? Number 2, writing those answers is very crucial. Number 3, the most important part is writing down the observations. So जब मैं तुमसे ये फिजिकली पूछ रहा होता ना, ये वीडियो पे अभी पूछ रहा होता, तो I would have been observing your thoughts कि भाई आंखें कहाँ जा रही हैं, हाथ कहाँ जा रहे हैं, क्या एक्सप्रेशन कैसा है, is he blushing, is he like not ready to share. अगर मेरे को ऐसा लगेगा कि he is not ready to share, he doesn't want to share, so I will skip that question. I will not force.
Okay.
समझ रहे हो ना? So observation is very crucial. That's why empathize exercise, it's very important that anybody do it in groups. कुछ लोग सवाल तैयार करके जाओ, जैसे 4 लोग हो, 4 लोग में से एक बंदा सवाल पूछ रहा है, एक बंदा आंसर्स लिख रहा है, 2 बंदे सिर्फ ऑब्जर्व कर रहे हैं कि भाई ये क्वेश्चन पूछा, व्हेन आई आस्क्ड दिस क्वेश्चन टू अमर ब्लश्ड, तो ही विल राइट his facial expressions, his movement of hands, his movement of eyes, head, neck, क्या हो रहा है, so वो सारी चीजें लिखो. So all these things come into empathize.
Okay.
Anybody questions right now? See, I'm giving you all those tips and tricks. These are all tested ones. No, मैं कोई बुक किताबी ज्ञान नहीं बांटता हूं. Any questions? Okay. Okay. So this is one. Second, observation format. You got to see what are people doing, why are they doing it that way, how are they accomplishing certain tasks. So इस तरीके से you have to write down those observations. So take a pen and paper, piece of paper, pen and paper, and start writing, start questioning, start empathizing with them. ठीक है? Okay. So step 2. When you talk about step 2, when you have empathize, what will happen? Empathize करने के बाद, empathize सिर्फ ये नहीं होगा कि एक दिन गए और लोगों से बात करके आ गए, ऐसे नहीं होगा empathize. You have to do it, make it a continuous practice. एक बार, 2 बार, 3 बार हो सकता है आपको उन लोगों से मिलना पड़े. You have to meet that person, meet that group of people. You got to do it. So what will happen after that?
We will make a bond with them.
वो तो हो गया, हाँ वो तो हो गया. बट जब आपने 2-3 बार लोगों से बात कर ली, और सपोज आप किसी प्रॉब्लम पे काम कर रहे हो, यू नो,
We'll get insights, sir. We'll
yeah,
get
coming
insights, better insights.
right, Priya, good. So anything, so let's do this in a way. Anybody who is working on any problems right now, you know, अपना वेंचर फ्लोट करना चाह रहा है कोई? कोई है यहाँ पर? प्रिया, आप ही बता दो.
Yes, volunteers, please don't hesitate. Please raise your hand who would
I'm currently
like
working
to
on a car
volunteer.
body shop, and I'm trying to develop a kind of an idea. कि customizing a car is a very niche market, you know, and it's not very affordable too. But I'm trying to come up with an idea which the idea is ki, to make slight changes in a car which gives a new impact, a new perspective to the car.
अमर, प्रॉब्लम क्या है अमर?
The problem is that you know, there are a lot of young lads who want to customize, who want to be, you know, riding a very high-end car. But since high-end car are very, you know, very costly, very expensive, and it's not easy to afford that too. But if you look out to the European industries, the American industries, there are a lot of options. And since they have a very rich history in automobiles, so they customize a lot, ranging from $100 to $10,000. So I'm trying to come up with that kind of an idea in India that.
ठीक है, तो तुम एक कस्टमाइजेबल कार मार्केट में कुछ करने की कोशिश कर रहे हो.
यस सर.
और कार को कस्टमाइज करने की कोशिश कर रहे हो, ठीक है? यू आर ट्राइंग टू एड्रेस दैट मार्केट. सो हाउ मच ऑफ you know user interaction have you done? How much of potential customer interaction have you done?
Not many, but to whatever interaction I've done, they were very much belonging to very high class. Not many.
तो तुम वहां क्यों गए? Why did you go and talk to them?
Sir, because actually it was very much situation based. The reason behind that, because the shop owner was very much linked to that, and he advised me to go there and talk to them, since you can talk nicely.
ठीक है. So my point of asking this question is like, so when you're working on a problem for a certain class or segment of people,
sir,
आप सिर्फ एक ही बंदे से वहां जाके बात करोगे और उससे कुछ यू नो एम्पथाइज करके सवाल जवाब करके कुछ आपके पास एनेक्डोट्स निकल आएंगे क्या? उसके बेसिस पे एक वेंचर बनाओगे? नहीं, राइट? यू गॉट टू टॉक टू अ गुड यूजर बेस, है ना? सो सिमिलरली व्हाट हैपेंस हियर, व्हेन यू आर वर्किंग ऑन अ प्रॉब्लम एंड यू आर टॉकिंग टू सम हंड्रेड्स ऑफ 200s and 500s of people, आपके पास बहुत सारा डेटा इकट्ठा हो जाएगा.
Okay, sir.
Am I right?
Yes, sir, definitely.
Now, what will happen once you have that data? As Priya mentioned, you got to make some sense of that data. Right. You got to come back to your drawing board, and you have to make some sense of that data. And that's what exactly you do in a define phase.
Okay.
So when you're saying making sense of the data, it means what is information and what is data? What is information?
Information is basically, you know, a base of a knowledge, you know, but data is like a whole insight of that piece.
So data से जब एक meaningful sense बनता है तो information बन जाती है.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So point is, when you're working on a define phase, you got to make sense of the data which you have collected in the empathize phase, after talking to, after questioning, after surveys, hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people. You have to make sense of that so that some insights, some information can be made out of it.
Okay.
And that's what you do in define phase. And how does this help? And there is a reason we do define phase and what we do in define phase. How we do it, ये छोड़ो, अभी करने की जरूरत नहीं है. क्लास में कैसे करते हैं, वर्कशॉप फॉर्म में कैसे करते हैं, वो अलग बात है. But what we exactly doing in define phase? In define phase, there are two important things which we do. One is creating something or writing something called point of view. क्या करते हैं? We write the point of view. कैसे करते हैं वो भी बताऊंगा मैं तुमको. We write a statement which is a point of view statement, and then we write something called how might we. Now, Amar, you have started with a problem of अगर मैं बोलूं right now what I understood, you have started you are starting with the problem of maybe non-availability of economic customizable car solutions.
Yes, sir.
That's the problem.
Yes, sir.
Now when you started off with this, आपके पास ये प्रॉब्लम स्टेटमेंट था और ये था कि मैं कस्टमाइज कार को कस्टमाइज करने की कोशिश करूंगा एंड आई विल ट्राई टू कम अप विद सम आइडियाज हाउ टू डू इट, कैसे लोगों को प्रेजेंट कर सकते हैं, क्या लोग खरीदेंगे कि नहीं खरीदेंगे सॉल्यूशन को, राइट, इस तरीके का. नाउ whenever you're starting to apply design thinking, you start with a very open scope. आपका problem statement जो है ना, it is very wide right now.
Okay, yes,
and
sir.
this happens with everybody. When you start off with working on any problem, your problem statement or problem horizon is very huge, very big. However, design thinking approach will help you in narrowing down this problem. And that's what you do in define phase. Before empathy, you have a problem statement, you have a problem you're working on. You talk with tens and hundreds of people, collected so much of information and data. In define phase, you're clustering or you're kind of taking that entire thing and converging it so that you come up with a single line problem statement. So define phase mein, the objective is to write a single line, single problem statement. And it's a tough task. When you are applying design thinking, empathy and the define phase will take most of your time. Because yahi aapne agar अच्छे से कर लिया, बाकी 3 steps are very easy to do and very quickly can be done. And these 2 steps, first 2, empathy and define, are the most important ones and the ones which will take lot much of time, most of your time. Okay? So what you do in define phase, you create something called point of view.
Sir? Sir, as you said that design thinking basically helps in the defining phase to narrow down the problem statement. Can we say, can I say this key? It helps to basically understand what my actual target audience is, where I'm going to sell all this.
So good. Target audience, तुम एक vague target audience से शुरू करोगे, ठीक है? और उस एक ओपन टारगेट ऑडियंस से अगर मैं बोलूं, वहां से तुम एक नैरो प्रॉब्लम पे आओगे और उस प्रॉब्लम को देखोगे वो किसकी थी, तो ऑब्वियसली यू विल बी एबल टू मैच दैट प्रॉब्लम विद अ सर्टेन सेट ऑफ सेगमेंट ऑफ पीपल.
यस सर.
तो वो भी दैट्स आल्सो ट्रू, ठीक है ना? सो यू विल बी एबल टू मैच इट अप. नाउ सो व्हाट यू क्रिएट समथिंग कॉल्ड पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू. आई विल गिव यू एन एग्जांपल. We did a I think it was a 2-day workshop with class 6th and 7th students in one of the renowned schools in Noida. तो हमने उनको बोला कि अपनी लाइब्रेरियन के अपनी जो आपकी रिसेप्शनिस्ट है उनके पास जाओ और उनसे एम्पथाइज करो, सवाल जवाब करो, क्वेश्चंस करो एंड ट्राई टू अंडरस्टैंड व्हाट इज द शी इज लुकिंग फॉर, व्हाट इज शी वरीड अबाउट, व्हाट इज शी अनॉयड ऑफ, what is she happy about. तो बहुत सारी चीजें निकल के आई and they tried to capture this thing in this format. So this is how you capture your findings from empathy phase and try to reframe the problem. क्या करोगे? Capture findings. On the left side is something called goals and wishes. That what is that which is most important for the people you have empathized with. उनके लिए most important need क्या है? Write that most important need. 10 need होंगी. There could be tens of things. What is that most important thing? Write that one thing. Second, insights. Interesting inferences made from your observations and information collected. अभी जैसे मैंने अमर के साथ डिस्कशन किया था and there were few things you guys mentioned, right? So which were like unsaid, which he didn't mention, but we found that them to be very interesting. So write those insights from that discussion which you had with many people. So capture your findings on the left. On the right side, right side will help you in writing the point of view statement. Take a stand with a point of view. Simple. Kaise? Who are you working from? Describe that. Then write a statement. Who are you working from? XYZ needs a way to. What is that need? Because what is that surprising insight? So I will explain you how to do it. So we did this workshop with 6th and 7th standard students. They had gone to the receptionist. They did a lot of questioning and noted down a lot of information, insights and all. And they finally realized what are the goals and wishes of the receptionist. What is the most important need of the receptionist? Left side में क्या लिखा हुआ है? Save time for the receptionist to do all the necessary things. This was the most important need of the receptionist sitting there. So that she can save lot of times to do necessary things. Insight क्या निकल के आया? बच्चों ने ये mention किया कि many visitors, those who visit the receptionist, they tend to inquire about a lot of issues which they might already know, या फिर it is not worth of asking questions. इसीलिए उसका बहुत सारा time चला जाता है. Did you understand the capture finding वाला portion?
Yes, sir.
Anybody has any doubts? Okay, no. Then, interestingly, they had created a point of view. I am saying like this is not the perfect of point of view, but they tried to do it. What did they write? Point of view क्या बनाया ना? Miss Shivani, the receptionist. Who are you working for? Miss Shivani, the receptionist, needs a way to provide all the basic and general information in a very quick manner to the visitors, because they tend to waste a lot of time by repeatedly asking lot of things which they might already know. So this was the insight. So they created a point of view. Guys, are you following me?
Yes, sir.
Boring to nahi ho rahi?
No, sir. Very interesting. We are on the same page.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So Priya, you are on the same page. How about the other participants?
We are also, sir, in the same
Yes.
So we agree to Priya, ma'am.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. At least बता दिया आप लोगों ने. So they created a point of view, right? I will explain this again using another example.
सर बच्चों के वीडियो ऑन करा लें क्या? वेबकैम ऑन करा लें. It would be better अगर आपको ठीक लगे तो.
नहीं, I am okay because मैं किसी को देख नहीं पा रहा हूँ. मैं प्रेजेंटेशन देख रहा हूँ.
हाँ जी.
Okay. So this was the receptionist वाला example. Second example, they had gone to the library staff as well. तो वहां पर उन्होंने क्या कैप्चर किया फाउंडिंग्स में? Goals and wishes. What is the most important need of the librarian? She wants that books should be placed at the right place in the school library. And what was the insight? ये insight exactly नहीं है, but students wrote and we took it. चलो ठीक है. That students tend to leave books anywhere after reading. ये शायद हम सब करते हैं. Am I right? जब स्कूल में थे?
Yes, sir.
कहीं भी छोड़ के चले जाते थे, right? आज की डेट में भी तुम DTU में यही करोगे. फिर वो लाइब्रेरियन उठा के रखते हैं इधर से उधर, उनके हेल्पर या लाइब्रेरियन जो भी है. Now they created a point of view. What was that point of view? They wrote a statement. क्या statement लिखा? The library staff needs a way to get all the books in his designated places because most of the students tend to leave them after reading. Okay? Great. Now, once you write a point of view, this will give you a clarity in terms of the need and that insight which you have developed. वो एक statement form में तुमको मिल जाएगा. After this, what we do, you have to reframe the problem statement. What was that reframing? Reframing of problem statement. Please mute yourself. Who's that?
कर देने. फोन कितने का मेरा उधर इतने का. फोन उतने का क्या?
Priya, can you intervene, please?
करना तो मेरे वाले तो है. इतने का कर देना.
मैंने म्यूट कर दिया. ठीक है. Okay. So what did they do after this? They created the how might we question. How might we question is basically used for reframing the problem statement. Amar and Priyanshu and others, everybody.
Yes,
how
sir.
many problems would you like to solve at a time?
I guess one.
One, sir.
एक है ना? Am I right?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
अब reframing का importance ये है कि reframing of the problem statement helps you in clearly defining your problem, and only one problem rather than multiple problems or a tens of problems in one statement. तो उन्होंने क्या लिखा, how might we provide all the general and repeated information to the visitors without wasting the receptionist's time. अब उनको यही प्रॉब्लम स्टेटमेंट मिला. क्या मिला? अब वो इस पे काम करेंगे. What was that? How can they provide general and repeated information to the visitors so that receptionist का time waste नहीं हो? You think this is a clear-cut problem statement? Hello?
Yes, sir, audible.
Okay, so do you think it's a clear? I think it's a very clear statement. It's a very clear problem statement.
Yes,
Specifically, they know कि what is to be done. अब करना क्या है ना? Similarly, ये वाला ये इतना क्लियर नहीं है, लेकिन फिर भी चलो मान लिया मैंने. How might we motivate students? क्योंकि leaving the books anywhere is what? It's more of a behavioral thing. Am I right?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir. Yes.
इसीलिए उन्होंने बोला how do you motivate? How do we motivate? How might we motivate students to return books to their original place at the library after use? तो उन्होंने बोला they related this entire thing to the behavior of the students, and उन्होंने बोला कि we will try to solve it using some motivational thing. ठीक है?
Okay, sir.
Then once you have reframed your problem, you have a crisp, clear problem statement written. Once you have this, the next step is the ideation stage. Ideation in design thinking. कैसे करते हैं? How do you generate ideas? The next thing is to generate ideas. How do you generate ideas? Any idea?
By
किसी को कुछ idea?
brainstorming, by putting lot of ideas onto the paper.
Good, good. अमर आपने किया हुआ है क्या?
Sir, I am a master student in product design.
Oh, okay. Okay, great. So how do you generate ideas? Obviously, one of the techniques, जो बहुत ही basic technique है, for everybody else, you got to brainstorm. And how do you brainstorm? There are few basic rules of ideation, few basic rules of brainstorming. So keep a note of it. In brainstorming, what we do, we generate as many ideas as possible. Whenever we are brainstorming, generate as many ideas as possible. Focus on the quantity of ideas rather than the quality of ideas.
Okay, sir.
Think of as many ideas as possible, as wild as ideas as possible. As wild as ideas कैसे हो सकते हैं? मेरे को point A से point B जाना है.
Sir, we do lot of iterations of drawings. means बहुत सारे drawings करते हैं, मतलब जितने भी perspective हैं सबको try करते हैं touch करने के लिए, और मतलब हमें एक boundary के अंदर रखने के लिए try नहीं करते.
Absolutely, absolutely yes, sir. So draw as many as wild ideas as possible. मतलब for example, you want to go from point A to point B. That's the problem. For example, now idea could be okay. Humans will have no wings. Human can fly. So that's a wild idea. Don't think about whether this idea will be executed, can be executed or not. So when you are ideating using brainstorm technique, these are few things which you should keep a note of. What? Write as many ideas as possible. Don't think about the pros and cons or whether it's executable or not. ये सब चीजें नहीं सोचनी है. Right? Think of many ways to solve a problem, because one problem can be solved in tens of ways. अगर आपको 8 लिखना है तो 2 into 4 भी 8 हो सकता है, 2 का क्यूब भी 8 हो सकता है, 2 plus 2 plus 2 plus 2 भी plus 2 भी 8 हो सकता है. So there could be multiples. Square root of 64 भी 8 हो सकता है. So coming to 8, you can have multiple ways. Similarly, solving a problem, you can have tens or hundreds of ideas. Write everything. When you're doing this activity in a group, you will have more ideas. So do this activity in a group. Individual भी कर सकते हो, ऐसा नहीं है, but do it in a group. And don't criticize when you are generating ideas. अरे किसने लिख के यहाँ पोस्ट कर दिया, don't criticize कि नो कि अरे ये तो करेगा ही नहीं काम. So don't intervene. Try to build up what somebody has written. उसके ऊपर कुछ बनाने की और कुछ edit करने की कोशिश करो. And you can draw those ideas. One of the best way to remember things is visualize, or write, draw things, visualize करके. So draw those ideas as well. So let's look into a few examples. So somebody was working on some idea, so they had drawn it. For example, यहाँ पर जैसे लिख दिया, no? They are drawing it on a piece of paper and post it, or a post-it and pasting it on the wall. Then this is about pasting. Write one idea on a post-it and put it on a wall. ठीक है? Now what you do? What could be the next step here? आपने empathize करके need, functional need, emotional need, social need समझ ली. बहुत सारा data collect हो गया. You try to make some information using define phase. You reframe the problem. Then what you do?
Sir, but means I think my perspective will be like I will means analyze all the ways I have found out, and then either I will try to compile some of the ways together, or I will find some flaws and try to take it all out of it, and then make a single idea. Take it out from the board and make a single idea that will have all the good advantages of all the ideas.
Shakti, right?
Yes, sir.
I am coming to that. Approach तुमने बताया वो सही है और वही करना है. मैं तुमको बताता हूँ क्या करना है. ठीक है? So what will happen? You have now you have 3 people in a team. 3 लोगों ने 10 आइडिया लिख दिए और ऐसे करके पेस्टेड कर दिया, पोस्टेड कर दिया दीवार पे. And so you have somewhere around 30 different ideas, 30 ideas posted on the wall. Now what do you do? Can you work on 30 ideas? Do you think each individual wrote unique idea every time? ऐसा भी नहीं होगा शायद. So what will happen is, like, when you look into all these and you start reading these ideas, you will realize there could be some similar sounding ideas, similar ideas. So start clubbing those ideas. एक bucket में डाल दो जो similar sound कर रहे हैं या similar तरीके के ideas हैं, put it in one bucket. So similarly, you create out of those 30 ideas, there could be at the end only 7 different kind of ideas be left. Now out of those 7, then you start looking into it and very quickly decide which one as a team you think can be at least doable. एक prototype बना सकते हो उसका, executable है. Out of those 7, at least pick up 1 or 2. Once you pick up that 1 or 2 idea, pick up the first one, एक idea pick up करो, and get onto the next step. And do it very quickly, because design thinking is a very agile method. You know, I think you would have read up in पहले हम SDLC पढ़ते थे, software development life cycle वगैरह. फिर हमने agile पढ़ा, बहुत कुछ पढ़ा. तो ये agile की तरह, it's very quick. Do it quickly. Pick up those 1 or 2 ideas and see which one would you like to implement. As soon as you have that one idea which you think can be implemented, a prototype can be created, you get into the next stage. What is this? Prototype. What is the meaning of prototype? Literally, what do you understand by prototype? Anybody?
The product, the initial
Or the
product,
development.
the services that you are giving to somebody.
Okay, और कुछ?
Some new students. बाकी बच्चे please. आप भी
Sir, the
input दें.
development phase.
Huh? Amar?
Sir, the development phase, working on
Prototype
it
is
and start
to
developing
show
that.
how the product will work. Basically, तो low-fi prototype होते हैं, high-fi prototype होते हैं.
हाँ, मतलब लेकिन prototype का मतलब क्या है?
कि how the final product will work, just to represent.
Yeah, so it's more of it's a representation of a final product maybe,
Yeah.
right? So it's a model of a product. जरूरी नहीं है see, आपको एक ऐप बनाना है, सपोज एग्जांपल लो, आपको आइडिएशन के बाद निकल के आया मैं ऐप से बनाना चाहता हूँ. ऐप का प्रोटोटाइप क्या होगा, किसी को पता है?
So उसका initial code और उसमें
कौन बोल रहा है ये? प्रियांशु?
यस सर।
डिजाइन थिंकिंग ये नहीं बोलता है आपको। इनिशियल कोड करने में आपको टाइम लगेगा बहुत ज्यादा।
हाँ सर।
आपको आपके एफर्ट्स भी जाएंगे, टाइम भी लगेगा। अगर आपको खुद नहीं कोडिंग आती है तो हो सकता है यू माइट हैव टू हायर एन इंटर्न।
यस सर।
तो पॉइंट इज that's not prototype. That is an MVP. That is a minimum viable product which you will work on, or a proof of concept product. प्रोटोटाइप डिजाइन थिंकिंग में क्या होता है, वो ये होता है जो मैं तुमको दिखाऊंगा अभी। गेट योर बेस्ट आइडिया अ बेसिक फॉर्म, कुछ करने की, कुछ उसको दिखाने की कोशिश करो किसी फॉर्म में। कीप इट रफ, मेक इट क्विकली, यूज एनी मटेरियल अराउंड यू। दिस इज अ प्रोटोटाइप। कैन यू सी दिस?
यस सर।
Somebody is trying to create an app.
बेसिक लेआउट।
बस सिंपल, उसमें पेपर पेंसिल पे बना के एक कुछ फीचर्स उसके अंदर डाल दिए। क्या क्या उसमें मैसेजिंग आएगी, क्या दिखाई देगा, कहां पर प्लस करना है, कहां पर माइनस करना है, क्या कार्ट में डालना है। तो बेसिकली एक फॉर्मेट, एक आपके आसपास जो चीजें पड़ी है ना उनको यूज करके एक प्रोटोटाइप तैयार कर दिया मैंने। कोई अच्छा आपकी टीम में कोई ड्राइंग करने वाला है तो वो तो और अच्छा हो जाएगा। समझ रहे हो?
जी सर।
Guys and girls, understanding? So create a similar prototype with the stuffs around you. Don't start getting coding and all. वो सब नहीं करने की जरूरत है, क्योंकि because we are yet to validate your idea. Am I right?
Yes sir.
So work on this prototype. A prototype can be something like this कि office space, ये office setting कोई दिखा रहा है, देखो कहां पर विजिटर्स डेस्क होगा, क्वेश्चन आंसर होंगे, रिसेप्शनिस्ट होगा, कोई कहां बैठेगा। तो इट्स मोर ऑफ अ डिजाइनिंग ऑफ अ ऑफिस स्पेस। सो क्रिएटिंग अ प्रोटोटाइप, ये कहना ना कार्डबोर्ड यूज करके बनाने की कोशिश करिए। सो क्रिएट अ प्रोटोटाइप। एंड व्हाई इज प्रोटोटाइप रिक्वायर्ड? कोई बता पाएगा?
So that if any changes needed to be made from, or any if the idea is not working, we can go back to the drawing board or to the initial stage.
So Amar, being a product design student, I think he is quite aware of this. And for others, yeah, he is right that you create a quick prototype to test it, simple, so that you can go and test with the right people, जिससे तुमने empathize किया था, जिससे तुमने questions पूछे थे. So go and talk to them. ठीक? So that's how you do a prototype. Once you complete a prototype, you have to test it. Share your prototype with the person you are working for. Take their feedback, make improvement to the prototype. This is the final step, which is testing. समझ गए?
Yes sir.
See, मैं प्रोफेसर नहीं हूं, मैं टीचर नहीं हूं, so मेरा स्टाइल थोड़ा डिफरेंट है। Any questions till now? We are about to close this. नहीं, no questions?
Yes, participants.
या तो लोगों को सब कुछ समझ में आ गया है, या फिर किसी को कुछ समझ में नहीं आया है। दो ही चीजें हो सकती हैं।
So can we have a short summary depending upon some idea which is based on some real-time market situations?
मैं आपको एक वीडियो दिखाता हूँ and then we'll discuss, ठीक है?
Okay.
So Ayush, so let's look into a video wherein, have you heard of this company called Nordstrom? नहीं.
No sir.
Okay, so Nordstrom is a US based retail giant है. They have their retail stores, so they have a innovation lab which innovate lot of interesting products. तो यहाँ पर Nordstrom के आउटलेट में ही they are trying to implement the design thinking methodology, a part of it I would say, wherein idea है उनके पास, तो प्रोटोटाइपिंग और टेस्टिंग वो कैसे कर रहे हैं एक स्टोर के अंदर विद द रियल टाइम कस्टमर्स, वो थोड़ा समझने की कोशिश करो, ठीक है? अंडरस्टूड?
Yes sir.
I'm JB Brown, the Nordstrom Innovation Lab Manager, and this is the lab.
We work on 1 week experiments. Somebody will have an idea and we'll find a way to figure out how to prove if the idea is going to work. And this week, the Innovation Lab is going to be building an iPad app with customer feedback as we go through the week. We wanted to work in the store to make sure that we were getting customer feedback as we worked so that we were never working on anything that wasn't valued by the customer and only doing things that are delivering value. So we'll be building a feature and testing it until we get to the point where we have something that's good enough that we can just leave the iPad app behind and have this new thing that customers can use. This is the world's first flash build. It's a flash mob where a software team shows up and builds an application in a surprise location. This is the Nordstrom Innovation Lab, and we're at the flagship store in downtown Seattle. Right now the team is just setting up their equipment to get started. We're going to build an iPad app that helps customers pick the best pair of sunglasses for them. We really don't know what the features are yet. We're going to use customer feedback as we go along throughout the day and the rest of the week in order to build the best thing.
So the next thing we're going to do is a user story map. So we're going to sit here and together outline all the steps the customer would take, and actually even beforehand how they buy sunglasses, like what are the different things that they might do and how that process might change if we have this application. And we'll actually dig into what we have to build in order to support that process.
So now that we've done a card mapping, we're going to do a paper prototype, and this is something that we commonly do in the Innovation Lab. It's a great way to show what we'd like to do in a rough prototype that we can easily throw out, change, alter, based on feedback from the customers. I'll continue building individual paper slides, and our user experience specialist, Tel, will bring the prototype to a customer and say, okay, I have this app and this is a paper version. I'd like you to kind of use it like you would normally use an app, and you can press things, interact with them, and then she'll change out the pages based on how the customer uses it. So it's a similar experience to the iPad, only an analog version. So it's day 2, and we have our first working prototype of this app. And how it works is I take my first pair of sunglasses, put it on, take a picture, all right, and then I want to compare it to this other pair I've got right here. Put these on, take another picture. I can just hold these up like this and see which one I like better.
Well, Tel and Kim, having talking to people and doing paper prototypes, we've been coding, building an iPad app. We take a stab at something, we look at the paper prototypes that Kim put together. We might take one at a time. Usually we come to the board and we grab the most important feature and we start implementing it. The really cool thing with this flash build is that we have actual real customers. Just today we delivered 4 or 5 different separate features, and I deliver it, swap the iPad with Tel. She'd go and talk to a customer, and 10 minutes later I had feedback from real customers about this thing that I delivered, and it changed how we did the next thing.
And it's been really, really great watching day to day what they've been doing, the team, to get all the feedback from the salespeople, the feedback the salespeople have gathered from the customers. And it's a really interesting process to kind of come in. On Tuesday, we had no idea what this would look like. There was an idea that somebody had to say, people take a lot of pictures of themselves with the sunglasses. It'd be cool if we could show them side by side to help them make the process better. And that was the idea. That was it. They came in, they had nothing built, and they've been building this literally on the spot throughout each day. And by now, we actually have an app, a functioning app that they can go through. It's very intuitive to help look at themselves and make the sunglass selection process easier, which is pretty cool to watch.
So yesterday, the sunglass buyer for Nordstrom came down to check out our progress, and she happened to put on polarized glasses and then held up the iPad in portrait view and was surprised that she couldn't see anything because it was black. And we figured out that the polarization of the iPad running up and down and the polarization of the glasses running vertical cancel each other out. You don't see anything. But if you turn the iPad to landscape, you see perfectly fine because the polarization of the 2 items line up, and it's okay. So it was pretty good find to be in the store, and she just happened to put on polarized glasses. And so today, first thing we're going to do is switch it to a landscape design and then lock in the aspect ratio of the iPad so customers and salespeople just naturally pick it up and use it in landscape and not try and go to portrait.
Okay, so I'm going to show you what we've been working on the last 5 days. We've added quite a few features over the week. You take a picture, multiple pictures of the customer, and then you can pull them up. You tap the first one, you can see it larger, and then tap the second, and do a side-by-side comparison of each glass next to each other. We also added a feature where you can rename the picture, because we heard from salespeople, if a customer's trying on quite a lot of glasses, it's helpful to be able to know what order they were taken in, and also rename if you want with a brand or some distinguishing feature about the glass. Another feature we added was the ability to zoom. You can zoom in and really get a good detailed look at the frames side by side. Also, you'll see one of the pictures larger if you want to just better view of one frame. You can flip the camera view as well. Face it forward so the salesperson can take a picture of it like this, or you can flip the camera like so, take a picture yourself facing forward. And then at the end of it all, we have a button called New Customer, which just erases all of the images and allows the salesperson to start with a new customer.
We're just trying to put the final touches on the app. Intel talked to a lot of users, and they said that when we went into the compare view, it was unclear where the pictures were coming from and which picture was which. So the animation here is trying to solve that problem, make it a little more clear what's going on. One of the challenges with software is when are you done, right? And I think the answer is really, it depends on how much time you have. At least the most important things got done. So this was time boxed to a week, and we did a week's worth of work, and it seems like what we have now is something that makes customers happy and addresses the main problems, and something that we can track, we have metrics on. So I think we're gonna call that a day.
The application has developed so far. Everything's finished, everything that we've asked for, and even the little roadblocks and glitches that we kind of stumbled across as we use the app during the week has been solved. I think that it's going to be really easy to be able to implement into our sale, and I think that we're going to find a lot of success with the application, whether it's via a selling tool for us or if it goes public into a downloadable format. Whatever happens, I think this was generally quite a success.
So I think you're on mute.
Sorry. So did you guys follow up what happened at the innovation lab?
Yes, they are basically using their own store as for R&D purpose.
Yes, sir.
That is one, that's fine. But kiya kya unhone? They were using those, paper prototypes, the way I told you, right? To get those features, show those paper prototypes to the real customers there, get the feedback. The most important need was listed out on a piece of paper, post-it. There were developers who were working on that most important need to improvise or put that in a specific application. So on the spot, they were trying to prototype, they were trying to test it, get the feedback, working on the rebuild the prototype, and then finally coming up with the real application. Okay?
Yes, sir.
So this is one last thing which I will just tell you. So design thinking, it's a iterative or a repetitive process. It works in a loop. So where did we start with? We start with on the left, empathize. Then we move towards define. There could be possibility that as soon as you reach towards, as you work towards ideation and then prototype and test, there could be possibility that when you're testing your features, product or services with the real customers, they will give you the feedback. Again, you get back to ideate. So testing se seedha aap ideation pe aa jaoge. And then again, go back to prototype, build, test it, and then again ideation. So there could be possibility you get into that loop, or from empathize, you get into define and you realize you guys are not able to make some sense or not able to work on not able to get a clarity on the problem, right? So again, you get back to empathize. So it's a loop. It's a kind of an infinite loop, and you can jump from one step to another one. So it's not about ki series of steps hi hai. Okay? So this loop entirely signifies that. These are few applications, as I mentioned, innovation mein, product development mein, service development, social innovation. That's where the application of design thinking, it is more from the professional point of view, but yes, it can be applied to personal life as well, because empathy is the key to it. Then here, these are few references you can use. This is designthinking.net, designthinking.IDEO.net, because IDEO is one of the premier organizations who is using design thinking tool as such. So you can refer to that. The accidentaldesignThinker.com. These are the good references from where you can get a few case studies, and there are multiple hundreds of case studies, and it could be relevant for your problem, for your ideas as well. So unko jaake dekh lo. critical. There's a lot of certification programs as well. A lot of good institutions, Stanford's, MIT Sloan, IIM Bangalore, few other IIMs in India have started doing it. A lot of programs are available on other platforms like Upgrade and few others. So you can look into those if you want to do some design thinking certifications. The reason being, as an entrepreneur, you would need it, but this has become a buzzword in corporate world as well. And so it's a good tool to have in your kitty, of your learnings and skill development. So you can do a certification as well. Thoda costly hai, but few are very are not that costly as well. So that's all I have from my end today. And if you have any questions, we can take in 5 minutes and then maybe we can close this. Thank you very much. I hope you find it useful.
Absolutely, sir.
Yes, sir, absolutely.
Yeah, yeah, Rahul ji, I am speaking Professor Narendra Kumar. I am Dean Student Discipline. So your lecture was.
Namaste, sir.
Namaste,
Namaste, sir.
Namaste. Your lecture was very useful, and I think we should also learn from you that how to get involved the students in the class, or how to get involved the audience in your lecture. So that is a very good technique. So and सबको कैसे इन्वॉल्व करना
Yes,
क्लास
sir. Very rightly said.
तो
Yes, sir.
आपने बहुत अच्छे से वो किया. और दूसरा जो आपने बताया था साइकिल का, उसका जो जापान की शिमानो साइकिल है, तो that is also very good observation, because हमारे टाइम में एटलस साइकिल हुआ करती थी और वो काफी पॉपुलर थी. But I think because of these reasons, they could not take up this further. So बाद में इतनी पॉपुलर नहीं रही. So thank you very much and congratulations for your nice presentation.
My pleasure, sir. Thank you very much for inviting, sir.
And thank you to Professor Ruchika Malhotra also. She is quite dynamic, and she is HOD also, Dean also. Thank you, Priya. Thank you that our another fellow also. So that one where he is. So thanks to him also, and thanks to other participants also. Now it is
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So any questions, or shall we call it a day? Priya.
Yes, sir. So, sir, I would definitely like to thank you. So, as you started a discussion by highlighting the importance of understanding the problem first, by understanding the importance
there is
of.
one query. Sorry to interrupt you. There is Sunita Bhatt.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
How we can use design thinking in education, sir? Yes, this is the question.
Yes, it's a very interesting question. So, as I was mentioning, right, I took an example of class 6th and 7th standard students. So we did this. वहाँ पर हमने students के साथ भी ये workshop किया था, and we did this for the teachers as well. And there were teachers from this school. So we really it's a very important area, wherein even designing the curriculum in considering the way what students are looking for, and obviously matching up the expectations of, for example, maybe अगर मैं school level पे जाऊँ, NCERT, right? So now how do you kind of match it up? So this entire process itself can be used effectively to match those expectations and understanding, and bringing it to a level जहाँ पर it becomes fun for the students to learn, and obviously delivering the right kind of content to the students which are required from the compliance point of view, or from the course point of view. So हमने वैसे किया था. So I mean, it's not like it's a one-liner answer which I can give you, but yes, if it is effectively done, understanding the expectations on both the sides, then I think it can be used to plan it better and executing it better. I hope that answer is fine, Sunita ji. Is there anything else you're looking for?
Yes, sir. Sir, usually in classroom, children are at different levels of learning. So the problem is when you are teaching a concept, there will be some students who are lacking behind. So this is a very common problem which we encounter. So I haven't found any solution as such. So is it possible that through design thinking we could think of something and you know plan it better?
Yeah, Sunita ji. So this problem is, I think, with the most of the teachers, whether it's in KG to 12 or maybe at the college level. So when you say the application exists, we have done this. The point is, how do we do it in terms of what are the ways you got to understand the requirement from both the sides. So it's a matter of deliberation and discussion, which can be obviously taken forward, and some answers can be found out of that. So I don't have a ready-made answer to this right now, but I think it can be achieved because we have done it with couple of schools, not with respect to the specific question you have, but we have done it with teachers and kind of helping them in bringing it to a level जहाँ पर दोनों लोगों के लिए student side and teacher side में थोड़ा सा kind of it becomes helpful. So I mean, that's how it is. I mean, we can discuss this offline. Maybe I will have a better clarity and trying to, from understanding your perspective, and then maybe we can deliberate upon this.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, any other questions from the audience?
Okay, thank you very much. Then, so I'm trying to build just to pitch what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to build a brand right now. I'm into my entrepreneurial journey. I'm trying to build I'm passionate about food and beverages, and I'm trying to build a brand called Pulpy Dive, wherein what I'm doing, I'm trying to create a chain of India's first cold pressed cloud juice bars. So you can find us on Facebook, LinkedIn, Instagram. Just follow us and help sharing the better news with people around you. We are operating in Noida right now and delivering at your doorstep. What we do, we get orders for cold pressed juices. We make them fresh and deliver them fresh at customers' doorstep. So this is what we are doing, and we are able to make good progress in that for last 6 months. So need all of your support, and thank you very much.
Yeah, that would be quite useful product rather to all.
Yes. So I'm getting a lot of inquiries right now, at least during the pandemic, and so yeah, hoping to make some good progress.
Yes, sir. Sir, I've shared the Facebook page as well, sir.
Okay.
In the link.
Yes. Good.
Yes, sir.
Okay, then thank you very much.
Anything else from the audience?
I think I had the least number of questions to ask from audience.
No, sir, you have been very interactive.
No, sir.
You are replying everything.
Yes, I've been asking questions in between, so thank you so much, Rahul, for it was a really interactive session, and students must have learned and enjoyed it. Thank you so much.
I mean, the important part is they should apply it now.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Sir, you effectively told us how we can actually apply it, how to use empathy, what tools or devices we can use to actually get on useful insights from the problems, trying to understand the problem well, so that good solutions can be proposed. So it was really an effective session.
Approach you used to teach
yes, sir.
them all the concepts. They'll not forget the concepts because you took real world examples and demonstrating them actually, so they'll not forget the things. Thank you.
I hope so. Okay. Then.
Definitely, sir.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot, sir.
And thank you, Narendra sir. Thank you, sir, for joining.
Thank you, madam, and thank you, Sanjay Patidar ji. Also, he is not here, and thanks to Piri again, and to Rahul ji again.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, DTU fraternity, for allowing me to giving me this opportunity and having a session.
Thank you, Priya, for
thank you, sir,
coordinating the sessions. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for the support.
Thank you.
Yes, so a final call to the participants. I have shared the link for attendance come feedback in the Meet chat. You can go and fill your attendance there. I hope all of you have got it, right?
Yes,
So
ma'am.
Yes,
That's
ma'am.
please fill the
already
attendance.
already done.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am. Already done. Completed.
Thank you all for your participation. We will be heading with our second day sessions tomorrow, and we have on board some three more eminent speakers. So we would be delighted if you can be present on next day as well. Okay, so please show up, turn up on the next day as well. Thank you.
Sure,
Thanks a
ma'am.
lot.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you to all the faculties for the session today.
Thank you, ma'am, and thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you all.
Can we leave the meeting, ma'am?